This is so pretty. Why didn't I know there was a company in China that could make such amazing Chinese-style clothes? So beautiful. The audience was amazed, but after seeing the price, most people were sweating. Really can't afford it. However, Yi Yang put these things on the shelves, just to stop the mouths of the trolls, and did not intend to bring goods. After all, Tang Hongzhi is targeting the high-end market, and many styles are handmade and unique. The raw materials alone cost about 100,000 yuan per piece. Adding design and labor, the cost of a piece of clothing alone reaches 20,000 to 300,000 yuan. Naturally, the price cannot be lower than 40,000 to 500,000 yuan. Among them, the high-end silk models that can be mass-produced cost 30,000 to 50,000 yuan, and are priced at more than 70,000 to 80,000 yuan. This price exceeds the price of headwear from most luxury brands. Hey, I've learned a lot. If it's this kind of design and quality, I think it's really exciting. Just these models, if I had money, I would definitely buy them. All the fans' eyes were shining. Even if they didn't have the emotional bonus of wanting to slap GD in the face, they would still say this. After all, the strength of these clothes is there. It simply integrates the soul of ancient style and Chinese style into the modern clothing system. It is in line with modern people's sense of style, without losing the soul of Chinese style, and combines beauty and practicality. It looks like I really want to buy it. It's so strong. When fans were in awe, the public magistrates and traders were full of bad ideas again, and they thought of other excuses, and kept saying them. Haha, you sell it so expensive. Even if the quality is good, who will buy it? None of the big foreign brands sell it so expensive. That's right. You're definitely going to hit the street. Stop dreaming. You're going up against a world-renowned luxury brand. Are you worthy of it? Haha, ambitions are good. But their culture is completely different from ours. So they won't be popular. If this Tang Hongzhi can become an internationally renowned luxury brand in the future, I will stand on my head and shit and then eat the shit. Good guy, he produces and sells his own products. Awesome. What are those things above? I'm afraid they are 500,000 people walking. What's the meaning of 500,000 walking? There are some foreign-funded traders who specialize in sabotaging China's internet. If you report them to the internet police and succeed, you will get a reward of 500,000 yuan. It's true. Damn it. I have to report everyone who said those things just now. Maybe we can achieve financial freedom. Haha. Once they saw that their identity was exposed, the traders who took the money did not dare to say anything and hid themselves. There was only a group of country-hating people who were led by them and couldn't stand their country's good deeds. And they were yelling stupidly. Don't worry, everyone, I will definitely let the world see our clothing brand. Yi Yang stood up with bright eyes. This day is not too far away. Yi Shenhao, YYDS. Looking forward to that day. Yi Shenhao has brought Chinese games and movies to the world. These are cultural soft power. If we can also bring clothing to the world stage, it will be cultural hard power. That would be too strong. Yi Shenhao is awesome. After the broadcast, Yi Yang discovered that the 2 billion he had sent out seemed to have been rewarded by fans, and there seemed to be a lot more. This. He couldn't laugh or cry. I'm really not short of money. It really doesn't have to be like this. Just after the broadcast, he casually took a look at the reservation and order information in the background. It had exceeded 30,000 pieces. If he hadn't downloaded it too quickly, I'm afraid the number would have increased a lot. Good guy, there are quite a few rich fans among my fans. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. The most expensive model of 700 to 800,000 yuan was the most ordered. Sure enough, rich people don't care about the price, they only care about whether it's good or not. 2 words, willful. Soon, he received a call from Tanghan Zhihui. Boss. You are so good at bringing goods. I will never receive so many orders in 100 years. Han Rusho didn't know whether she should be happy or cry. Although selling so many goods at once was unprecedentedly brilliant for Tanghan Zhihui. However, she had just spent money to buy a production line, and it would take some time to produce so many clothes. After all, only a few hundred pieces of clothing were sold in the previous year. There are tens of thousands of orders at once. It doesn't take a long time for customized luxury goods to arrive. Just ensure the quality. Time is not a problem. Yi Yang said indifferently. Okay, boss. Han Rusho also breathed a sigh of relief. With these words from her boss, she felt more confident. By the way, boss, we are going to shoot an international promotional video and put it on the internet. We are thinking whether to find a foreigner to act in it, or us Chinese to act in it ourselves. I have found many international advertising companies, and they all said, if a white person is not used to star in this commercial, then it is not an international commercial and there is no way it will be popular. They also said that no one would associate luxury goods with China or anything like that, and their attitude was extremely arrogant. They also said that if white people were not hired as models for the shoot, the advertising effect would be very poor internationally. Their company may not accept orders for reputation reasons. Han Rusho continued. Yi Yang frowned. What do you think? Our own brand, of course we have to have our own image. Han Shou gritted her teeth and said, to be honest, I have been very angry these days, because of this conversation. Yi Yang smiled with relief, use Chinese people as models. If you believe me, I can do this myself. For female models, I also have several candidates. For advertising companies, I also have the largest aiding in China, so you don't have to worry. If you have confidence, let aiding's reputation also go international this time. Really? That's great. Han Shou felt the joy of being supported. Before, she didn't even dare to think about these things. With their previous size, no matter what they did, it was difficult and difficult. Any small difficulty could kill the entire company. But now that they have been acquired by Yi Yang, if you need people, you have money. There are also countless channel resources directly thrown to you. This feeling is too good. Second update. Platform what? You want to do your own advertising for an international clothing brand. On the other side of the video call, post, a blonde foreigner who was leisurely sipping coffee with his legs crossed on the desk, almost spit out his coffee and sat up in surprise. I suspect you are kidding. When he saw Han Rusho on the other side of the video, he thought the other party had finally figured it out and gave in, but then told him that they were no longer needed. This was also a big deal for them, and they didn't expect that the other party would give up so easily. Han Rusho said calmly, yes, we will use domestic advertising companies for promotion, and we will also insist on using Chinese models. Post's eyes widened. Are you crazy? I have already said that our company is now recognized internationally as the best, and European and American culture is the strongest. Cultural impression. If your company wants to engage in Chinese style, it is against the will of God. It's so damned that you still want to use companies and models from your own country. Then let's wait and see. Han Shou said coldly. Is there no room for redemption? After all, it was a big order worth hundreds of millions. And Post didn't dare to let it go easily. Seeing that coercion was not enough, he wanted to quickly lower his profile and seek opportunities. We will prove to you and your company that Chinese advertising agencies and models can also become popular internationally and gain international recognition. After Han Shou said the last sentence, she closed the video call. Wait. We can actually. Post was confused. Good guy. The few $100 million I got were gone. But soon, he changed from regret to disdain. He sneered and continued to cross his legs and start drinking coffee. China's advertising agency. Haha. China's model? Ha ha ha. When you ignorant guys spend money and get no results, you will know how naive you are. When the time comes, Pippi and Pippian will come back and beg us to shoot this commercial. Laughing to death. Thinking of this, he felt relaxed again. If you come back and beg me again, it won't be the same price as before. He was extremely happy when he thought about how this beautiful woman would come back and beg him for a higher price in the future. Maybe we can still find a chance. He smiled evilly as he thought about it. Jiangjing Advertising Company. Everyone is busy. Today, the company's boss is coming. Most people in the company have never met Yi Yang in person. Only the team that had shot commercial short films before knew how handsome Yi Yang was, and they promoted it like crazy within the company. Everyone inside and outside the company is looking forward to this super handsome guy. All the company personnel came to the door early. Not long after, a luxurious yet low-key customized Rolls-Royce Cullinan drove over. This time the boss actually drove a car worth more than 10 million yuan. Isn't this too low-key? The crew members who had filmed commercials for Yi Yang before expressed emotion. Maybe this is a return to nature. When Yi Yang appeared before, it was a sports car emperor worth tens or even hundreds of millions as his car. Back when I was flirting with a famous lady at Heshang Japanese food store, I ate millions in one meal. Are you crazy? A multi-million-dollar car is still low-key. I would never dare to dream of such a multi-million-dollar car. I would only dream of a Mercedes-Benz S and BMW 7, woo. Who? As expected of a big boss. After Yi Yang got off the bus, all the girls who came to watch because of their appearance were from Bengbu, and they were immediately starry-eyed. This is so handsome. This is much better than those idols. This is what we call true handsomeness. There is a sense of handsomeness in the masculinity. Much better than those feminine guys. As a man, I think he is extremely handsome. All the employees looked at their handsome and wealthy boss and were very proud. The senior executives of Jiangjing also gathered around and welcomed Yi Yang into the company. Today's meeting has nothing else but one topic. Yi Yang spoke lightly. All the senior executives present were shocked and looked at the boss. Our next advertisement will have a huge impact throughout the world. Yi Yang said calmly. Although the tone was calm, it was like thunder when it fell in the ears of the senior executives. You mean, you want to advertise internationally? The senior officials in Jiangjing were all shocked. Among the top 10 advertising and distribution companies in the world, there is not even a Chinese company. This is because of the unique situation in today's world. Chinese companies, especially publicity companies, are struggling outside of China and cannot have much influence abroad. If you want to advertise internationally, go to those 10 international companies. Basically, they are companies based on British and American law. Boss, These senior executives have made many attempts at external expansion over the years, but all ended in failure. It's all a psychological shadow. At this time, when I heard that the goal was to create an international advertisement, I was frightened. No confidence? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. It's not that we don't have confidence. It's actually that the advertising resources outside are controlled by a few advertising companies. If we want to advertise, we can't get around the obstruction of those advertising companies. They won't let us expand the market internationally. The senior executives are all talking. Yeah. Yi Yang nodded slightly, then from scratch, build our own publicity and promotion system in the world. All the senior executives blinked and looked at each other, all confused. What? You don't know how to build it? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. No, the publicity and promotion system is the essence of an advertising company, just like a hunter's gun and a swordsman's sword. This belongs to the hard power of an advertising company. However, the funds required to build such a publicity and promotion network internationally are too terrifying. Especially to cultivate such a publicity and promotion network from scratch. It's really. All the senior executives smiled bitterly, thinking that this was simply impossible. Oh? Yi Yang's eyes lit up. You mean this thing, only money can solve it? In the internet age, traffic is money, and money can also buy traffic. As long as the content is exciting and there is financial support, it is not difficult to build a publicity platform. A group of senior executives laughed helplessly. But boss, if you just rely on money, it will be an astronomical figure. Publication channels generally rely on time, accumulation and develop little by little. If you want to buy the world's most cutting-edge traffic in a short period of time, it will cost more than buying a world-leading advertising company. Who would do such a loss-making business? Just tell me how much it costs. Yi Yang crossed his legs. He thought it was a big deal, but it turned out that it could be solved by spending some money. First update. Companies, These senior executives didn't dare to speak, because they themselves felt that this number made them embarrassed to say it out loud. I didn't know that they thought they were trying to blackmail investors. If you want to build an international level publicity and promotion platform purely by spending money in the short term, it will cost more than buying several international level advertising companies. In this world, who would be so stupid? Would rather spend enough money to buy one or even several ready-made large companies, and build a publicity and promotion platform by yourself. The construction of a publicity and promotion platform requires time to settle, historical opportunities, luck, other international companies willing to authorize them to promote their own content, and cash flow to maintain it. The senior executives plan to explain the difficulty of construction to Yi Yang first, and then talk about how much money it would cost, so that the boss would not listen and scold them for asking too much. Just tell me how much money it is, I don't need to hear this. Yi Yang said lightly. Ahem. Several senior executives looked at each other, smiled bitterly, and had no choice but to bite the bullet and say it. We have estimated that if we want to build an international platform in the short term, we need at least 500 billion Chinese yuan in cash flow. They all took a deep breath, waiting for Yi Yang to get angry. After all, 500 billion Chinese yuan in cash flow is simply a foolish dream. Jiangjing Advertising Company has a market value of only 30 to 50 billion, and its cash flow is less than 4 billion. Even the richest private listed company in China today, Shou Group, dare not say that it has 500 billion in cash flow at any time. Even if it does, it is the cash flow of the whole company. If it is not absolutely controlled, no one is qualified to mobilize this level of cash flow. As far as they know, there is basically no one who has absolute control over these trillion-level companies. All directors jointly invest and discuss major decisions together. Yi Yang was depressed. Do you think I am so poor? Everyone looked at Yi Yang in confusion. Ahem. Boss, what I just said was 500 billion. I know. Yi Yang shrugged and said as a matter of course. 500 billion, cash flow. Another executive muttered. I heard it clearly. Yi Yang said calmly, I thought it was a lot of money. Can't you say 500 billion? I'll pay for it. Do your job well. Fuck. Everyone was frightened and their legs went weak. Many executives were so scared that they almost rolled under the stool. 500 billion, just take it. Yi Yang looked at the weird faces of the executives and couldn't help but shook his head and smiled. Last time, the Crescent Hotel lit up the sky lanterns with 500 billion. Although it didn't ask for the country's preferential policies for sentiment, the country has been injecting funds into its own companies in various forms in recent times. Most of the 500 billion funds have been recovered. He also felt quite warm in his heart about this friendship. But even if this part of the funds did not flow back, the cash flow in his hands would be far more than 500 billion. He could still afford this money. Ahem, boss. I have to tell the truth. After an unknown amount of time, the senior executives came back to their senses from the news that almost stunned them, and said repeatedly, this money is enough to buy 2 or 3 of the largest international advertising companies. Yi Yang shook his head. The publicity platform of our own country must be completely in our own hands. No matter how good others is, we may not be used to it after buying it. They are used to the Western publicity model and thinking. I want to build an advertising company with Eastern thinking, which will surpass any previous advertising company. Do you understand? I understand. The senior executives were very excited. This is so shocking. They all realized that they might be at a turning point in history. At least, it is a turning point in the history of advertising companies. They might make history. A major event created by 500 billion startup funds that will shock the world in the future. By the way, you just said that you can increase the difficulty of building a publicity platform through authorization from other international companies, right? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and asked. Yes, for example, if TikTok, which is now popular all over the world, gives us part of the publicity and promotion rights of this product, the benefits to the construction of the publicity and promotion platform are self-evident. Another example is the Shou Group, which has now made Games and Entertainment International. These two are basically the 2 most influential domestic publicity-oriented companies in the world. The executives explained one after another. Oh, what a coincidence, these two are both my industries. Yi Yang smiled lightly. The executives were all confused. What did you say? Anyway, I'll get you the publicity and promotion rights of these two companies, so you don't have to worry about it. Yi Yang said lightly. Damn. All the supervisors were crazy. Isn't this too outrageous? But as subordinates, they didn't dare to ask the boss if he was bragging, they just felt it was too dreamy. If what you said, boss, is true, then the publicity funds can be reduced to 450 billion. The original budget was to give these two companies 50 billion to purchase part of their publicity rights. The steward said with trembling lips. Don't think about saving money, arrange the channels well. This is something we will use in the next 10 or 100 years. It is the sword of the swordsman and the essence. Money is not a problem. Yi Yang said calmly. Yes. The supervisors have straightened their backs. They have wanted to enter the international market several times before, but they have been mercilessly ridiculed. Why don't they want to avenge their shame? This time, they not only want to build a publicity platform, but also the largest one in the world. Crush those foreign companies. What a top 10 advertising agency. From now on, everyone must surrender to China's decree. All the senior executives are very motivated. After all, those big foreign companies don't have 500 billion for them to squander. Let's start. Dry. Seeing the excitement of the senior executives, Yi Yang also smiled slightly, and then said, have you thought about Tang Hongzhihui's promotional video plan? After the platform is completed, the first thing we will promote is this brand. Well, we have come up with dozens of plans, and now they have been provided to Boss Han for her to screen. As soon as she discusses with us the most satisfactory plan, we will start shooting the promotional advertisement immediately. A group of high-level officials are obviously very concerned about this matter. Yi Yang nodded slightly. Do you have any suggestions for candidates for the promotional film? Second update. Since we want to create international-level advertising, of course we must first erase the inherent image foreigners have of Chinese people. Main pipeline. Under foreign cultural conspiracies, the external image of Chinese men is that of being short and feminine. As for women, they have extremely small eyes, thick lips, wide faces, and yellow and black skin, which is an inherently ugly image. A few days ago, a certain professor from a top university catered to the stereotyped foreign image and specially sent a bunch of women with similar aesthetics to participate in foreign competitions. So, boys must look for someone who is masculine and handsome. Boss, you are a very famous star internationally. If you are used as the leading actor, it will definitely be the best choice. The supervisors kept saying. Yi Yang nodded slightly. As for the heroine, today's female stars lack charm. I think Tang Hongzhihui's boss is a very Chinese-style woman. If it is her, she will definitely be able to do it. The supervisor kept saying. Yi Yang also sent a few photos to his supervisor. I have a few more candidates, what do you think? Hiss. Just by looking at it. The supervisor took a deep breath. He specializes in advertising and has been looking for photogenic actresses for half his life, but he has never met a girl with such a natural temperament. As a result, the boss randomly gave out a few, and they were all beautiful and fragrant, and they were the types that truly best represented the temperament of Chinese girls. The boss not only has a lot of money, but also has the best love luck. In the world, no one can beat him. It's so strong. He said excitedly, if there are these female protagonists, there will be several advertising versions that we can try shooting. See what the supervisors say. Yi Yang also smiled. Lightly. Ling Shishir is cute and playful, Shou Qingxian is an ancient heroine, Zhu Zhuzhu is beautiful and fragrant, Mo. Xingjing is a lady, and Han Xiuru is a natural. No matter who they are indeed rare characters. And the styles vary. When placed in an advertisement, it is absolutely stunning. Representing the most beautiful image of Chinese girls, it is definitely very suitable. After polishing the script, several girls also came to the shooting location at Yi Yang's invitation. Han Xiuru also didn't expect that one day she would be the spokesperson for her own brand, and she was looking forward to the filming. Not to mention the other girls, it would be a good thing to stay with Yi Yang for a while. Not to mention filming together with intimate interaction. That's a great thing. Han Xiuru also took out the plan she selected and said, people now have a misunderstanding about Chinese style, that is, Chinese style is only suitable for ancient life. Wearing Chinese style in modern life is either a fancy dress or inconvenient for life. However, Tang Hongzhi waist design concept itself is to give the soul of China to modern clothing. Let everyone see such dazzling, high-end clothes, and the comfortable experience displayed in various high-end occasions. This is the best publicity for these clothes. Only when people look forward to this scene will they buy it. Han Xiuru explained a wave of reasons why she chose these options. The design concept is very strong. Several supervisors nodded. The last sentence also captured the essence of modern traffic. When the scene you present creates expectations in everyone and generates thoughts such as it would be great if the person inside was me, you will have succeeded. In these plans, there are various high-end occasions and beautiful scenery. Wearing either grand or beautiful high-end national-style clothing, scenes of negotiation, home, and sports. It will definitely attract anyone who can afford to buy this piece of clothing. The shooting process is very simple. Yi Yang himself is versatile in acting. When giving guidance to others, he is countless times more professional than the director on the scene. Shou Qingxian also learned some essence during the last filming of a movie, and he can also help guide it at this time. The acting directors on the scene were crying and felt that they were going to lose their jobs, because they had to admit that Yi Yang did teach better than them. They even have to learn from Yi Yang in many places. It's so strong. What an almighty God. What else can't the boss do? A group of supervisors watched from the side. They were so shocked that they were sweating all over. They were beyond words. Boss, awesome. Under the leadership of Yi Yang, the filming was quickly completed. After the platform is set up in a few days, you can start promoting it. Publicity also needs content. This advertisement is their first content for the international market. After the filming was completed, Yi Yang returned to Prince Gong's mansion. You performed well today, and I will reward you tonight. Yi Yang patted Zhu Zhuzhu's little head. It's all what Zhuzhu should do. Zhu Zhuzhu smiled and gave Yi Yang a full body massage while sitting down. Zhu Zhuzhu's technique is obviously not an ordinary technique. It should be a royal technique spread in the palace. When pinched, it is a real way to relax the muscles and activate blood circulation, which makes people want to stop. As soon as the blood energy rises, all the energy in the body becomes active. between silk, bamboo, and elegant music, a friendship between Guanbao and Guanbao will begin. Bad master, you said you would be rewarded in the evening, why are you so impatient? Zhu fair arms were around Yi Yang, and her beautiful face was full of shyness and charm, which made people unable to refuse. It's all because of your good cooking skills. Yi Yang smirked, why don't we leave it until the evening? No, Zhu laughed and stuck to him directly. Huh. Or you can change your name to Zhu Daji. Yi Yang smiled smirk and lifted Zhu's fair chin. Then, please tell me what to do, master. Zhu smiled softly and turned around. Well, in the blink of an eye, the world has changed. The next day, Yi Yang woke up from happiness and picked up his phone. He saw that Han Rushou had sent him a message last night and he hadn't read it yet. As expected, he wanted to invite him to dinner. Alas, brother is so damn handsome. Not only are there full dinner parties every day, and they are all with beautiful women. Do you think you are angry? Where? Yi Yang replied. I've already chosen the place. My car will be here soon, and I guarantee that boss, you will enjoy one-stop service. Han Shou sent a voice message, and her tone was much more relaxed than a few days ago. It may be that she is familiar with Yi Yang, or it may be that the pressure on her shoulders is not that great. Although the industry is bigger now. But 30,000 orders are enough for her to be busy for a while, and she doesn't have to shoulder the responsibility of revitalizing Tang Hongzhi waste business by herself. The boss looks as reliable as he can be. One stop? Yi Yang smiled, okay, then I'm ready to fully enjoy your service today. First update. Good afternoon, boss. After Han Shou got familiar with Yi Yang, she was no longer so reserved. Although the boss was very powerful, he didn't put on airs like a big shot. Instead, he felt very gentle, approachable, versatile, and handsome. Yeah. Yi Yang glanced at Han Shou's car. Wow, Volkswagen Phaeton. This car is a very low-key and luxurious model among Volkswagen. Volkswagen Phaeton, priced at hundreds of thousands. It is considered the king among Volkswagen. Boss, you are not used to sitting in luxury cars worth tens of millions, and you are not used to sitting in small, broken cars worth millions, right? Han Shou pouted and said coquettishly. Haha, nothing, I'm just a little surprised to see this so-called Volkswagen king for the first time. After that, he also smiled and sat in the Volkswagen Phaeton. He didn't have any requirements for the car. It doesn't matter if he occasionally rides in Wuling Hongguang to recall the past. Anyway, he is not driving himself, and it is wonderful to have a beautiful driver to accompany him this time. Soon, the two were on the road. Prince Gong's mansion is on the second ring road. But not many restaurants can open here. After all, the land price here is not astronomical. Even if you can afford it, it doesn't matter if you can buy it. After all, the core circle of China is inside. On the way, Han Rushou and Yi Yang kept chatting. With Yi Yang's knowledge and experience, any of them can attract girls. Boys want to attract girls, either they can brag or they are really awesome. The bragging will be broken sooner or later. And Yi Yang's bragging will still be awesome after thousands of years. Really? What happened to Zhu later? Han Rushou was aroused by Yi Yang's story and asked repeatedly. He was beaten up by his father again and kicked out of the house. Yi Yang shrugged. Puff. Too miserable. Haha. Han Rusho laughed out loud. Just when she was happy, the car body suddenly shook. Han Rusho quickly looked at the rear-end mirror and saw that it was a rear-end collision. It was indeed a luxury car worth more than 1 million yuan. The front of the car behind was smashed, and the rear of the Volkswagen Phaeton was just slightly deflated, and the feeling inside the car was just a little weightless. Yi Yang and Han Rusho got out of the car. At first glance, wow, isn't this a Tesla? Could it be that the brakes failed again? Who is it? You don't have eyes when driving. Can't you see that I am overtaking? Hurry up and make way for me. A big hair came out of the left door of the Tesla. Her hair was dyed red and she was wearing high heels. She looked like she was in her 40s, but she was wearing a pink princess dress and looked arrogant. Maybe she was a 40-year-old runaway princess from Disney. Hey! I'm talking to you. You were hit by my car like this. Tell me. How are you going to compensate? The woman grinned angrily. It's obviously you who drove too aggressively and hit me. At high speed. I haven't even taken care of your losses, but you're asking us for compensation? I'm afraid that's a bit unreasonable. Han Rusho has a queen temperament, and she's also the boss of the company, so her temperament is not comparable to that of this old lady. She was stunned for a moment. However, after she reacted, the old lady started to get worse. What did you say? Are you deaf? Or blind? I just said it. You should have gotten out of the way when you saw me speeding up, so I could overtake you. What's wrong with you? I'm giving you face. You dare to confront your Zhangwenki sister. Do you have a sky-high pattern on your forehead? Good guy, the wrinkles have crawled to the back of your forehead, and you're still a sister. I think you're too old to call me aunt. Yi Yang said with disdainful venom. I'm so angry. You little brat. You're too arrogant. Zhangwenki Tesla aunt was extremely angry. Haha, there's no way to reason with a retard like you. Who has a brain puncture, cerebellar atrophy, heart failure, and half paralysis. Yi Yang shrugged and took out his phone. Call the police and it will be solved. You dare. Tesla's aunt roared, don't call the police. Although she was unreasonable, she knew a little about traffic rules. The reason she was yelling was just habitually making trouble and habitually giving up. You dare to call the police? She screamed. She knew that she was in the wrong today, and the police would definitely ask her to pay. She had never been wronged like this, and any mistake should benefit her. She should be spoiled by others. Husband. This ear-piercing devilish sound directly made many onlookers cover their ears. What is this old woman yelling about here? It seems that she hit the car in front of her, and now she is asking others to pay for it. They refused to pay, and she wanted to call the police, but she refused to let her call the police. Now, she is calling me husband. Fuck. She is simply the worst in the world. Haha, I don't know how many such unreasonable trash I have seen. I am used to it. Haha. Brother. You have a story. More and more people gathered around. It's terrible. Whoever gets involved with this kind of woman will be unlucky. After yelling for a long time, she realized that her husband didn't come out with her today. Old Aunt Tesla chuckled, you are very unlucky. My husband is not here now, so I can only use my connections to deal with this matter. Yi Yang looked at the arrogant old aunt's confident and greasy face and almost vomited with laughter. It's so terrible. Who gave her the confidence? Don't laugh. In front of me, too trash. People who are trying to break the public are worthy of laughing. My Tesla is invincible. The old aunt said. Angrily. Oh? So invincible, my face was smashed, nothing happened to my butt? Han Ruscio pointed to the location of the impact and mocked lightly. She already knew Yi Yang's identity. I don't think that a Tesla driver can have anything to do with threatening the boss. After all, he was an all-powerful boss with unlimited courage who casually invested $5 billion in a factory on the verge of bankruptcy. Haha, you are just quibbling. Even if my Tesla explodes, he will be #1 in the world. I will definitely make you regret it. Don't call the police if you can. You will soon know how to ridicule your aunt, Huangqi. Oh no, eldest sister, the consequences. The old lady sneered and dialed a number. Her husband said that if you encounter this kind of thing outside, just call this number and the person on the other side will be able to sort it out. It's very cool. Her husband is a man of status. People say that this person is awesome, so he will definitely be able to vent his anger on his behalf after he is found. Yi Yang watched with interest. It seemed like a good feeling to watch people acting like monkeys. Anyway, it would take a while to wait for the police to come. Just wait. You're done. Aunt Tesla hung up the phone arrogantly. Second update. The woman kept shouting, and the demonic sound piercing her ears made the people nearby cover their ears. It was so scary. I really don't know how her husband can bear to live with such a thing. Yi Yang and Han Ruscio sat back in the car and turned on the air conditioner. The Tesla had been smashed, and the old lady couldn't sit back even if she wanted to. Seeing Yi Yang sitting back in the car and enjoying themselves, they were so angry that they hurried to the car, ready to say harsh words. Han Ruscio raised the car window while waving her hand. Yi Yang looked at the old lady's limbs and limbs moving around by the car window. Her mouth kept moving but was muted, which was inexplicably funny. After a while, a Land Rover drove over. On the Land Rover, 3 or 4 people got out. They all looked fierce. Yi Yang looked in the rearview mirror and raised his eyebrows. The strong man in the head looked very familiar. What happened? The strong man at the front shouted angrily and said with great confidence. They crashed my car and didn't pay me compensation. Aunt Zhang Wenqi was furious. She finally saw her backer and became extremely arrogant. The strong man looked at the collision between the 2 cars and immediately saw the whole story. As long as you were not blind, you could basically tell that it was a rear-end collision. When people nearby saw that the old aunt really called so many murderers on the phone, they were also worried for Yi Yang. Why haven't the police arrived yet? I don't want to see this stupid old aunt taking advantage. That's right, that would be so unfair. They are all unhappy. The strong man touched his head. It was difficult to handle. If this old lady can't see this Volkswagen Phaeton, why can't he? To be able to buy this kind of out-of-print king of the people, it is estimated that it cost 100 or hundreds of thousands. He is obviously a person of status. This matter is still in the other party's hands, and it's not easy to handle anyway. However, he is the one who does the job of settling things. If it is not easy to settle things, he must be settled. What are you looking at? Why? Don't you give that kid a good beating, to relieve your anger. The old ant jumped up angrily. Can you do it? Don't worry, I promise to resolve this matter before the police arrive. The strong man patted his chest. Seeing the arrogance of the old ant, he wanted to give her a slap in the face, but after all, he was entrusted with something and had to do things. Thinking about it, I took my younger brother to the front of the Volkswagen Phaeton and knocked on the window. The car window rolled down. When I saw a beautiful woman, my eyes were dazzled. My day, so beautiful. The strong man trembled in his heart and swallowed all the rude words in his stomach. He felt more and more that this matter was not simple. Based on his intuition, developed from his experience in settling things, this scenario is very troublesome. Is the car a luxury car, or is the driver a super beauty? He carefully looked inside, and sure enough, there was a young man. When he saw the young man's face clearly, he was immediately frightened and froze on the spot. His lips were trembling and he didn't know what to say. Yi Yang smiled slightly and waved at him. The strong man thought Yi Yang was reaching out to hit him, so his legs gave out and he knelt on the ground. I feel so miserable. Why did I meet this god of war again? The strong man was none other than the black-faced tiger, who beat up his employer, Bu Yalian, that day, and was rewarded by the Bu family instead. Damn it. Brother, why are you kneeling down? Several younger brothers came up and saw Yi Yang, so they knelt down out of habit. Just like that, several menacing gangster figures knelt on the ground with cheers. It seemed like he had come all the way to meet the big boss. What's going on? Have no idea. Damn it, this guy driving a Volkswagen doesn't have a great status, does he? I also know about brother who. All the big brothers in the capital have entered Haitua Mountain a few days ago. Among the remaining bosses, he is considered the first-line boss. How can he immediately kneel down? Fuck. It shocked my father for 1,000 years. The poles are reversed. Haha, this old woman's face has turned pale. Are you stupid? Stinky idiot. The masses love to hear and see, and evil people still need to be punished by evil people. Old Aunt Tesla was dumbfounded and screamed, "What are you doing? I asked you to deal with him, not to be dealt with by him." However, the black-faced tiger completely ignored the old aunt's remarks. He just said, "It turns out to be Yi Zhanshan. Long time no see, no need to pay such a big courtesy." Yi Yang sat in the car and raised his hand lightly. After confirming that Yi Yang really didn't mean anything else, the black-faced tiger dared to ask his brothers to stand up and smiled charmingly. "Yi Shenhao, your power as the god of war can be felt from several kilometers away." I just said that I feel your power. I quickly brought my brothers over to see you. Yi Yang's mouth twitched. Is it so embarrassing for this uneducated person to lick other people? Terrible. But he didn't wait for his reply. The black-faced tiger even said, "I saw from a distance that your car seemed to have been rear-ended. This old woman seems to be very unreasonable. Can you bear this?" I, the black-faced tiger, am the first one who can't bear it. Yi Zhanshan. Don't worry, I'll take care of this matter for you today. It's not worth your little effort. The black-faced tiger was still flattering towards Yi Yang, but turned his head with a fierce look in his eyes. He looked at the old ant fiercely. What are you doing? Have you forgotten what my husband does? Under the instructions of the black-faced tiger, several of the younger brothers pushed the old woman to the ground directly, and Also hit her with a few dirty hands. No scars could be seen, but the old woman screamed in pain. After these boys returned home, they also heard the black-faced tiger talk about Jiangjing's deeds. They were so frightened that they couldn't sleep for 3 days and 3 nights. This woman actually almost sent them to prison again. If you don't give me a good beating, how can I vent my anger? I will destroy you humanely. The black-faced tiger was so angry that his nose was crooked, and he kicked the old woman's butt several times. Last time, he had a hard time passing by this king of hell. You can drag me back to the hell gate and shut you down. Soon, the police arrived. What happened? The police captain at the head frowned at the messy scene in front of him and asked. Ahem, Uncle Policeman, this old bitch hit and run. Our brothers acted bravely in the name of justice. Yes, act bravely. Seeing that she was about to run away, I quickly held her down. I leave it to you now. Several younger brothers also followed suit. Seeing a big muscular man calling himself policeman uncle, the captain felt goosebumps all over the floor. He looked at the onlookers to collect evidence. Is that so? Yes. That's it. That's right. I saw it with my own eyes. She rear-ended someone's car and wanted to run away as soon as she got out of the car. If it weren't for these good brothers who were brave enough to do justice, she would have run away. The old aunt just made people too angry. At this time, the people were reluctant to seek justice. No. Don't listen to their nonsense. The old aunt wanted to say something, but was drowned out by the crowd's voice. Ah. I finally felt how miserable it was to be confused and ignored the facts. Woo. First update. The police captain said that he couldn't believe it. As a gangster, black-faced tiger naturally had a lot of dealings with the police, and he would be summoned or detained for no reason. He could be said to be a familiar customer of the police station. He had been familiar with him for a long time. Therefore, the police captain also knew what he did. He, a gangster, was brave and righteous. Why did he think it was wrong? At this time, the deputy captain Wu Jingshu confronted him. What's the matter? He looked over in the direction of Wu Jingshu's eyes, and his eyes were also shocked. The man in the car was Yi Yang. Well, I think the eyes of the masses are sharp. Let's go, follow me to the police station to make a record. The captain said immediately. No. How could this happen? The old lady shouted in despair. Yi Yang smiled and also signaled Shou to start the car and follow the police car. In this kind of thing, the parties involved must make a record. He didn't want to break this rule at will. After all, with his current status, he also has the responsibility to maintain the dignity of national order. The matter involves the existence of Yi Yang's status, so the speed of handling is very fast. The green light all the way, the first foot into the police station, the result is the next foot. Driving accident, threatening after the incident, serious circumstances, revoked the driver's license. Fined and detained. With the efforts of the judge, the longest detention period within the scope of the law was obtained for the old lady. It can be said that the care is extremely gentle, meticulous, and considerate. Let's go. The police station is not far from where we eat. Shou smiled. Yeah. Yi Yang nodded slightly, and after making a goodbye gesture to Wu Jingshu, he left. In the police station, the female police officers all surrounded Wu Jingshu with a smile. You actually know Yi Shenhao. Hand over his WeChat quickly, and we will treat you to a year's worth of meals. That's right. Wu Jingshu pouted, no. The male god's WeChat is sacred. I refuse to trade with you. Humph. Kyoto Kaiseki Flower Den Minayoshi is the most expensive Japanese food restaurant in Beijing. Even if ordinary people go in, the average consumption per person is 8,000 to 16,000. If you want to eat the best food in it, it will cost at least tens of thousands per person. If you pursue the ultimate enjoyment, it is very common to spend hundreds of thousands for a meal. The signature selling point of Kyoto Kaiseki Flower Den Minayoshi is that everything is authentic from Japan. The decoration inside was created by Japanese masters, and even the kitchen, dishwashing water and all the ingredients were airlifted from Japan. So the ingredients are very expensive. However, since the Japanese sea became a wastewater sea, they have been in a dilemma. They have to ensure that all water is unpolluted mountain spring water from Japan, and that the ingredients are high-end protected ingredients, not radiation ingredients, in order to continue to maintain the popularity. The Volkswagen Phaeton stopped at the parking lot of Pangu Hotel. Yi Yang looked at this hotel that was awarded to him but he had never visited, and a sense of pride arose spontaneously. This is one of the very few 7-star hotels in China. It is extremely large and looks majestic. Even the Japanese restaurant, known as the #1 Japanese restaurant in Beijing and the one with the highest per capita consumption, Kyoto Kaiseki Flower Den Minayoshi, is just an ordinary restaurant on the 21st floor of this majestic hotel. Magnificent. Shou also exclaimed, this hotel is really magnificent. To be able to build such a large and magnificent hotel next to the water cube, the owner of this hotel must be an extremely high-ranking and extremely extraordinary existence. Yi Yang was stunned. Wow, wherever he went, he could hear himself being praised in various ways. Although Shou didn't know that Pangu Hotel was hers. After entering the hotel and showing the reservation board, the two of them got on the elevator. Really good. After entering, you can really feel the size of your hotel. It deserves to be named after Pangu. These staff members don't know the appearance of the boss behind such a huge super hotel, and very few know his name. All the way to the 21st floor, soon arrived at the store of Kyoto Kaiseki Flower Chuan Minayoshi. As soon as I came in, it was the Japanese beauties, Miko, Reiko, Hanako, Fujiko, and others who welcomed me skillfully. The meals and seats were all reserved in advance, and Yi Yang and Shou sat in the box. Kyoto Kaiseki Flower Chuan Minayoshi is most famous for cod rice. Shou obviously also invested a lot of money, ordering the best dishes in the store and booking the best box. Elegance hides luxury. This meal is estimated to start at least 100,000. But for Yi Yang, who was used to the ups and downs, this was just an ordinary meal. The two talked and laughed, and had a great time eating. In the corridor, the lobby manager followed a man with a mustache humbly. The lobby manager smiled very flatteringly and said, Mr. Yamada, coming to my place is like returning to your own home. I will definitely let you eat the best and purest Japanese food. Well, I have been on a business trip to China for more than a month. I have missed the taste of my hometown mama-san for a long time. Yamada-de nodded. However, it seems that these boxes are already occupied. My place is very popular every day. Chinese people, even if there is no delicious food, like to come here to eat. The lobby manager Okada Hayabusa laughed. Yoshi. Yamada-de knew that Okada Hayabusa was talking nonsense, but still proudly gave a thumbs up. However, how can we get a private room to use? Small problem. One table just came. I told them that the system was wrong and put them in the front of the queue. They should have been at the table at the back. Just let them wait until we finish eating before coming in to eat. Okada Hayabusa waved his hand and said confidently. Can this work? Yamada-de raised his eyebrows. Haha, Chinese people are often cowardly, especially those who come here. Many of them come here to punch in and show off without money. I am the manager of this high-end restaurant. As long as I say a few words and bow, they will be moved and will give us a table. I have seen too many cases. Okada Hayabusa laughed and said confidently. Oh. That's a great job. Yamada-de gave a thumbs up. Second update. For some Japanese, saying sorry or bowing is nothing at all. It is as common as saying hello to Chinese people in daily life. An apology is an apology, and the immoral things will continue. Da-da-da. Okada Hyoko walked in. Who are you? Shou and Yi Yang were chatting happily when they suddenly saw a Japanese mustache barging in. They were also very unhappy. I am Hyoko Okada, the lobby manager of Kyoto Kaiseki Den Minakichi. Okada. Hyoko smiled. Anything? Shou asked. I'm very sorry. Due to system problems, we have ignored the table of guests who were numbered before you. Please go out of the box and wait for a while. This table of guests has already arrived. Okada Hyoko bowed. I'm very sorry. But the food has already been served. Shou frowned. Even if this is indeed the case, this scene was also caused by the hotel. The hotel should be entirely responsible for the damage. It is not your turn to give up your seat, right? Do all Japanese people think so? Strangely? We'll take the dishes away and serve them to you later. I'm very sorry. Okada Hyoko continued to bow. Shamelessly. Get out of here if you know you're sorry. Yi Yang frowned and shouted coldly, you did something wrong. If you apologize, we have to compensate you in turn? What's the truth? This. A trace of astonishment flashed in Okada Hyoko's eyes. It seemed that this Chinese man was different from the previous one. Seeing that the apology was useless, he hardened up and smiled. It seems that I was too polite before. Let me tell you, I am the manager of this store. How to run this store and how to deal with problems are all mine. It's up to you. If you have any opinions, go to the police and see if there is any law in China that can control our current behavior. How can you be so unreasonable? Shou finally saw through it. This Japanese person is born shameless, and his purpose is to accomplish a shameless thing. He will first use your sympathy to pretend to be weak and keep apologizing to you. Seeing that apologizing was useless, he broke out and started to fight hard. There is no sense of shame at all. The so-called apology is just one of the means to achieve a shameless purpose. There is no turmoil in his heart. Faced with such a person, she finally understood that sentence. It is useless to reason with some people. He will only obey you if you hit him with your fist and it hurts. Unfortunately, this kind of scoundrel is now protected by the law in disguise. Because it's not illegal to play rogue, but it's illegal to fight rogue. This is indeed a big problem, and this legal loophole must be closed in the future. Okada Hayako sneered and stood there with her eyes above her head. Those who know the truth, get out of here. Otherwise, I will ask the waiter to come and evacuate you. Oh? You said there was a table in front of us. Is there any evidence? Electronic information or some reservation? Record? Hanrusho raised her eyebrows and asked sharply. Okada Hayabusa was stunned. He was too confident. He didn't expect Yi Yang to be so difficult to deal with, so he didn't even forge any evidence. Well, it turns out that this thing was also faked. You just wanted others to jump in line. Hanrusho said angrily. Yes. After being completely exposed, Okada Hayabusa was completely shameless. Haha, the guests at this table are the distinguished guests of my country. This is the restaurant of my country. You Chinese people give up your place to others, isn't it? Is this a very normal thing? It's really shameless. Yi Yang shook his head and said what he said with confidence. Is this the innate magical power of some Japanese people? What to do? Hanrusho pursed her lips. Although they were reasonable, there seemed to be no law that said restaurants couldn't do this. What to do? Yi Yang stood up, with a flash of coldness in his eyes. Today, either he gets out of here, or this restaurant, get out of here. Hanrusho was stunned by Yi Yang's words, and didn't realize what he meant for a moment. Bagayalu. You have such a loud tone. Okada Hayabusa was obviously frightened just now. After reacting, he laughed angrily. What are you doing? How can you have the confidence to say such a thing? The quarrel here obviously attracted people from outside to look over. What happened? I heard it was the manager of this company who asked me to give up my seat. So domineering. Because he wants to insert a table of Japanese people to come over for dinner and ask them to go out and wait for a meal before coming back. I'm already starting to get angry. He also said that this is a Japanese restaurant, so of course the Japanese must eat first. Haha, you dare to say that the place you rent in the Huaxia building is their Japanese territory. It's really bold. I'll go, isn't that Yi Shinhao? Huh? Who is he? Haha, don't ask who he is, you will know in a moment. If you offend Yi Shinhao, this restaurant will be in trouble. He is Japanese. It is such a big restaurant, with high value and great popularity. Even for Pangu Hotel, it is indispensable. Many people come to Pangu Hotel just to eat Kyoto Kaiseki flour Chuanminoyoshi. Even if the owner of Pangu Hotel is brought out today, he will probably favor Kyoto Kaiseki flour Chuanminoyoshi. No matter how high the status of Yi Shinhao is, he can't suppress that kind of big boss. Indeed, opening such a spectacular hotel in a place like Beijing, the status and power behind it must be monstrous. It can't be solved by money at all. Well, it's true, but didn't the internet say a few days ago that Yi Shinhao might have a military background? I don't know who has a deeper power behind him or the big boss of Pangu Hotel. I don't think the boss of Pangu Hotel will be able to show up, just this matter. Well, the employees of Kyoto Kaiseki Flour Chuanminoyoshi saw that the situation was not good and had already started looking for their real boss. After all, Okada Hayabusa is just a hall manager. Although she has the right to dividends, she has no real equity. She is not a real management. You guys, get them out quickly. Kyoto Kaiseki Flour Denminoyoshi will never welcome you again. Okada Hayabusa angrily gave orders to the employees. Manager, this doesn't seem to be in line with the rules. The employees said one after another. This is the rule today. Get them out. I will be responsible for any consequences. Okada Hayabusa said angrily, Baga. Get moving and work. Otherwise, you will all die. The employees looked at each other and were ready to step forward under pressure. Stop. What's going on? A cold shout came from a distance, and the employees who were having a hard time were relieved. First update. Okada Hayabusa kept looking back, and the arrogance on her face immediately subsided, turning into respect and caution. She bowed to the visitor again and shouted, Takeda-san. Yes. Takeda Kimoto nodded, what's going on? Why is the store so messy? This. Under Takeda's gaze, Okada Hayabusa could only whisper to Takeda Kimoto. Humph. It's all your fault. Takeda. Kimoto glared at Okada Hayabusa, but he didn't seem to blame her too much. He just bowed to Yi Yang and said, Sir, Okada did make a mistake, but this guest is very important to our Kyoto Kaiseki flower chuan. Minoyoshi. I hope you can give up this seat. If you give up this seat, we will add 2 special dishes for you at the next table for free. If you don't accept this offer, we can also refund you. And you can choose to dine at other restaurants. The audience frowned. This sounded polite, but the content was not very pleasant to hear. There was always a subtext of I have given you a way out, don't be shameless. Hanru was also very angry. The meaning of this sentence was obviously that if you still want to eat here, go out and wait for the next table. If you don't want to eat here, go out and find another restaurant. Anyway, we have to book this table now. Adding 2 dishes to you is a face-saving thing for you, don't be shameless. This kind of seemingly humble feeling, but looking down on you in the bones, is the most disgusting. Yi Yang narrowed his eyes, and his voice became completely cold. It seems that you don't intend to abide by the choice I just proposed. What did he say just now? Takeda Kimoto asked Okada Hayabusa. He said that either you fire me and let me go, or our Kyoto Kaiseki flower chuan Minakichi will get out of Panga building. Okada Hayako rolled her eyes and almost laughed out loud. This Chinese is just dreaming. Haha, sir, it seems that I was too polite to you just now. Takeda Kimoto sneered and said angrily, I know you may have some ability, but if you want to touch our Kyoto Kaiseki flower chuan Minakichi, I'm afraid it's too wishful thinking. This is my territory as a Japanese. You only have the opportunity to make the choice I give you. I give you 10 seconds to make your choice. Yi Yang sneered, what a Kyoto Kaiseki flower chuan Minakichi. Give you a chance, but you are useless. The other party has made his own choice, and he is too lazy to say more. He made a phone call directly. The next moment, the entire Panga building's high-rise was instantly shaken. All the executives above the senior manager level on each floor of Panga building were all startled by a notice and rushed out of the meeting room or office floor at a high speed. All the employees of Panga building were staring at this scene in a daze. These big men who usually hold high positions and are hard to find, why did they all run out in a hurry? They looked as if they were afraid of being late. They were all panicked. What's going on? I don't know, let's go and see. This is a big deal. We are also. The employees all felt that it seemed that all the senior executives of Panga building were out. You know, Panga Hotel is very large, with many floors, and it is a super 7-star hotel in Beijing. Hundreds of senior management At this moment, they are all rushing to the 21st floor. This scene is really big. Brothers on the 21st floor, tell us what happened. What country's super boss is here? It actually shocked all the senior managers. Even if the Queen of the Netherlands came to visit last time, it wouldn't cause such a commotion. We are also confused. We are following the bosses now. We will send you a message if we find anything. Thanks for the first-hand information from the front line. Very quickly, many bosses rushed to the 21st floor, Kyoto Kaiseki Flower Den Minayoshi restaurant at high speed. Looking at the hundreds of Pangu Hotel executives coming aggressively, the staff of Kyoto Kaiseki Flower Den Minayoshi turned pale with fear. This aggressive look is like they are going to trample Kyoto Kaiseki Flower Den Minayoshi. It's terrible. What's going on? I only know a few, but they seem to be the supervisors of Pangu Hotel. No one who can be a supervisor at Pangu Hotel has a simple identity. Any one of them would not be lower than the boss of a branch of Kyoto Kaiseki Flower Chuan Minayoshi, and would only be better. Quick, tell Boss Takeda. The waiters were frightened by the scene, and went inside to inform the top management of Kyoto Kaiseki Flower Chuan Minayoshi. Inside, Takeda Kimoto, who was about to take tough action against Yang, was stunned when he heard the report. Nanny! He glared, Bagetta. Impossible. Although he thought it was impossible, he hurriedly led people to the outside of the restaurant. All the supervisors of Pangu, one by one, were big guys. He couldn't afford to offend them, and he opened a restaurant on someone else's territory, and he had to bow his head under the eaves. This? What's going on? Han Rusho was also a little stunned when she saw the scene. Let's go. Yi Yang naturally took the white hand of the somewhat dazed Yu Jia and smiled at her. Han Rusho nodded. The other spectators were also very curious. Curiosity is human nature. At this time, they all followed Ji Yang and the others out. At the door, the Pangu Hotel guards brought by the executives directly blocked all roads and traffic. The hundreds of executives lined up in front of the Minayoshi gate of Kyoto Kaiseki Flower Festival. With solemn brows, they seemed to be waiting for someone to appear. Takeda Kimoto came up to greet him as soon as he came out, and was ready to chat with a smile. Oh, Wu-san. Lee-san. Why are you all here? But halfway through, he found that no supervisor paid attention to him at all, and he was disappointed. He also knew in his heart that these people could not have come to see him. He had to sigh in resignation and stood by, confused, with his heart in turmoil. He couldn't figure out what happened. What happened? In the internal employee chat group, Pangu's employees asked repeatedly. I don't know. The supervisors led people to surround Kyoto Kaiseki Flower Chuan Minayoshi. It's hard to see clearly, but these supervisors are standing in a straight line at the door, as if waiting for someone. Oh. So many senior supervisors, with such impressive status, are actually standing in a line, waiting for someone. Then what about this person's identity? While discussing it, the figure of the young man finally stepped out slowly from the door. Second update. Takeda Kimoto looked at the young man walking out slowly, and seemed to feel something in his heart, and suddenly had a bad premonition. It's him. A bad premonition just appeared in his heart. The hundreds of senior managers were full of energy. They immediately stood up straight, raised their chests and raised their heads, and shouted in unison, welcome boss to come and guide our work. Hundreds of people said hello energetically. The sound shook the entire 21st floor. All the hotel employees outside who came to join in the fun were confused. What did they see? What did they hear? Hundreds of Pangu Hotel's strongest managers actually shouted "Boss" in unison. Not only these employees, but also the customers of the Kyoto Kaiseki Den Minikichi restaurant, Takeda Kimoto, Hanru Shou, etc., were all sluggish. The person they came to meet is indeed the legendary new boss of Pangu Hotel. Everyone looked intently. There were more or less rumors about Pangu Hotel changing its owner a few days ago. Some say it was obtained by top retired military bosses. It is also said that it was obtained by a retired super boss from the previous political circle in Zhonghai. There are rumors that the new boss has a net worth of several trillions. It is also said that this boss has connections with all walks of life and is a legend. At the top of China, various rumors have mythologized the new boss. The image of the new owner of Pangu Hotel has become extremely mysterious and noble in everyone's minds. But, now, he showed up. Everyone looked at the new owner of Pangu Hotel in stunned silence. All in disbelief. This is just a young man who looks to be in his early 20s. The scene fell into silence for a while. No one dared to be noisy and talkative in such an oppressive scene. Until Yi Yang nodded slightly and waved his hand, no need to be formal. Among the hotel's top brass, the most senior assistant store owners came out and said repeatedly, "Boss, you are here unexpectedly. And the hotel is not well prepared. Don't be surprised. Boss, are you satisfied with the operation of this hotel?" I saw several deputy store managers who could not find anyone in their office looking for connections on weekdays, and looked at Yi Yang indifferently. Takeda Kimoto felt very bad. Boss. That is to say, he just wanted to kick out the entire big boss of Pangu Hotel. This is like a dung beetle entering the toilet in the middle of the night, holding a lantern and looking for death. Shit. Han Rusho on the side covered her mouth and looked at Yi Yang. Boss, you are too strong. How many identities are you hiding behind this? Yi Yang glanced at the deputy directors indifferently and said coldly, "How was the experience?" The experience was very bad. Several deputy directors were immediately frightened by these words. The boss's words are not serious. Yi Yang and the others have heard about it and have a very high status. But how high exactly, they don't know. However, they know very well how terrifying it is to be the owner of Pangu Hotel. The one who can succeed him and get the ownership of Pangu Hotel will at least have the same status. How dare they disobey? However, they did not dare to ask what was wrong with Yi Yang, so they had to vent their anger on their subordinates, turned around and said angrily, "What's wrong with you? Didn't you hear Director Yi say that he felt bad? Check it out. For me. Put this, call me the shitty Japanese restaurant video. I want to see how they offended Director Yi. Are you so brave?" Yes, yes, yes. There was no need for anyone else to take action. Several executives who usually didn't even bother to accept gifts from Takeda Kimoto took it upon themselves to call up the video. Takeda Kimoto on the side knew that something was not going well, so he wanted to retreat into the crowd and run away. However, the surrounding roads were blocked by guards. Before he could escape, he was blocked and pushed back. No one had seen him until he ran away. At this moment, the deputy directors all said angrily, "Is this the owner of this store?" Drag me here. Several guards immediately escorted Takeda Kimoto over. Show it for yourself. What's going on in this video? When several deputy directors saw the video and briefly understood the situation with the guests at the scene, they immediately became furious. Half surprised, half angry. As for Okada Hayabusa, who caused the trouble. At the beginning, she was so frightened that she couldn't stand up straight. She was pulled to lie down at the door of the restaurant and couldn't stand up at all. He finally knew how much trouble he had caused. What he said about telling the restaurant to get out of the building was not a threat at all, but an opportunity given to him by pity. Seeing Okada Hayabusa, Takeda Kimoto became energetic and said repeatedly, "Yi saying, I'll fire him. He's just a bastard. I'll fire him immediately." Late. Several deputy directors sneered, "You have offended your boss and you want to end it so easily. Get out of Pangu Hotel before tonight. If you can't do it before 8 o'clock, we will help you do it. You can't do this." Takeda Kimoto's lips trembled. Isn't this just a matter of hurrying up and rescuing supplies before 8 o'clock? You can take as much as you can before 8 o'clock, otherwise the store will be destroyed. Keep pushing and I will blow up your store right now. A vice director with a hot temper yelled angrily. They are all angry. These days they are thinking about how to welcome the new chairman. The grand ceremony and program were almost rehearsed. But it was ruined by a small Japanese restaurant owner. Damn it, I must find a few guys to secretly remove his legs. I can't let him roll back to Japan intact. Several vice directors were secretly planning. Doing such a bloody thing openly would definitely damage the reputation of Pangu Hotel, but they didn't mention it. They didn't tell each other, so they didn't know each other's plans. It is estimated that when Takeda gets on the ship back to his country, his limbs will be in trouble. Now, let's talk about it. Whose territory is this? Yi Yang sneered and looked at Okada Hayabusa. And asked lightly. I. Okada Hayabusa trembled, and was so scared that she didn't respond immediately. Pa. A. Slap. Whose territory is this? Woo woo woo. Pa. Another slap. Pa. Just because he was slow to react at first, Yi Yang's first slap broke his teeth, and he couldn't respond at all. After more than a dozen slaps, he was half dead. He fainted from a concussion. Hiss. The boss is so cruel. Several vice directors were trembling inwardly. I thought their plan was cruel enough, but they didn't expect the boss to be even more cruel and start fighting in public. Tear down the store now. I'll take responsibility if there's any problem. Yi Yang stood up, said coldly, and walked out of the crowd with Hanru Shou. Yes. Several vice directors were stunned for a moment before they came to their senses and promised fiercely. First update. Hey. How can you do this? I am an important figure in Japan. Yamada-de looked at the messy scene in front of him and was furious. How dare you treat Japanese restaurants in China like this? I will ask for it immediately when I get back. Roll. Before Yamada-de could finish pretending, several guards slapped him aside. Yamada-de was confused until he fell to the side. He couldn't believe that these guards were so decisive. Not a trace of hesitation. Am I not as famous and important as I thought? But isn't this China? Didn't China have great respect for foreigners before, even a little humble? Depend on. I haven't been here for just over 10 years. Times have changed. I'm getting excited. Damn it, it's on fire. Yi Shenhao is so handsome. Strong blast. The hotel staff and restaurant customers around me felt so enthusiastic. When faced with such ambiguous issues before, they were usually resolved amicably. How could you ever be so stubborn? This time it was too hard. It's really refreshing to see. I just didn't expect that Yi Shenhao is also the real boss of Pangu Hotel. This identity is really layered. Like an onion, it's impossible to figure it out. It's a pity that there were too many guards just now, so we couldn't take a picture of Yi Shenhao's handsomeness. Although the scene was not captured clearly in the video, the scene became an instant hit online. Most people feel proud that they should be severely punished for doing such disgusting things in their damn little lives. However, many holy mothers said that they went too far. Then they get bombarded with comments. His parents were robbed and he became an orphan. Let me tell you, how many levels of identity does Yi Shenhao have? Have no idea. It's like a 1,000-layer cake, you never know which layer Yi Shenhao is on. Haha. Yi Shenhao can always do something unexpected for me. It's so awesome. Speaking of this, I seem to have just seen a video of a Chinese advertisement that went viral abroad. Really? Does this have anything to do with this matter? The star of this advertisement is Yi Shenhao. Holy crap, Yi Shenhao accepted the commercial. Have no idea. The layout is too small. Let me see, that advertising company is Yi Shenhao's, and it's more or less the same. Haha, it's just that Yi Shenhao doesn't even bother to accept a small amount of money from advertising, right? Yes, maybe the brand he endorses is his own. You really guessed this right. Damn it. I've really become a prophet. All werewolves, please don't come to kill me at night. Yi Shenhao shoots commercials? I haven't seen enough of his movies yet. Please give me a link, I want to watch them. Ditto. +1. Go to this website to see it, www. Thank you brother for your resources. Thank you, rushed. Let's charge. 4A. Time, Yi Yang's advertisement for Tanghong also became popular on the Chinese internet. Pangu Hotel, the best Chinese restaurant. Yi Yang, who had ordered hundreds of thousands of meals and drank 1,000,000 bottles of liquor, didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard this. What if I was born with a special physique like the protagonist of a fantasy novel? Then he must be a hot body. No matter where you go, you can always get trending in weird ways. Then create unexpected benefits and effects for yourself. Originally, Tanghong advertisement was for overseas markets, and there was another advertisement for China, but it was released later than the international version. Unexpectedly, because of what happened today, the overseas version suddenly became popular in China. He opened the hot search, curiously. I saw. So beautiful, so stunning, Tanghong the new star in China's luxury goods industry in the future. Words like these filled the eyeballs. Good guy. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head. I just saw it below the overseas version advertisement. This is the image that China should export. That's right. I'm so excited. Not to mention educated people. Even an uneducated person like me can feel the endless beauty in this advertisement. I really want to buy one. But I looked at my wallet and laughed to death. I can't afford it. Looking at the comments from foreign countries, it makes me extremely proud. This is the charm of Chinese culture. Yi Yang curiously turned to the internet and saw the comments of foreign friends on this advertisement. Beauty that I never imagined. I have always had an infinite longing for the mysterious East, and these clothing designs have completely embodied my longing. If I save up to $100,000, I must buy one. This is clothes? Are you sure this isn't a work of art? It's really shocking. I have already placed an order. The price of $100,000 is actually not expensive. I've also placed an order, but it's only 80,000 euros. It's really a huge profit to be able to buy such clothes. The best few handmade limited editions are so beautiful, but unfortunately I can't afford them. The price of all these pieces is 300,000 euros. I'll buy them. Art is priceless. Limited edition is the best. I want to buy them too. This share is not enough. I want to contact the seller. Increase the price by 100,000 euros. You are too disrespectful to art. I will directly pay 1 million euros for a limited edition. Yi Yang couldn't help but smile. Good guy. This set of limited editions has been hyped up to more than 1 million euros on the internet. Tang Hanzihui's ranking on the website that counts the sales of luxury goods on the internet has risen sharply. In just 2 days, he has passed all the way. Trampled a group of small luxury brands. The single-day sales ranking has even squeezed into the top 20. This is something that Chinese luxury brands have never done before. This has created history. Shou looked at the sales data with an unbelievable look on her face. In these 2 days, she has sold almost the clothes worth the previous market value of her company. This is amazing. It seems that the effect of 500 billion is still outstanding. Yi Yang smiled lightly. Shou was about to say something when her cell phone rang. Huh? Yi Yang looked at Shou's somewhat excited expression and raised his eyebrows. What's wrong? Paris Fashion Week has invited us. Shou stood up excitedly. This is the invitation she had dreamed of before. Only by standing on this kind of international competition show and winning a place can you truly enter the luxury circle. Don't make a fuss. In the future, when Chinese luxury goods become the international mainstream, Magic City Fashion Week will replace Paris Fashion Week and become the new authority in the fashion industry. Yi Yang said lightly. Second update. Yeah. Shou nodded vigorously. It's time for the world stage to return to the East. Paris Fashion Week is the most prestigious show in the international fashion industry today. Any brand is honored to be able to participate in Paris Fashion Week. As long as you can shine at Paris Fashion Week, you can basically gain a foothold in the luxury industry. It's just that time is a bit rushed. Paris Fashion Week will start soon. I just got the ticket now, so I'm a bit hasty to prepare. Shou didn't want to miss this hard-won opportunity. After dinner, she hurried back to her company to prepare for related matters. Yi Yang nodded. The momentum is almost there. It's really hot. As long as there is traffic support, even cats and dogs can become stars, and even TV dramas that are as bad as shit will be sought after by people. Not to mention this kind of quality things, it's hard not to be popular. After returning to Prince Gong's mansion, he was in a very happy mood. He opened a bottle of Romani Conti casually and turned on the live broadcast. He remembered that when he was going To launch Tang Hongzhi to slap GD in the face, there were a lot of rubbish talking behind his back. Some said that Chinese products were not good, and some said that the products were too expensive and no one would buy them. Some said that the clothes were ugly because they were blind. Even though many foreign-funded online traders were arrested, there were still many people who were kneeling and couldn't get up, and their thinking was still stuck in decades ago. He had to teach these people a lesson. What does it mean to keep up with the times? What does it mean that the times have changed? Yi Shenhao is on the air again. Yi Shenhao. What happened to those people who opened a restaurant? Are you really the boss of Pangu Hotel? The commercial you shot was so handsome. Well made. This is the first time I've watched in commercial back and forth for an hour. Enthusiastic fans poured in, and soon there were hundreds of thousands of people online in the live broadcast room. Yi Yang didn't pay attention to how those people were doing, and he probably was being beaten up in a corner. Now, Tang Hongzhi has become very popular overseas recently. As expected of Yi Shenhao. He keeps his word. That's right. A few days ago, Yi Shenhao just said that he would build a brand overseas, and he made this product popular directly. Too powerful. He is simply the strongest person who keeps his word. Yi Shenhao YYDS. The fans are all very emotional. It has not even been a week since Yi Yang said that he would build China's own luxury brand. Tang Hongzhi has become very popular overseas directly. A set of clothes cost 300,000 euros. But it has been hyped up to more than 1 million. It is enough to see how popular this brand is now overseas. This is too scary. What kind of strength is this? Yi Yang looked at these comments and smiled slightly. That is, a publicity channel built with 500 billion cash, how can it not be awesome? In just a few days, the original channel has not been built at all, and the influence of Jiangjing Company in the international publicity industry has already ranked among the top 3 in the daily traffic list. Once it is built, forget about the top 10 advertising companies. Even the biggest IPs of European and American cultural exports like BBC are afraid that they can't compete with Huaxiao Jiating. After all, although the BBC has a lot of annual funding, it is nothing compared to 500 billion Chinese yuan in cash. It's just that 500 billion in cash is too much. It will take a while to spend it all. It's impossible to spend it in one day. Yi Yang is also looking forward to it. When this complete and world's largest propaganda channel is built, what kind of influence will Jiating have in the world? Haha, what a bullshit influence. It must be bought with money. That's right, foreign countries are all aristocrats, they value heritage and glory, unlike China, where they are all nouveau riche and have no heritage at all. That's right. The things you bought with money are useless. As a luxury brand, even the lowest rate, third-rate fashion week can't be included? It's still too rubbish after all. That's right, you can't even get into a second-rate fashion week, can't get an influence score, and you still dare to say you are a luxury brand. It really makes me laugh. Not to mention first-rate fashion weeks like Milan Fashion Week. TSK, the above is right. I guess. If we spray him, he will spend money to buy tickets, and in a few days he will start broadcasting to announce that he got the tickets to a third-rate fashion show. It's useless. Except for the world-class fashion shows. That can't be bought with money, everything else is just bragging. The jealous dog and the orphan party surfaced again. They started to be sour and smearing. This kind of people are born and exist all the time. The meaning of their lives is to disgust others. But it is not illegal to disgust others. As long as his twisted heart does not want to admit it, no matter how well you do, he can find a way to criticize you. As long as his twisted heart wants to lick it, even if someone shits in his mouth and asks him to eat it, he can kowtow and thank the other party for the reward. This kind of brainless black is common in live broadcast rooms and book review areas. But unfortunately, they are destined to be slapped in the face. This time, Yang looked at the idiots below, with a faint smile on his face, and then quietly posted Tang Han Zhihui's invitation to Paris Fashion Week. Fuck. Paris Fashion Week invitation. Come and explain what Paris Fashion Week is? This is the most awesome fashion week in the fashion industry all over the world. Those stupid haters just said that they were all first-rate or second-rate fashion weeks. But Paris Fashion Week is the top one. The most awesome one. France is the most famous country for fashion, and the most romantic place in France is its capital, Paris. Paris Fashion Week originated in 1910. In order to hold Paris Fashion Week, even the Louvre Carousel Hall and the Tuileries Garden were opened as official show venues. Different from the exclusive nature of other fashion weeks, such as Milan, Paris Fashion Week is the most inclusive, inviting the hottest and most powerful newcomers from all over the world, designers and brands from all over the world to participate together. So it is also known as the most influential fashion show. Doesn't this mean that those who just talked about it have their faces swollen? It's more than swollen, it's directly beaten beyond recognition. Haha, shit, you said that he was not qualified to be on a third-rate fashion show, but when you see it, wow, the world's #1 directly sent him an invitation letter. Haha. Shit, I was drinking water, and I almost laughed out loud. The live broadcast room suddenly gave off a happy atmosphere. Haha, so what if you were invited? It's probably bought with money. Oh? Didn't you just say that it's impossible to buy above the first class? Just got slapped in the face, and slapped yourself again. First update. Here? A group of black men were dumbfounded. That's what I said just now, it has nothing to do with me now. That's it. So what if I'm a finalist? Now I haven't even won the lowest award. Do you want to start bragging? Haha, it's so funny. The shortlisting is already very strong, isn't it? Really, who are these people? They are so drunk. Don't bother with these bugs, they're disgusting. Fans were outraged. Yang looked at this scene and sneered. For some people, their knees have already grown on the ground. They cannot pull them out even if they want to, and they cannot wake up even if they scold them. The only useful thing is to use realistic facts to hammer them awake. This kind of shameless scoundrel will do more harm to them by letting them realize that they are wrong than just kicking them a few times. Therefore, Yang is ready to let them realize their mistakes first, then kick them hard. This Paris art exhibition is #1, I booked it. Yang smiled faintly, I will put a betting agreement on the website when I go back. If I can't do it, I will pay everyone who bets against me 10 times the stake. If you lose, you only need to pay 5 times. The deposit for participating in the betting agreement is 10,000 yuan. Damn. Yi Shenhao is so awesome. Awesome 666, my Yi Shenhao. Be tough, Lao Yi, fight these idiots to death. Fans were very excited when they heard about Yi Yang's plan. Haha, then you don't have to pay with your life. Then you're finished. I'm going to kill you by 1,000,000. You're laughing so hard, you're still in first place. It's great that you were shortlisted. And you're still in first place. You're laughing so hard that you're laughing so hard. When the black men heard this, they instantly became angry. What are you so arrogant about upstairs? I'm afraid you have a cleaner pocket than your face. Generally, people like you who love sex and don't respect the fruits of other people's work are moneyless people. Because you don't have a correct outlook on life, you can't make a fortune. That's right. I want to pay you back 1,000,000 yuan, you're such a talkative bitch. I'm afraid you won't even be able to come up with 10,000 yuan and you'll be so angry that you'll be so embarrassed. Without saying a word, Yi Yang directly asked the technical department to launch the gambling agreement process. As for the application part of the relevant departments behind it, given his identity and the positive significance of this matter, of course it was approved very quickly. After the program was launched, no one participated. It seems that these orphans who like to find their existence on the internet are indeed losers and have no money at all. I hate Yi Yang and want to slap him in the face. I have to borrow it for half a day even if I pay 10,000 yuan for admission. Sure enough, as time progresses, only then did a lot of funds come in. Yi Yang sneered. It seems that I have seen the ending of these people. On the other side, Tang Hongzhi also became busy. Needless to say, Han Rushou's interest in Paris Fashion Week goes without saying. Make relevant preparations, quickly. As one of the brand ambassadors, Yi Yang, of course, has to come in person. Take my plane. Yi Yang waved his hand. Is your plane big enough? Han Rushou said a little uncertainly. If my plane is not big enough, then probably no one in the world has a big enough plane. Yi Yang said with great confidence. Wow. Han Rushou expressed shock. Is it true? Let's go into the house and show you. Yi Yang waved his hand. Ah? After Han Rushou realized what she was doing, her face turned red with embarrassment and she said in a state of confusion, oh. Bad boss. Ha ha. Yi Yang pinched Han Rushou's little face. I'm teasing you. I'll take you to my private airport. Han Rushou was even more stunned. Soon, members of Tang Hongzhi who participated in this Paris Fashion Week also had clothing and props. All were delivered to the airport. The F-1000 parked calmly in the center of the airport. Its huge size and strange shape made everyone gasp. Is this the super-large plane that the boss said? It's really extraordinary. All the employees of Tang Hongzhi had never had such a vision before, and they were all amazed at this time. Putting all the luggage, props, fashion, etc. into the storage compartment of the F-1000 only takes up a very small part. Only after entering it can you feel how big and complicated the inside of this ship is. A group of employees said that they were stabbed in the butt, their eyes were opened. The speed of the F-1000 is unrivaled in civil aviation. Even in military aviation, it is difficult to surpass as long as it is not a fighter jet. However, Yi Yang didn't want to arrive too quickly. After all, although he has been rich for a long time, this is indeed the first time in his life that he has been to France. With his current status, there is no need for him to handle minor matters such as visas. Sitting on a plane and enjoying the beautiful scenery along the way is also very pleasing to the eye. The majestic scenery cannot be believed unless you see it with your own eyes. The feeling of overlooking the entire world from a high altitude is refreshing every time. Of course, the most comfortable thing is the relaxing in-flight SPA, where you can overlook the beautiful scenery under the careful care of the two beautiful captains. The magnificence and delicacy flow into my mind at the same moment. It makes people feel the ultimate enjoyment. Paris Charles de Gaulle International Airport. Yi Yang's arrival was received with the highest standards. Gulfstream or Centurion Black Card members will be treated with courtesy when they come here. Not to mention that he is the boss of Gulfstream and the minister of the Centurion Club. The highest VIP channel of the airport was opened for him. The group walked through the channel and got on a fleet of Rolls-Royce luxury cars. These were all provided by the Centurion Club. The Rolls-Royce fleet drove through the streets of Paris, attracting people's attention. Oh my God! Which rich man is going out again? This is too romantic. When will you get me a fleet like this, to travel around the world? Aren't my roses romantic? Not as romantic as Rolls-Royce. After arriving in Paris, Yi Yang clearly felt a cultural landscape that was different from that of China. Whether it was the architectural style or the humanities, it was obviously very different from that in China. It was quite interesting to look at new things occasionally. After arriving at the Platinum Hotel, Yumomo handed the tablet to Yi Yang. She knew that according to the boss's temper, every time he arrived at a new place, he would buy a residence to represent that he had been there. So, along the way, she also collected and selected many luxury houses and villas in Paris, and compiled them into a report for Yi Yang to choose. Yi Yang flipped through it casually. The ones in the front list were ordinary luxury houses, each of which was only about 300 million yuan in Chinese currency. He was too lazy to look at them and skipped them directly. Yumomo shrugged, and knew it was like this. Second update. Yumomo stuck out his tongue. But, there is value only when there is comparison. Don't let the boss see that. There are about 300 million cheap houses in Paris, called luxury houses. He should think that the luxury house he is looking for later is too cheap. I have always thought that foreign countries are capitalist societies, with wealthy plutocrats everywhere, and even control society and the country. Expensive properties and villas should be even more outrageous than in China. Yi Yang curled his lips and glanced at them. They seemed to be almost the same. The two most famous ones are located in the 16th arrondissement of Paris, the most prestigious area in France and rated as one of the top 10 richest areas in the world. It was once the favorite house of rock king Johnny, and is now priced at less than 300 million euros. That's less than 3 billion Chinese coins. The other is the Louis XIV castle that the Saudi royal family bought for 500 million euros. The Saudi royal family is sitting on the oil vein, and it is a royal family system. They are definitely not interested in money. Even if you pay 10 times 5 billion euros to buy the Louis XIV castle, you may not be able to sell it. On the contrary, this super mansion in the Louis XVI area is too expensive. After the previous owner left, there is no owner yet, so you can consider buying it. Foreign countries have a combined history of less than 2,000 years and have not experienced many dynasties. Castles and mansions with historical heritage that have been passed down for many generations are extremely popular among wealthy people. The older this mansion gets, and the more wealthy people or people of noble blood have lived there, the more popular it becomes. Hee, I know these two houses are the only ones that can catch your eye, boss. Umo smiled. And boss, you actually want this Louis XIV castle more, right? Umomo raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. Those who know me are silent. Yi Yang also smiled. Do you have any idea? It's an opportunity. Umomo said, after Tang Hongzhihui's advertisement became popular in foreign countries, there was also a crown prince in Saudi Arabia who was very, very interested in it. He just contacted me and said that he wanted to discuss the acquisition of Tang Hongzhihui. Open a price of tens of billions of euros. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. This Saudi man spent money as much as he did. He had no idea about money at all. Today, the market value of Tang Hongzhihui is almost estimated at 40 billion Chinese coins. The other party directly purchased more than twice the full capital. If it were another owner, he would definitely feel that he was getting a big deal. After all, at this price, he could acquire an old luxury brand, a cash cow like Armani. Armani raised funds some time ago and was valued at around 10 billion euros. What's more, Tang Hongzhihui is just a new brand, and it's not certain whether it will be able to stand up in the future. If it sells it at twice the market price, it will make a lot of money. But, alas, what he met was Yi Yang. Yi Yang, you're not short of money either. Boss, what do you think? Umo asked with a smile. In the future, Tang Hongzhihui will be an important pillar of Chinese cultural output in my mind, which cannot be measured by money. Yi Yang waved his hand. So, I think the boss can negotiate with the crown prince. Umomo saw Yi Yang raising his eyebrows in interest, and told him his plan. Yi Yang nodded slightly. It's okay, As he was talking, Umomo's phone rang. After Umomo picked up the phone, he said with some embarrassment, the Saudi crown prince called directly to ask. Yi Yang nodded slightly, hands-free. Wei. Is this Yi Xiansen? When he opened his mouth, he actually spoke Chinese, which sounded like camel. Yi Yang smiled. As long as they spoke Chinese together, a sense of intimacy would naturally arise. This is the unique charm of Chinese culture. Who are you? Yi Yang asked. My name is Abdullah Abbas, the fourth Saudi crown prince. Prince Saud said. Ah, Sparta, ah no, Abbas. Yi Yang sorted himself out in his mind before smiling. Mr. Abbas came to me to talk about Tang Hongzhihui? Yes, yes. I have loved Chinese culture since I was a child. After seeing this Tang Hongzhihui advertisement, I immediately fell in love with its design style. I hope you can give it up. 10 billion euros is just a casual saying yes, you can make another price if you like. Yi Yang touched his chin and said calmly, I'm not interested in money. Forehead. On the other end of the phone, in the magnificent Saudi palace, the Saudi prince was stunned on the spot. Interesting, interesting. He knocked on the back of his chair. This was the first time he heard someone say that he was not interested in money, except for his family members. Even the top plutocrats in the United States have more money than the Saudi royal family, but their eyes are bright when it comes to money. He checked Yi Yang's background, and it was very strong. From what he found out, his strength alone was no weaker than some of the top tycoons in the United States. It seems that Mr. Yi is different from those common people in America. Abdullah Abbas laughed. Huh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. thinking that the other party was going to increase the price and try to use money to influence him. I didn't expect that it would directly involve the United States. The Saudi prince's thinking is quite erratic. Since you are the same as me, you are not interested in money. I will take out my plan B. Abdullah said confidently. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. I found out that you are in Paris right now. It happens that I also have a lot of properties in Paris. As long as Tang Han Zhihui is willing to sign a long-term special agreement with our royal family, then you can choose any of my properties for exchange. Abdullah said. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. This idea coincided with what Momo had just proposed. Tell me more specifically? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and asked. Every year, 1/3 of the most precious and awesome clothes produced by Tang Han Zhihui are specially supplied to the Saudi royal family. We will purchase them at the highest price in the market. The Saudi prince kept saying. He is not afraid of spending money, but he is afraid of not being able to grab the latest models every year. After rich people have a certain amount of money, they won't talk about the price of the things they love. If one of his favorite styles is acquired by a rich person, even if he has money, he won't be able to buy it. As long as he signs this contract, he can at least be guaranteed to get Tang Han Zhihui's latest models every year. This is very worthwhile for him. Can. Yi Yang thought for a while and agreed. Now Tang Han Zhihui is in the stage of building a reputation. Although the quality is good enough and it will become popular sooner or later, no one would mind making it popular faster. The title of reaching a long-term cooperation with the Saudi royal family and signing a special contract is obviously a huge gimmick. It can be used as a golden sign to promote. It can be said that everyone gets what they need and has the best of both worlds. Ha ha ha, that's great. Prince Saud laughed loudly and said, I am very happy. Tell me, which industry in Paris do you want me to give as a gift? First update. I won't take advantage of you. I'll give you 500 million euros in exchange for the Louis XIV castle. Yi Yang got straight to the point. This Saudi prince sounds quite frank, so he doesn't need to hide anything. Haha. If you can agree to my request, you're my friend. It's just a castle. I have castles all over the world. I haven't lived there much since I bought them. They're empty anyway, so I'll give them to you, brother. Yi. The Saudi prince is obviously in a good mood now. Oh, it's just a small amount of 500 million. Or 600 million euros, why bother about a few melons and dates? Call me if you have anything in the future. I'm hanging up first. Yi Yang was stunned. What a guy. The one who taught the Saudi prince Chinese. Must be a fellow from northeast China. He was still holding back and spoke with a camel accent, but after getting familiar with him, he immediately became friendly. He even used to say words like a few melons and dates. He smiled and shook his head, and had a good impression of this Saudi prince. Open-minded. He's a real person. Okay, he stood up, pack up and move to Louis XIV castle tomorrow. They also booked a presidential suite at the Platinum Hotel. One night is equivalent to about 200,000 or 300,000 Chinese yuan. Of course, it is definitely lower than the castle living experience. However, the money has been spent, and it is not bad to experience the living feeling of different places and recall the past. Yi Yang soaked in the blue pool of the presidential suite. Han Shou sat opposite in a bikini, discussing the recent schedule in Paris and the process of Fashion Week. On the water, precious fruits and expensive wines floated. This year's Paris Fashion Week, each product has its own heat statistics table. Evaluators give the final score based on the heat table heat and their own comprehensive evaluation. If you can rank in the top 10, you will be awarded the Honor Medal of Paris Fashion Week. The top 3 will get the Silver Medal. The first place in each session will be certified with the Fashion Gold Award. It represents the level of brand strength to become the world's fashion leader. Shou introduced. Yeah. Jiangjing nodded slightly. How is this popularity generated? It depends on sales. Shou said, when a brand is popular enough, and the brand has the ability to bear and digest so many orders, it can prove its strength. After knowing it roughly, Jiangjing also nodded slightly. After knowing that he could be on the Paris Fashion Week, Jiangjing took a few more advertisements and promotional pictures about the Fashion Week, which would probably come in handy at that time. The Fashion Week is very close. He casually opened his mobile phone and looked at the gambling background. It must be said that there are still many people who hate the country. The gambling funds have reached 200 million. At least more than 10,000 people participated in the gambling. Giving this kind of scum a good lesson is what the country wants to see, and this is the positive significance of this matter. Of course, there are many speculators here. They are sure that he can't get the first place in Paris Fashion Week, so they invest money to make a fortune. After all, a tenfold rebate is more profitable than any business. Just about to exit the gambling program. I saw that. The betting fund suddenly rose to 10 billion. He raised his eyebrows and laughed. This new bettor is none other than GD, who blatantly registered the name. This brand that insults China is so bold. The key is that there are still many foreign slaves kneeling under the post, groveling, looking as disgusting as they can be. Invest 9.5 billion, that is, 1 billion euros, to bet with me? Jiangjing laughed. The annual sales of the entire GD company are 2 billion euros, and the market value is about 30 billion euros. The cash flow of the entire company is also 5 or 6 billion euros. Directly take out 1/5 to bet with yourself. Haha, it seems that this brand is really thief-hearted. A few days ago, the GD brand just published a promotional advertisement that disrespected China and was blasted by netizens. Not only did he not apologize, the designer even went further and said that the Chinese were shit and gangsters. So tough. Obviously, he was furious because of the recent setback in sales and company market value in China, and wanted to find someone who was against him to slap him in the face. Now it seems that they have set their sights on Tang Hongzhi. Didn't you say you wanted to create China's own brand? I will kill your own brand, so you have to buy mine. I am the only one who has it. You have to buy it even if you don't want to. Below the news of GD's bet, there was also a message. A mere new brand dares to challenge GD, an old luxury brand with a long history and infinite heritage. Just wait for the loss. GD has won the first place in this Paris Fashion Week. Jiangjing sneered, is this a declaration of war? Shou had swam over at some point, and was furious when she saw the news on the screen, but she still said, GD's strength is still unquestionable. It is a very powerful brand and is the favorite to win the Paris Fashion Week this time. Oh? Jiangjing raised his eyebrows. How many favorites are there this time? 5, but we are not one of them. Han Rusho shook her head. In any case, for the foreign luxury fashion commentary community, Tang Hongzhihui is just a rising star. Even if the advertisement is loud and everyone likes it for a while. But these old nobles naturally don't want to accept it. After all, the promotion of the new nobles will threaten the status of the old nobles, and they all want to squeeze Tang Hongzhihui out. Especially, Tang Hongzhihui is still a Chinese brand. Chinese-style luxury goods are still a blank in the international market. As long as Tang Hongzhihui succeeds, there will be countless brands imitating it to challenge these old nobles. That will be a very headache for them. So, this time, although Tang Hongzhihui is only targeted by GD on the surface, but the real hidden opponent is the whole world. All the existing old luxury brands challenge the international old nobles, challenge the European and American aesthetics, let the beauty of the East truly gain a foothold in the international market, and lay the first hurdle for the export of Chinese culture. You know, there are many civilizations in the world, including African civilization, Middle Eastern civilization, Latin American civilization, European and American civilization, Chinese civilization, and so on. Europe and America are just a few countries, and they cannot represent more than 200 countries. However, Europe and America are the only countries that are exporting culture internationally. It is time for China to join this cultural war. Boss, have a good rest. I am afraid that the Paris Fashion Week will not be easy. Han Rusho looked at Yi Yang with a sharp gaze, and a feeling of admiration rose in her heart. Second update. It was this man who brought her dream into reality step by step. Until now, she has stood in front of the highest palace of fashion in the world. This was something I couldn't even dream of before. Han Rusho's hand trembled slightly. She was deeply in love and couldn't help but kiss her. Yi Yang's heart also flashed. This was in an indoor pool, with a mild temperature, a gorgeous atmosphere, and smoothness at your fingertips. Those are the beginning of crime. Once the fire is ignited, it is difficult to extinguish it. The water splashes rise and fall together, and small waves turn into giant waves. Concentrate and reach the top. A flash of crimson rose from the bottom of the water. Han Rusho has no experience, but Yi Yang has experienced hundreds of battles and developed two sides at once. The joy quickly replaced the pain, causing Han Rusho to fall into an incredible frenzy. After a long time, the pool fell into silence. Yi Yang scratched his head. He originally planned to let Han Rusho have a good rest, but in the end, he couldn't hold it back. But now I am exhausted and go to sleep. A good sleep seems to replenish my energy. Yes, it is like that. He scratched his head, wiped Han Rusho's body, put it on the bed, and slept together. The next day, he took everyone to the castle of Louis XIV. The castle is huge and requires a good walk. Buying the castle comes with a 60-acre garden. In the garden, even if it is only early spring, you can see hundreds of flowers blooming. Meticulously manicured and designed by the world's top masters, the greenery is pleasing to the eye just by looking at it. A typical European classical garden layout. It does not have the splendor and majesty of Prince Gong's palace, but it still has a unique flavor, revealing the sense of grace and wealth of the French aristocrats in the Middle Ages. This mansion is modeled after an old aristocratic house in the 17th century, but it was not built very long ago. The internal facilities are very advanced. The lighting is also very good. The living area is 8,000 square meters, including the external gardens, castle walls, statues. It's impossible to estimate, supporting roads, and the like. As a master of materials and an all-around secretary, UMOMO naturally prepared lessons very well. This is located in the Acropolis of Versailles, so it's not too far to go to the Fashion Week venue. Han Shou asked. No, I will send a helicopter to pick you up when the time comes. It will be there soon. Yi Yang waved his hand. Versailles is very close to Paris. If compared domestically, the distance from Versailles to Paris is far less than the distance from the Fifth Ring Road to the city center. Well, Han Shou was speechless for a moment. She had actually forgotten what a boss her boss was. The distance was nothing. According to the speed of the F-1000, even if I want to go to Antarctica tonight, I can just go. If you have money, the world is within your reach. Without money, I have to walk from the village to the town to go to the market. Is this really a mansion? After walking around outside and even before entering the palace, Han Shou and the employees were all dumbfounded. The most outrageous thing is that this Louis XIV castle has its own moat. This is absolutely amazing. Not only is there a moat, there's also a fucking underwater meditation room underneath it. The entire meditation room is surrounded by a moat and a huge aquarium. Being in it is like being in the deep sea. Sitting on the sofa, you can watch the sturgeons and carp in the quiet river in a daze. Not to mention the employees, even. The boss Han Shou has never experienced this feeling before. Only Yi Yang remained calm. After all, he is also a man who has seen strong winds and waves. After wandering around for a long time, I finished shopping outside and walked into the interior of the mansion. The interior of the mansion retains the atmosphere of the Renaissance. All kinds of murals and artworks that look cool and valuable at first glance, but don't make sense on closer inspection, decorate the entire room with style. Vast space, luxurious decoration. Everything tells the extraordinary story of Louis XIV's castle. This is the castle's aquarium. Yumomo took the group for a walk. The living area alone is 8,000 square meters. Let alone other areas. The entire castle, including the basement, has 4 floors. The basement was developed into a century-old wine cellar. The style is very retro, and the treasures inside are all extremely expensive and luxurious red wines. Steam room and sauna, massage room, ballroom, living room, kitchen, home theater, wine cellar, indoor squash court, indoor swimming pool, and spa. The Louis XIV castle was designed with advanced technology in mind. All electrical appliances and lights in the home can be controlled through a mobile phone. Even if Yi Yang is not at home in the future, he can remotely control all the electrical appliances in the home as he wishes. Take a walk around. The employees were all in a state of sluggishness. Is this the super mansion where the top rich live? It's incredible. Okay, after visiting my castle, everyone must be exhausted. Let's go to the cellar to get a few bottles of wine and have dinner. Yi Yang smiled and waved. Soon, the century-old red wine that had been collected was brought up. These employees had never drank such high-end red wine before, and they were all too frightened to raise their glasses. However, when Yi Yang raised a toast, they did not dare not to drink with him. With nervousness and excitement, they drank perhaps the most expensive glass of wine in their lives. Tonight's dinner is also pure French. Since we are already in a French castle, it is quite ceremonial to have a French meal in the castle. Because this meal is made by the chef in the castle, only the cost is paid. So it is very cheap. Including the wine, the cost is only about 10 million. There are countless guest rooms in the castle, and Tanghanger Huis staff are arranged casually. If it is based on the hotel standard, staying in Louis XIV castle for one day will start at least 1 million. This employee welfare is simply the best of all the big companies in the world. My experience today is enough for me to brag about for the rest of my life. It's enough for 3 lives, haha. My house is less than 1 million, and the value of staying here for one night is higher than the house I have to pay for a mortgage for 30 years. It's so real. The employees cherish this treatment very much and couldn't sleep all night because of excitement. Fortunately, there are still a few days before the fashion week, otherwise, let alone this mental state, even the dark circles under the eyes would be enough to deduct points. In the next few days, the employees went to the fashion week to set up, familiarize themselves with the venue, familiarize themselves with the fashion, and rehearse. Yi Yang and the beautiful secretary, beautiful bodyguard, beautiful housekeeper, beautiful subordinates and other beauties familiarized themselves with the newly purchased Louis XIV castle. By the way, he and the girls left their own unique marks in every place in the castle. They had an extremely happy time. In the underwater meditation room, Yi Yang sat in meditation in loose pajamas. The girl who had just put on her clothes looked over from the side. Master Fashion Week will start tonight, first update. Oh? Yi Yang opened his eyes. Okay, stop pretending to be serious. Shou Qingxian patted Yi Yang's head. You were just fucking me, but now you're pretending to be a meditation master. Is this an alternative cosplay? This. Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Xianxian was still so straightforward. After that, he followed Shou Qingxian out of the meditation room. He stepped on the helicopter, met up with Yumomo and other girls, and flew to the Paris Fashion Week venue. The helicopter landed on the specially built helipad on the banks of the Seine. Yi Yang and a group of girls walked down the helipad and instantly attracted countless attention. Foreigners have open views on matters between men and women. Paris is also the so-called romantic capital. As long as you are beautiful, you don't know how many flowers and confessions you will receive every day. Yi Yang and the girls around him. They are all the most beautiful among men and women. One is handsome and a bunch of beautiful. In addition, they walked down from the helicopter. Suddenly, a rain of roses and countless confessions of love fell in the field. Although they were all spoken in French or English. Yi Yang had passed the English Level 6 exam after all, and he was a computer major, so he was very familiar with English. But French was a bit confusing. System, is there any black technology that can help me master other languages? Yi Yang asked. The system has always been very concerned about Yi Yang's purchases. There are too many related black technologies. The host can search for language black technologies in the system mall and choose related products. The system said. Yi Yang followed the system's instructions and entered the mall page. After searching, he found that there were indeed many related black technologies. The cheap one, which is worth a few dozen face, is the real-time language converter, but it needs to be worn all the time, which is really too low. The more advanced one has language potions. After taking the potion, you can understand the language that you can't understand, and then quickly master the other party's language. But now taking out the potion to give yourself an injection is always a bit strange. He finally set his sights on the last item. Konjac chocolate. After eating, the effect is the same as the above medicine, but there is no need to suffer the pain of needles, so it is more expensive. Damn, 2 pieces of chocolate cost 1,000 face value. Yi Yang shook his head, but still bought it. After eating, as expected, the content of the people around him was instantly understood. He is simply a perfect male god. The way he eats chocolate is so romantic. My blood pressure rises. Are these girls gods? Fashion Week is amazing. Every time Fashion Week is held, there will be many handsome men and beautiful women coming. There are also many whistling sounds one after another. Yi Yang smiled. Under the crowd, they stood out. And on the other side, GD, the fashion staff of Dolce & Gabbana, also arrived. Fuck. I thought driving a luxury car here would be enough to attract attention, but they actually drove a helicopter here. Damn it. The limelight was stolen. This time, the headquarters gave us the task of sniping Tang Hongzhi. It doesn't matter whether we win the award or not, but it is very important to the headquarters if they don't win the award. That's right. Now, in the Chinese public opinion circle, the other party represents those who support domestic luxury goods, and the other part is our supporters. As long as we smash Tang Hongzhi and step on them, we can defeat their confidence. And our Dolce & Gabbana can still do business in China. The president is so smart. All the GD employees looked at Yi Yang and his party with a sneer. Yi Yang obviously also noticed the luxury car with the logo of the other company. The two groups met before entering the gate of the Louvre. Yo, isn't this Mr. Yi? With such a high status, he actually came to see a small fashion show in person. The person at the head of the line was obviously a traitor. He was obviously a Chinese, but he ran out to be a dog for others. Of course, the other party should be an American now, not even a Chinese, but a foreign friend. If you can't speak, shut your asshole. If you say another disgusting word, I will immediately make you unable to speak again. Shou Qingxian looked at the second devil, coldly. She was a killer who was always on the battlefield of foreign mercenaries, but she still had patriotism. What face did this kind of traitor have to shout here? Haha, Boss Yi is a famous international figure after all. He is so uncultured, but he will. The second devil wanted to be sarcastic. Shou Qingxian kicked him directly. Kicked the second devil away, his teeth were broken and blood was all over the ground. The executives of Dolce & Gabbana didn't expect that Yi Yang would dare to let his subordinates fight in a place like the Louvre in Paris, regardless of his status and position. In their opinion, this was too incredible. Mr. Yi, you are too barbaric. I must denounce you. The executives were so frightened that they could not speak clearly. It is only natural for people to teach a beast a lesson. Yi Yang glanced at several senior executives of Dolce & Gabbana, and a sneer rose from the corner of his mouth. It's better than you beasts in human clothing, eating other people's food and daring to insult the master. Who gave you food? You. All the senior executives were speechless. After all, they made insulting remarks to Hua first. If they really wanted to confront each other at this time, they still felt a little guilty. In addition, Yi Yang is not like them, who pretend to be noble on the surface, but are dirty on the inside. He is absolutely a man of temperament. If he is unhappy, he will hit you twice in the presidential palace, and he will do it directly without any scruples. Such people, who only care about interests, cannot understand. They are afraid. If they say something wrong, they will be kicked away later, which is not worth the loss. Haha, Mr. Yi. You have to prepare the funds for compensation in the gambling agreement in advance. Don't be unable to pay the money when the time comes. GD's senior executive said. You don't need to worry about this. 10 billion euros is nothing to me. Yi Yang glanced at the other party lightly. When you lose this time, you can apply for bankruptcy liquidation. Haha. Several executives couldn't help laughing. Although Tang Hongzhi has been very popular recently. But after all, he is too young. It has been less than half a month since he was exposed to the public. How can he compete with a luxury brand with a deep foundation like them? And win a gold medal? It's simply a fantasy. Too funny. The rise of Tang Hongzhi in the future may be inevitable, and even according to the current publicity efforts, it is inevitable to surpass them in the future. But it will never be. This time. Yi Yang looked at their eyes and chuckled. The ending will explain everything. See you at the venue. Second update. Then we'll see. Arturo, the executive leading the Dolce & Gabbana team, sneered, you really don't know how high the sky is and how deep the earth is. After that, he entered the venue with his entourage. Yi Yang never took the other party seriously. He just chuckled and looked at the Louvre in front of him. He is confident in Chinese culture, and he is even more confident in China. The crown of this fashion week, Tang Hongzhi, is unstoppable. The building in front of him is very eye-catching, very similar to the pyramids of Egypt. It's just made of transparent glass. The Louvre is known as one of the 4 major museums in the world. Famous all over the world. It displays countless world treasures and even national treasures of various countries that were robbed from other civilizations and countries by force and bullying the weak when France was glorious. After all, the history of his own country is a little short and the place is a little small. If you want to fill such a large museum, you must rely on robbing. Yi Yang looked at this scene indifferently. Sooner or later, France will take the initiative to return those national treasures because of China's strength. And this day will not be too far away. He could buy these treasures now. But, who would spend money to buy back their own things? He was more determined to get the first place here today. He wanted to let everyone know. The East is no longer the East. It used to be. The Louvre Carousel Hall is a venue specially prepared for Paris Fashion Week. Models and staff from various companies are preparing backstage. The audience has already sat in the viewing seats. At the front sits a group of judges. There are a total of 19 judges, and only one Chinese face. Behind the judges are the executives of various companies and the bosses attending the meeting. The seat prepared for Yi Yang by Fashion Week is also very close to the front, closest to the jury, and can be said to be one of the best positions besides the jury. Obviously, Yi Yang's international status is extremely high. Paris Fashion Week dare not neglect it. However, other established brands are not happy. No matter what Yi Yang's identity is. After all, Tang Hongzhi is still Just a small, unknown company, and has no status in the international luxury goods industry. Why can the representative seats be ranked ahead of them? Especially the Dolce & Gabbana delegation that came in right after Jiangjing, their faces were black with anger. They just sat right behind Jiangjing's ass. Many of the brand representatives who were ranked behind Tang Hongzhi protested. The organizer of Paris Fashion Week came over and said lightly, "Don't talk about Mr. Ye's true identity." Even in the fashion industry, in addition to Tang Hongzhi, who participated in the competition, Mr. Ye also represented Vacheron Constantin and Stuart Master Workshop. Now, do you dare to refute it? A group of people who wanted to protest just now were suddenly silent. Vacheron Constantin and Patek Philippe are basically the top brands of luxury goods. In the fashion industry, watch brands are the best. They don't need to attend any fashion shows anymore. Professional watch sellers don't bother to come to such a place where clothes are sold. A watch costs tens of millions, hundreds of millions, or even hundreds of millions. What kind of clothes can be sold at such a value? What fashion industry? They directly represent the pinnacle of the luxury industry. Even if we ignore the influence of Vacheron Constantin, the identity of the owner of the Stuart Workshop alone is enough to sit here. Although it is just a private workshop, its reputation, status, and glory are undeniable by anyone in the industry. If Master Stuart personally came to participate in this fashion show, these people would have to step back. After all, Fashion Week is still about design concepts. Master Stuart is one of the strongest design concepts in the world. However, since Fashion Week is basically a commercial show, these real masters are too lazy to participate in commercial activities for the purpose of selling clothes. After all, for them, designing a few clothes casually is an income of tens of millions of euros. The money is not bad, just pursue art. Of course, if they give too much, it is not impossible to sacrifice art. But this too much is obviously not something that ordinary people can afford, at least, Paris Fashion Week can't afford it. Sit down. The person in charge of Paris Fashion Week said in a low voice, "If you don't want to attend the meeting, I can completely disqualify you on the spot." The heads of these troubled brands were speechless. They spent money to get a seat in the show, and being kicked out would be a loss for the company. They can't afford it. So, they could only sit back and look at Jiangjing with fear. They were more or less afraid of Tang Hongzhi, the newly rising dazzling star, and all checked the relevant background. Naturally, they also checked Jiangjing. The best information about Jiangjing in the international community is the boss of Shou Company. After all, Shou Company is too famous now. This unprecedented game company, relying on unprecedented advanced technology, has made the United States helpless in its growth, and even sanctions cannot be imposed. Today, Shou has become the undisputed largest game manufacturer in the world. Its market value has officially reached $1 trillion. $1 trillion. What does that mean? Nearly 7 trillion Chinese yuan. You know, even Apple, which is known as changing the world and making the world excited, is internationally famous and one of the leaders among the giant companies in the United States. Its market value is only $2.5 trillion. Shou's size is now close to half of Apple's. This game company from China, the east of the world, has refreshed all foreign capitalists' understanding of China. Before this, the most powerful company in China, Tingshuan, had a market value of only 4 trillion Chinese yuan, About 700 billion US dollars in market value. In the eyes of all foreign capital, Chinese companies, except those state-owned giants, individual enterprises, cannot exceed the scale of 1 trillion US dollars. And Shou broke their cognition. Became the first Chinese superlarge private company that truly shocked all the investment, capital, and chaebols in the world. Such an identity is enough to make any foreign boss in awe. Of course, apart from the boss of Shou, they couldn't find anything else. At most, they found that he was the leading actor of the movie with the highest box office in the history of film, and the boss of Huabua Film and Television Company, with a domestic market value of 100 billion Chinese yuan. As for the identities of the owner of Lafite Winery, the owner of Thor Military Company, the controlling shareholder of Gulfstream, the absolute director of Johnson & Johnson Pharmaceuticals, the director of Centurion Club, and the boss of Huaya Investment, they are extremely difficult to find out. The deepest hurricane group is even more beyond the reach of people of their level. I originally thought that the boss of Shou was his only identity, until I found out his identity as a star and a film and television boss. I originally thought that he could only do these two things at most, and it was impossible for him to do more. He has already controlled Vacheron Constantin and Stewart Master Workshop, and has long stood at the top of the luxury fashion industry. Many bigwigs present were all stunned. It's numb. First update. Originally, I thought he was a newbie, and his relationship was more mature than ours. Can't afford to offend, can't afford to offend. A group of small luxury brands gave up on the spot and sat peacefully where they should sit, trembling. As for the other luxury brands, they all thought it over before sitting back and preparing to take a closer look at the situation. Only a few executives of Dolce & Gabbana felt very unhappy when they looked at Yi Yang. So what if you are awesome? You are here on behalf of Tang Hongzhihui this time. Such a little-known small business just doesn't deserve to be ranked in front of us. But it's a pity that the organizer of Paris Fashion Week is a bastard who is determined to lick Yi Yang. There is nothing they can do. The organizers of Paris Fashion Week are French, and Dolce & Gabbana is an Italian company. It is only natural that they will be kicked out of the venue if they are angered. Very angry. But there is no way. In the end, they could only sit down angrily. Snort. Let's rely on strength to speak for a while. Soon. A brightly and coquettishly dressed host, who at first glance seemed to be in line with Europe's modern and avant-garde aesthetic, came on stage. Good evening everyone, Paris Fashion Week is about to enter a new edition tonight. In this session, we attracted more than 100 companies or individual designers to participate in our show, and we selected the brands that we think are the most distinctive and representative of the fashion and luxury industries, and then promoted them to the world. Tonight, the world is watching us, and tonight, we will change the world. After the gorgeous speech, the beautiful BGM sounded. The background wall behind him also lit up. The logo of each company brand lights up on the background wall. Although the seats were arranged at the front according to Yi Yang's status. However, on the background wall, Tang Hongzhihui was ranked at the bottom. There is nothing that can be done about this. After all, it has only been more than half a month since Tang Hongzhihui became popular. The rankings here rely on sales data from previous years. Tang Hongzhihui has only been in business for half a month, and of course there is no way he can compete with other brands in sales for a year. However, the comparison tonight is the sales volume from the start of the game to the end of the statistics. At this point, Tang Hongzhi may not lose. Yi Yang looked at the big screen. Paris Fashion Week is about to officially begin, and Tang Hongzhi's war in the international luxury fashion industry is about to begin. As the host's words fell, the first contestant appears. Burberry is the world-famous luxury brand. Yi Yang looked at the fashion models in the queue. Models wearing this kind of clothing would generally not choose those with two stunning faces. The makeup doesn't look too good either. Because if super beauties are allowed to walk on the catwalk, the beauty of the clothes themselves will be ignored, and they will lose sight of one thing and not know whether they are looking at their faces or their clothes. However, if your face is not good looking, you have to make up for it with your figure. Generally, models are found based on fashion tailoring. It can best highlight the characteristics of fashion. This means that these models have very, very good figures. Yi Yang couldn't help but nodded. The order of the competition is that the top-ranked companies will appear first, which will of course be more conducive to the increase in sales of these top luxury goods companies. But it's understandable that he got this opportunity by relying on his sales strength in the previous year. Yi Yang looked at the Fashion Week live broadcast he had set up in China. Countless Chinese people have been waiting for the channel for a long time. This incident caused a stir in the country. First, Dolce & Gabbana made an advertisement to insult China, causing public outrage. Then Tang Hongzhi became popular. Then Yi Yang directly bet against all the anti-fans on the internet, and then Dolce & Gabbana came in to interfere. Hot searches one after another. Let this Paris Fashion Week gain unprecedented attention in China. Everyone has set their sights on this newly launched live broadcast program. This is an event that established China's cultural competence. Finally, there is a fashion brand that can stand up and compete head-on with other European and American luxury brands. This time, we can't lose. Now that we are stronger, from now on, we have to go out. When the competition started, they already had the intention to buy, but the Chinese rich who endured it all placed orders on the official website of the Fashion Week and started ordering Tang Hongzhi. What's more, Mark Jean, Zhang Ming, Wang Silan and other older generation bosses have heard about this a long time ago and are waiting to cheer for Yi Yang today. They have already informed the wealthy executives below to stay at the live broadcast to buy clothes today. Wang Xigong, Qin Feng, Mo Xingxing, Su Xiaoxin and other young generation friends of Yi Yang already have a high desire to consume. It doesn't matter who you buy, of course you have to buy Brother Yes. Wang Xiaozong directly gathered a group of young people from the Beijing circle and gathered in front of the TV in his villa. Everyone place an order with me. Support me, Brother Yi. Give it to Ali. Wang Xiaozong stretched out his hand. I'll tell you a number, 1 second, 100 pieces. Place an order quickly. Chinese Traditional Musical Instruments Association. The association's big screen was also live broadcasting the Fashion Week in the Louvre. Several Busta vice presidents who favored Yi Yang were busy studying how to place orders. Mo Xingxing and her best friends also spared no effort to use Tang Hongzhi's various styles with the members nearby. The association is full of wealthy women who would not blink an eye when spending hundreds of thousands of dollars, let alone a few sets of clothes that cost at most hundreds of thousands of dollars. Moreover, this dress is indeed designed with a unique concept. Hey, this is my master's company. And the things it produces are worth the money. Jiangjing suddenly turned into a super salesperson and tried her best to sell. Many Yang fans, with consumption power, also paid to buy. It has been a long time since the upper circles of China have gathered together just to buy clothes. National Sports Administration. This style is really good, with our Chinese charm. For the next Olympics, we will order our Olympic uniforms from him. Don't worry about the price. The orders have been issued from above. Mr. Yi has made great contributions to the country. Now, it's time for us to give back to him. Hurricane Headquarters. The four military leaders looked at the screen in front of them with dignity. Has the order been issued? Yes. Just now, we collected enough activity funds, and each of us has more than enough to order a set of high-end fashion orders. The heads of various departments below said one after another. The Northern Army commander adjusted the Sunlong Army badge on his collar, his eyes sharp. All troops, listen up. By them. Second update. For a time, the Chinese territory was in turmoil. This Fashion Week, which was rarely mentioned in the Chinese territory, was once a storm. In the Chinese high level, a storm was set off. Even ordinary people wanted to try their best to buy the cheapest to support Tang Hongzhi. Game enthusiasts, last time, the somatosensory suit took advantage of Yi Shenhao so much. Let's spend more than 10,000 to buy another piece of his clothes to support him. Movie fans, this Chinese martial arts style clothes are fucking cool. I'll buy it. Live fans, alas, I robbed Yi Shenhao's big bag worth hundreds of thousands, and now I have made some money by doing business with this money. Why don't I give him $1 million in return to thank him? Fans of appearance, buy. In the venue. On the brand sales wall. Tang Hongzhi, who was originally at the bottom and no one paid attention to him, almost. At the moment of opening, his sales went up. Instantly broke through hundreds of brands and reached the waist. Han Rushou had never expected this situation to happen. After all, he still didn't have a complete understanding of Yi Yang's influence. She originally thought that the brand would be released very late, and the brand's position was extremely far behind, so no one would come to buy it. She was prepared to be lost in the crowd. However, what she didn't expect was that Tang Hongzhi's rise would be so fast. She tilted her head and looked at Yi Yang. Yi Yang's eyes didn't pay attention to the brand wall at all, but were concentrating on watching the fashion shows. Is all this in his plan? Han Rushou found that she couldn't see through this man more and more. She poked Yi Yang and motioned him to look at the brand ranking wall. Yi Yang glanced casually. In just a short while, Tang Hongzhi had directly jumped from the last batch to the top 100, and almost every time the screen was refreshed, the ranking would jump several places. Why hasn't it reached the top 10 yet? It's a bit slow. Yi Yang spread his hands. Huh. Han Rushou blinked in disbelief. This is the world's most powerful fashion brand competing together. He actually thought that it only took more than 10 seconds to rush from the last place to the top 100, which was natural, and even, he thought it was too slow. This. Yi Yang smiled lightly and said calmly, except for the first place, I have never thought of other results. Ah. This. Han Rushou stuck out her tongue. She thought she could just stand out a little this time. Unexpectedly, the boss was actually aiming for the first place. This pattern and courage are really not comparable to me. No wonder. He is a world-renowned entrepreneur, a super rich man, and I am just the boss of a small factory. This mentality is too different. Other super brands have not noticed this brand that is rising steadily. After all, their goal is also to aim at the gold medal. Especially the person in charge of Dolce & Gabbana, his tail is even higher than the sky. Haha, weren't you so arrogant just now? Now it's time to compete with brand strength. Where is your brand? Ah? I can't see it no matter how hard I look. Where is it? Where is it? He smiled delusionally while scanning the wall with his eyes. However, after just a few glances, he was stunned. Huh? Found it. I didn't expect it to be quite high, more than 50. He frowned, a little unhappy. It's just a small brand that has just emerged. Why is it ranked more than 50? In his opinion, this kind of inexplicable Oriental broken brand should be left far behind by them, and they can't even see hundreds of places. It shouldn't even have the qualifications to enter Paris Fashion Week. Haha, but 50, 47, 40. Before he finished his sentence, Tang Hong'Jiehui's ranking had jumped up more than 10 places. At this moment, Artuso completely realized that something was wrong. What's going on? Shit. He straightened up and began to pay attention to Tang Hong'Jiehui. He found that he was jumping up the rankings at an outrageous and unbelievable speed. Just a few seconds after he straightened up, he directly broke the sales records of the top 3 or 5 and rushed to more than 30. How is this possible? Is the screen broken? He immediately went to see the sales data changes at the top of the list. It was not much different from previous years, and there would be no problem at all. It's not a screen problem. But how is this possible? Artuso was completely confused. Several other Dolce & Gabbana executives obviously noticed this and widened their eyes. It was completely hard to believe their eyes. It's incredible. They all felt under great pressure. However, Artuso just sneered, haha, it's just 30th place. It's impossible to compete with us. We are an old brand in the international market for many years. Not only is the brand power awesome, but the sales power is also super strong. They can't compete with us. At this rate, all the executives were sweating. As soon as Artuso finished speaking, Tang Hong'Jiehui had already entered the area of more than 20 people. It's already very conspicuous. This is clearly not slowing down with time, but it is getting stronger and stronger with time, and it is getting more and more awesome. Artuso, this. Don't panic. Artuso raised his head, haha, it's easy to get into the top 20 or 30, but it won't be so smooth after entering the top 20. He will definitely not be able to get into the top 10, don't worry. If he can get into the top 10, I will jump directly from the building outside. Stop talking. Before Artuso finished speaking, his mouth was covered. Before he got angry, the one who covered his mouth moved his head towards the statistics screen. See for yourself. Artuso's pupils were shaking. Damn, just when he hadn't finished his words. Tang Hong'Jiehui's sales have already reached the 10th place. This, before he said it, he was slapped in the face. How can it be so fast? Profit type slap in the face. Damn. He wanted to find a hole to crawl into. He was filled with mixed feelings of shame, fear, and worry, and didn't know what to say. More and more people in the venue paid attention to the strange brand logo that was rising all the way. Oh, my God. Look at the 10th, no, the 9th, no. Anyway, it's this Chinese brand that is rising all the way. Tang Hongzhihui's logo was the only one made of Chinese characters at the venue, and it was highly recognizable. After rushing to a high enough position, it almost attracted the attention of the whole audience. For a moment, the entire Paris Fashion Week venue was filled with sighs. First update. Is this Chinese brand so strong? I only saw it in an advertisement before. It seems to be a completely new brand. How did it suddenly make it to the top 10? I can't believe it. It's so dreamy. The audience was shocked. At this time of emotion, Tang Hongzhihui's ranking has reached 6th. And the one ahead of him is Dolce & Gabbana. Damn it. Don't surpass it. Otherwise, we will lose face. Yeah. Just when several executives had the idea of praying and were ready to worship God, Tang Hongzhihui didn't give any face and directly blew up Dolce & Gabbana's asshole and chrysanthemum, and then stepped on his face and the face of the brand above, and directly climbed to 4th place. Damn. Fuck. The executives of Dolce & Gabbana were so angry that they stood up and said rude words. But in the strange gazes and eyes of the audience, they realized awkwardly that they had gone a little out of line. Then, they sat back down even more awkwardly. Throughout the whole process, Yi Yang didn't even glance at them, and completely treated them as bugs and air. This made Artuso feel infinitely humiliated, and he looked at Yi Yang with an extremely angry look. Pretend. You don't have to be so pretentious. Didn't you regard us as opponents from the beginning? This is too arrogant. He was so angry that he wanted to hit someone, but he didn't dare. In that case, according to the official attitude of Paris Fashion Week towards Yi Yang, he would definitely be thrown out. The competition for the top 3 is very fierce. They are Chanel, Louis Vuitton, LV, and Dior. These 3 brands are all from France. It has to be said that in the fashion industry, and the luxury industry, France really dominates the fashion industry. Even Italy has to rank behind in many rankings and market value rankings. These 3 brands have basically always occupied the top 3 of the rankings. Generally, the top 3 competitions of Fashion Week are basically these 3. Now, they are about to face a challenge that they have never thought of: a Chinese brand. The heads of the 3 major brands are all sitting in the same row with Yi Yang. They are all looking at this world-famous super boss from China with doubts. The face of this young man is so calm, and his eyes are so firmly on those models with excellent figures, and he has not moved at all, because of the fluctuations in the field. What a calm and detached mentality, what a great pattern. Could it be that all this is in his plan, and he felt that the current ranking was very easy from the beginning, or it should be taken for granted? This? What on earth is he based on? It must be fake. Fake. Dolce & Gabbana's Artuso gnashed his teeth in anger. However, he also knew that the conference would investigate all luxury purchase records, and if there were any suspicious records, they would also investigate. Now it's okay to rise all the way up. Even if there is a problem, it is a problem that cannot be found in a short time. Damn it, damn it, damn it. In this way, isn't it possible for Tang Hongzhihui to become the first? His eyes were gloomy. However, after looking at the data, although it ranked 4th, however, Tang Hongzhihui's sales volume is still far behind the top 3 brands. It is not easy to catch up. Humph, the top 3 are not as easy to get into the top 10. Artuso sneered, relaxed, and leaned back in the chair, although his face was burning. However, as long as Tang Hongzhihui did not get the first place in the end, they still won the bet, winning 10 billion euros for nothing. For them, that was the most awesome gamble since the brand was founded. The executives of the top 3 brands breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the increase was similar, exchanged glances with each other, and smiled. They were overthinking. These 3 brands have been rooted in the entire world luxury industry for so many years. The influence and brand effect are simply not comparable to other brands. The whole world is buying. No matter how strong China is, it cannot fight against the whole world. After all, China is also part of the world. Their brand has countless supporters in China itself. Want to enter the top 3? Wait until you become an international fashion aristocrat. They all calmed down. At this time, the big guys on the field were all paying attention to the changes in brand sales, and had no intention of looking at the models with very, very, very good figures on the field. Only Yi Yang was watching with interest, and he didn't look worried at all. Artuso looked at Yi Yang, frowned, and felt very uneasy. If he lost the bet, Yi Yang would have to pay hundreds of billions of Chinese yuan. This is not a small amount of money even for him. How can it look so easy? There are no trump cards left, right? After he was entangled in fear for a long time, he sneered and knocked on the chair. It seems that I am just scared. He is nothing. Just when he was full of confidence and ready to count the money to watch the joke, the executive next to him confronted him again. Damn it. Don't get close to me. Every time you poke me, something bad happens. Artuso was traumatized by the poke and shouted directly. Ahem. The executive who was yelled at handed over the phone with a bad face. What the hell? Artuso took it and saw that it was a video. The video was in a magnificent palace, which looked very luxurious to a certain extreme, and it didn't look like something that rich people could have. But the feeling of the royal family. In the center of the video, Saudi Prince Abdullah Abbas, wearing Tang Hongzhihui, was enthusiastically introducing the clothes on his body, pulling his whole family to interact, and said that he represented the Saudi royal family and formally signed a long-term cooperation contract with Tang Hongzhihui, and also invited Yi Yang to have dinner with him. Then he placed an order on the spot. He looked at the number of views on YouTube, the most popular video website in foreign countries, a nickname for YouTube. It was only more than 10 minutes after it was released, and the number of views was millions, and it was still soaring. Fuck. He didn't know how many times he had sworn today. But he couldn't describe the feeling now. This Yi Yang, what a big face. He actually asked the Saudi royal family to advertise for him at this critical moment. It's absolutely amazing. This assist is so awesome. For a time, senior nobles from all over the world, African chiefs, European old gentlemen, American giant consortiums, Asia-Pacific chaebols. Many bigwigs have seen this video. The Saudi royal family co-branded the same style. This is definitely the choice of the old nobles among the old nobles. People have bought it and signed a long-term contract. What are you waiting for? It's a no-brainer to place an order. Second update. This wave of Saudi prince's assistance directly led to a wave of enthusiasm. Especially at this time of Paris Fashion Week, many wealthy foreigners are paying attention to the news in this regard. At this time, when you hear this heavy news, you know that Tanghong Hui's value will rise again. Sales have soared rapidly, and many investors want to invest in it. Unfortunately, Jiangjing really doesn't like the investment of 10 billion or 800 million euros, and signaled Momo to reject it. He has no shortage of money, but fame. When Tanghong Hui becomes famous, he will naturally step by step to the world's #1 position. Asking for these investments in advance is purely a bargain for these ill-intentioned foreign devils. You know, just before the start of this fashion week tonight, Tanghong Hui's market value was less than 3 billion euros. In the future, Jiangjing wants to make Tanghong Hui the world's largest luxury brand with a scale of more than 100 billion euros. Let these guys invest now, and the future will be dozens or hundreds of times the profit. Jiangjing sneered. Today, Louis Vuitton's market value is about 200 billion US dollars, 1.4 trillion Chinese yuan. As the only luxury brand in the world that represents Chinese culture, how can Tanghong Hui not be worth 200 to 300 billion Chinese yuan? Oh my God! Soon, they saw a scene they didn't want to believe. Tanghong Hui's ranking actually surpassed Dior and rose directly to third place. There is a big gap between the top 3 and the bottom. Once you squeeze in, the gap is not so obvious. The amounts on both sides are rising rapidly. Tanghong Hui and Louis Vuitton competed for the second place for nearly 3 minutes. Almost every time the rankings of the two brands are refreshed, they will be reversed. This dreamy scene is incredible and absurd for the frequent visitors in the fashion industry. A small brand from China, which has no background in fame, and a market value of billions of euros, which was not even heard of last month, is actually competing with the world-renowned super-luxury brand, Louis Vuitton, for the second place. Everyone watching this scene was dumbfounded. Only in China, there was a cheer. Even those who couldn't afford it whistled happily. So happy. Haha, isn't it still not the first place? That's right. He still has to pay. A villain succeeds. A loser. The black fans didn't give up until Huang He gave up, and they were still shouting, exerting their last bit of energy online. As for the leaders of Dolce & Gabbana, they huddled in their seats, trembling, their hearts about to rise to their throats. Don't be the first. Don't be the first. We're done for if we're the first. Get down. They all silently prayed in their hearts that God would show up soon. However, it would have been better if he hadn't thought about it. Once he thought about it, Tanghong Hui's growth became even more fierce, leaving Louis Vuitton behind and rushing towards the first place. Fuck. What's going on? All the responsible persons regretted not falling. Has God given up on us? They were all trembling. Until Tanghong Hui's sales broke through Chanel's amount. Directly became the first. It's over. They all sat back in giving up, and the whole person exuded a grey breath. It's completely over. Chanel fights for face. Go back. Only Artuso has not given up. Twisting his arms and body in an extremely funny way, as if he was casting a spell, which was ridiculous. After all, this is his last straw. It was he who proposed to spend 10 billion euros to bet against Jiangjing, and the company's top management approved it. If he really loses in the end, the company will have to pay 5 billion euros in cash. This is almost all of Dolce & Gabbana's cash reserves. He couldn't imagine the consequences of losing. At this time, he could only cram for the last minute and recite all the gods he could think of, hoping that it would be useful. However, it was obvious that cramming for the last minute was useless. After becoming the first, Tang Hongzhihui's sales volume was getting further and further behind Chanel. Until the end, everyone knew that no one could catch up with this data. The executives of Dolce & Gabbana leaned back in despair, including Artuso, with dull eyes. This time, it was completely over. Everyone in the field fell into a long silence. Until the end of the last show, many of them remained in a dull state. Until the organizer announced that Tang Hongzhihui won the gold medal of this fashion show. Everyone woke up from their astonishment. Pa. Pa pa. The applause went from sparse to full and warm. Everyone who understands knows that in the future, there will be one more real giant in the international luxury goods industry. After this, Tang Hongzhihui's shares will experience an unimaginable surge. No one could have imagined that in the luxury brand world, which is known as the most difficult for newcomers to rise, there would be a brand that could rise so quickly from entering the public eye to now. It has only been more than half a month, and it has taken root in the international luxury market. And even defeated 3 major brands in a row, topped the rankings, and won the gold medal. There was jubilation in China. From nothing to the top, it was too fast. Pride. Yi Shenhao, he is awesome every time he says it and does it. Too strong. Tang Hongzhihui, #1 in the world. Where were those black men just now? Why didn't they say anything? I'm afraid my face hurts so much now that I can't even speak, yet I can't even make a sound. Laughing to death. In the live broadcast room, everyone was laughing. And laughing. As for those black men, they all received the deduction information. Not to mention whether they could afford to pay 5 times as much, the principal they borrowed is gone anyway. Dolce & Gabbana, on the other hand, cancelled its account overnight and prepared to run away and default on its debts. If we don't run away, I'm afraid the whole company will get involved. Artuso sneaked out of the venue with his senior staff in despair. After breathing the fresh air, he felt that he could do it again, and sneered with great confidence, haha, so what? If we win, we can be an international company. It is us who have the final say in the lawsuit. If we refuse to pay, we will refuse. A Chinese signature, the agreement has nothing to do with us. I wonder what he can do to make me hand over these tens of billions. He sneered, waved his hand with confidence, and left with his men. In the venue, many big shots came forward to celebrate. They were not like Dolce & Gabbana, who had offended Yi Yang to death before. Capital is chasing profits, and there are always opportunities for cooperation between big brands. At this time, they saw that Tang Hongzhihui's rise was unstoppable, and they immediately prepared to turn enemies into friends, and came to meet Han Ruxiu, Tang Hongzhihui's executive director. The reason why they dare not come to Yi Yang is because they know that they are not qualified yet. First update. On the way back to the Chateau Louis XIV in an Airbus helicopter H-155 worth $15 million. Han Ruxiu smiled broadly as she counted the cooperation achieved at the venue today. These big brands, if they were in the past, would have been impossible to come into contact with, but now, they are all asking themselves to sign some cooperation projects. This wonderful feeling is really incredible. And all these changes are because of the man beside me. Yi Yang looked at Han Shou, looking at her in a daze, and smiled sideways at her. Why, you're making too much money, are you having fun? Humph. Straight man. Han Shou pouted and stretched out her pink fist to hit Yi Yang on the chest. Ha ha. Yi Yang pinched her little face and said, you must get used to being the boss of the world's #1 luxury brand as soon as possible. Han Shou nodded firmly. Being #1 is not our goal. Our goal is to achieve the ultimate goal, so that Chinese aesthetics can truly integrate into the world's mainstream aesthetics. Yi Yang looked at the bustling night view of Paris outside the window and said calmly, our goal has never been to be the best in the world, but to completely change the world. With his sudden seriousness and his handsome face, Han Shou was stunned for a moment. This is the man who truly stands upright. The Airbus helicopter H-155 was originally used for military purposes. It may even be used for transoceanic missions, so it was sold for about 100 million Chinese coins. However, after Yi Yang's men bought it back, they carried out targeted modifications. It only cost 10,000 renminbi to fully adjust its performance. The noise caused by the high power military power was basically eliminated, and the transport cabin was eliminated, increasing the space and comfort of the ride. And retains its powerful speed to the greatest extent. If this kind of modification were placed in other companies, it would cost at least 30 million. It has to be said that Yi Yang has a full range of professional talents. Soon, the Airbus helicopter H-155 landed on the tarmac inside the castle. As soon as I got off the plane, I received a report on the results of the bet on whether I could win gold at Paris Fashion Week. The result this time was that he was specially approved by the state to bet on a small and micro agreement similar to the sports lottery is protected by law. Therefore, those who want to run away have been enforced, and those who have no money have been classified as dishonest people and will end up disastrous. They have all experienced the tragic consequences of being arrogant, speaking out, and hating the country to smear someone online. The incident was made into various videos and articles, which were continuously spread on major platforms. Make those who see it happy. There is only this official account of Dolce & Gabbana. The account was cancelled overnight. We contacted their branch in China, but couldn't get in touch. We were afraid they wanted to pretend to be dead. You shrugged silently. Want to blame me? Yi Yang smiled. This was the first time he met such a courageous foreigner. First, all stores in the country are forced to discount their prices to pay off their debts. Yi Yang waved his hand lightly. From now on, if this brand steps into China, I will chop off one of its legs. Everyone present felt Yi Yang's decisiveness, and their hearts went to the point of mourning for Dolce & Gabbana. After all, no company that really makes its boss angry will end well. Their domestic stores are worth about 1/3 of their actual total value, which is about 3 billion euros, and there is still an outstanding debt of 7 billion euros. Momo did some calculations and calculated the domestic valuation of Dolce & Gabbana in almost a few seconds. Leave the rest to Jiangjing law firm. Yi Yang picked up the phone, looked for the contact person, and called Ivy. Beijing. In a roadside barbecue food stall. How is it? I didn't lie to you, did I? You didn't understand why I abandoned the world's top lawyers and came to China, right? Ivy was drinking beer and bragging to several other foreigners at the same table. Hey, Ivy, it's only been a year since I last saw you, and you feel like a different person. Where is the aristocratic temperament from before? Several other friends who came to China to visit Ivy, including those who were once among top international lawyers, scratched their heads when they saw Ivy's free and easy appearance now. What a nobleman! Ivy waved his hand. Our boss, you are the real aristocrat. Real aristocrats keep a low profile. Do you understand? Who is playing that trick with you? I have seen through it. Alas, we used to be all low-key. Fake aristocrat, just talk about the roadside stalls, whether the barbecue and beer are good or not. It's all about whether you feel comfortable or not. Well, it's really cool to say that. And Huaxia's iron barbecue is really unique and delicious. Several top lawyers raised their eyebrows with great enjoyment. There are also hierarchical divisions in the legal profession. Internationally, Ivy and his deskmates are basically regulars in the top 10 lawyers list. There is a lot of energy behind it. Some connections can even lead to the back of the Senate of the United States or the Chancellor of England. None of them understood why Ivy came to China to develop in the first place. Now that I have some free time, come and have a look. After a few days, my eyes were opened. Not to mention anything else, the delicious food alone made them not want to leave. You've been talking about your new boss these days. Is he really that awesome? Yes, tell us. Several lawyers were extremely curious. They knew exactly how proud Ivy was more than a year ago. How come after meeting this new Chinese boss, he even knew that there was a word called modesty in the world? What a strange story. Seeing that several of his lawyer friends were interested in him, Ivy was ready to keep them in suspense and tell them about his boss's legendary deeds. At this time, the phone rang. Fuck. Boss. Ivy stood up straight and answered the phone respectfully. Any instructions? Well, there's something I need you to do. Yi Yang briefly talked about the bet with Dolce & Gabbana. Does it involve a lawsuit between China and foreign capital? Dolce & Gabbana, I remember it was a company in Italy. Ivy glanced at his Italian lawyer friend who was still tasting Tsingtao draft beer next to him, and a sly smile appeared on his lips. Then he patted his chest and promised, don't worry, boss, this matter will definitely be handled beautifully for you. Wait for my good news. Well, that's it. Then Yi Yang hung up the phone. And Ivy, with a smile, looked at the Italian. Oh, my dear old friend. Can you help me? Second update, June. Defense, Yang, 1054, screen, 117, shield, 329. Department was desperate. The famous Italian lawyer Albert was stunned. What's going on? Ivy told him the reason for the incident. Oh, this kind of thing is easy to handle. Albert laughed. These top lawyers in the world have a lot of experience in litigating with governments of other countries, let alone a small clothing company. However, I am also doing this for your sake. Albert said lightly. Don't worry, our boss has said that if you want compensation for this lawsuit, 20% of it will be given directly to the lawyer who files the lawsuit. Ivy waved his hand. Albert was stunned. 20%. According to this behavior of breaking the contract and running away, he is afraid that he can directly sue the other party for compensation of more than 10 billion euros. Even if all the Dolce & Gabbana stores in China were used to pay off debts, he could still get an unimaginable amount of compensation. If you can get 20% from it. What kind of huge number is that? 2 billion euros. Although he has a very high status now, he is still just a lawyer. Every time he attends a meeting and meets a big client, he might be able to get about 100 million US dollars for each lawsuit. But what level of thorny lawsuit would it be? If you want to solve this kind of international level superlarge lawsuit, it will take at least more than a year, and at most 2 or 3 years. You will be busy, racking your brains, and may fail, and you will be under great pressure. Just $100 million. If it is a small customer, the issues involved are not top-notch troubles. If you work on it for several months at a time, it will only cost tens of millions of dollars, or even a few $1,000,000 in legal fees. As busy as I am, I will never make 2 billion euros in my lifetime. That is a terrifying wealth that can directly increase his wealth by an order of magnitude. He dared to say that no lawyer in the world could refuse such remuneration. In an instant, his mentality changed from doing a small favor for an old friend to loyal to the boss to the death. Generally speaking, when they reach their level, there is no shortage of money at all. Yes, there is no shortage of money to buy ordinary villas and ordinary sports cars, and to join the upper class. However, there is no limit to people's desires. They also want top-notch mansions, better sports cars, and a more upscale life. If they have enough money, why don't they do their own jobs? The other lawyers were also confused. This is so awesome. I actually also know a little bit about Italian law. Ahem, me too. I've studied it too. Several other elite lawyers are all Leon Leandio. Good guy, Ivy said with a wry smile. Have you now seen the power of my boss? Your boss is simply the wisest boss in the world. That's right. This is the real nobility. We believe it. So, can we also get involved in this lawsuit? Several old friends blinked. They originally just wanted to see their old friends, but who knew they would encounter such a good thing? Ivy was stunned. Are you all coming? We, the 4 law firms, will work together to kill this Dolce and Gabbana. Even so, each of us can still get a share of almost 500 million euros. 50 million euros. If we do it ourselves, it will take about 20 years to get it, right? Not necessarily. Well, with you guys, I'm more likely to get more compensation. Albert nodded, but in a lawsuit in Italy, my connections will basically be used, so I will share 50% of the lawyer's fees. Ivy and others looked at each other and stretched out their hands. It's a deal. Soon, the list of lawyers this time was compiled. Several of their top lawyers all maintain their own law firms. After all, they no longer know how to do many trivial tasks themselves. Oh. Ivy looked at the list in front of him and couldn't laugh or cry. Almost the 4 top law firms in the world actually cooperated just to win a clothing brand company. If you tell me about this battle, no one will believe it. I don't know, I thought I was going to overthrow Apple or Microsoft, the world's top and most powerful companies with a market value of 20 to 30 trillion Chinese dollars, or to overthrow the government of a certain country. After all, any one of these law firms has a record of winning lawsuits against certain countries on behalf of companies, and more than one of them ultimately won. Among them, the best law firm in the United States, Cullen Law Firm, has won 3 out of 3 cases against the U.S. government. Known as a world law firm legend, the legal department of Dolce & Gabbana will probably be scared out of their wits just by seeing this list. Ivy smiled and sent a copy of the list to Yi Yang. By the way, the lawsuit application was also submitted to the Italian court. Soon, the lawsuit summons came to the Dolce & Gabbana Board of directors meeting table, and all the directors' faces were as dark as water. Next to him, the head of Dolce & Gabbana's legal department stood there with a pale face, sweating profusely, shivering, and looking at the list of prosecutors and accompanying lawyers in disbelief. Pung. The chairman of Dolce & Gabbana was also a firm scorner of the Huaxia Group. He immediately slammed the table and angrily said, "It's just a small Huaxia company. How did it directly gather the 4 major international law firms and attack me all at once?" Of Artuso, who proposed to participate in the gambling, wanted to crawl into the ground at this time. "This is too much. We are not without money. Let's just hire a few top lawyers," several directors said angrily. "We have tried it before. This time we are really unreasonable. We are facing the 4 top law firms. No one is willing to help us." Several other directors shook their heads and said, "Besides, top lawyers are usually in the same circle. They have little chance of helping us. We can only rely on our own lawyers." As he said, all the directors focused their attention on Dolce & Gabbana's own legal department. "Fuck. Don't look at me. I can't win at all." Alfred, the head of the legal department, complained in his heart. However, he still tried his best to squeeze out a smile on his face. "This, boss, I can only say that I tried my best." "What's the use of trying your best? Tell me the probability of winning this lawsuit." The chairman knocked the table loudly. Alfred held it in for a long time and squeezed out a number that he himself thought was impossible, 1%. Several directors looked at each other in bewilderment. What's the difference between this and a sure loss? Originally, they were sure that it would be difficult for a Chinese company to find a top lawyer internationally, and at most they would be at the level of their legal department. They would probably win the case, and it didn't matter if they refused. But now it seems that's not the case at all. "Then, we should compensate him according to the price now, is that okay?" First update. It's too late. The legal department shook their heads. "We broke the contract first, and they can get more compensation. Why should they accept your normal gambling funds? Damn it. It's too late to regret." A group of directors looked at Artuso, wanting to strangle him to death. After all, without this pressure, how could the company fall into such a situation? "Why are you looking at me? I was just a proposer at the beginning, and we invested in the gambling after you all approved it." Artuso sneered, "We shared the money when we won, and now you want to turn your face and deny us when you lose. Forget it, now we can only bite the bullet and sue." A group of directors sighed helplessly, but they knew that Dolce & Gabbana was probably going to be completely finished this time. Inside the Louis XIV castle, Yi Yang looked at the news and laughed out loud. The situation on Dolce & Gabbana's side was basically settled, and he was too lazy to pay attention to it anymore. Just waiting for the compensation to come in. "Boss, the French branch of the Centurion Club has sent you an invitation." Yumomo smiled and said, "A fashion ball." "Fashion ball?" Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. "Yes, the upper class nobles of France will be invited to attend, and this is also a way for the Centurion Club to show its strength." Yumomo said. "Well, if that's the case, I can go there." Yi Yang nodded. The noble ball was something that could only be seen in TV dramas. Now it would be a pity if he didn't experience it in person. "Okay, I'll reply to them immediately." Yumomo said. Shou was also given the qualification to apply for the Centurion Black Gold card by the club because of Tang Hui's rise to the top of the fashion industry. Although she could also go in with Yi Yang, the feeling of having a card in her hand was still different after all. There aren't many people this time, so just drive over there. Yi Yang thought about it, chose a Ferrari FXX worth 18 million Chinese yuan, and took Shou over there. Yumomo stayed in the castle on the pretext of dealing with Dolce & Gabbana's domestic stores. The sports car sped all the way. Because foreign countries are capitalist societies, there are more rich people and they are more ostentatious. Sports cars are not uncommon on the streets of Paris. On the road, he met several rich second-generation Parisians driving small sports cars worth hundreds of thousands of euros, provoking him. With the world's best driving skills, Yi Yang just smiled faintly, and then made several wonderful turns and lightning forward. Those rich second generations were directly scared to open their mouths. If they could still follow behind some racing drivers, then in front of Yi Yang, they had no chance to follow behind him and smell the smell. The Ferrari FXX quickly stopped in the underground parking lot of the venue. Click. As soon as he got off the car, he saw a graceful fat old lady in front of him. "What's up, Auntie?" Yi Yang looked at the fat old lady. Foreigners look old, and he couldn't tell how old she was. He estimated that she must be 40, fat, fashionable, and with a big diamond ring on her hand. She looked very rich. "You are the Chinese star, right?" The old lady looked Yi Yang up and down, drooling. "This beauty and figure are even more attractive than in the movies." "Yeah." Yi Yang nodded. "I am your crazy fan." The old lady drooled. "I didn't expect you to come to Paris." Yi Yang looked at the old lady with a strange expression, and always felt that this old woman seemed to be plotting against him. "What do you want?" "Haha, nothing. Oh, by the way, my name is Mary. I've wanted to meet you for a long time. And I've been waiting for this day for a long time." Mary rolled her eyes and smiled. "Is it tiring for you to make a movie?" "It's quite relaxing." Yi Yang frowned, and felt that something was getting more and more wrong. Originally, Mary thought that Yi Yang would complain about the difficulty of making a movie. At this time, her face paused, and after thinking about it, she changed her mind and said repeatedly, "My family needs a housekeeper. I think you are in line with my aesthetics. I want to find you to be a housekeeper." "Huh?" Yi Yang glanced at the old lady. "What housekeeper?" "I think you are clearly greedy for my body. I will give you 50 million euros a year." Mary said repeatedly, "It's so hard to make a movie. My housekeeper only needs to accompany me, a lonely old lady, to talk and chat, and I will give you 50 million euros a year." "Sorry, not interested." Yi Yang spread his hands. This old lady is too ignorant of the income of China's top actors. Let alone his powerful talents, those young and beautiful actors, who are nothing but traffic stars, earn 2.08 W Chinese currency a day. Even if they only work 300 days a year, it is still 600 to 700 million. It is not less than 50 million euros at all. Ah? Am I giving too little? The rich woman was rejected. For the first time, because of the low offer she made when she was looking for a handsome guy. She couldn't help but feel embarrassed. "Then how much do you say?" "I have plenty of money." Shou, on the side, couldn't help laughing and covered her mouth to hold back her laughter. Yi Yang spread his hands. I am just so handsome. What can I do? I'm not interested in money. After all, money is the easiest thing in the world to get. Let's not talk about this. I'll go upstairs first. Hey. Mary quickly grabbed Yi Yang's arm. There was no beauty she couldn't get. No matter how handsome or hard to get a man, she would try her best to get him. No need to beat around the bush, she said directly, it's too hard to run around to make money, my little baby. Come home with me. I have a big villa. The family's assets are worth 10 billion euros. After that old man died, the family assets fell into my hands. As long as you come with me, these will be yours sooner or later. Isn't it much better than making a movie and making that little money? Yi Yang rolled his eyes. It feels like a poor old woman with only 10 billion euros in assets. Mo Jingjing, Su Xiaoxin, Qin Kellen, and Chu Haijiao are so beautiful and have good figures. Their families are much richer than this old lady. They are all greedy for his body. You poor old lady, you still want to monopolize my beauty. Don't even think about it. He waved his hand directly. Money is something outside of the body. I never value this kind of thing. I advise you to give up your unrealistic fantasies and find an old man who is similar. What? Mary frowned. She didn't expect that Yi Yang was the kind of difficult type who regarded money as dirt. She sneered, this is Paris, my territory. I said, there is no body I can't get. You don't eat soft, I can only use hard. Second update, warm reminder, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will deal with it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. Oh? Are you going to do it hard? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Han Rushou on the side thought of something bad, and she couldn't help but laugh, and her expression became strange. Haha, do you think a top-notch rich woman like me can come out without a few bodyguards? Come out, darlings. Mary snapped her fingers. Several bodyguards with good figures and handsome looks came out from behind. Good guys, are they all bodybuilding champions? Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This old lady was so greedy that her body was so greedy. She must have had too much desire in some aspects. With so many male favorites, it's pretty cool to not be exhausted at night. He did not take Shou Qingxian and Xiao Xiaozhu with him this time, but let them go shopping and have fun on their own. After all, the Centurion Club is his territory. If he has to worry about his own safety on his own territory, then he really shouldn't be the boss. The young man I like. Even if I kidnap you, I will kidnap you back. The worst I can do is pay you some money. In France, it's just a court. There's nothing you can do against a noble lady like me. Haha, don't even think about escaping from me. It's in the palm of your hand, sweetie. Mary's harsh laughter echoed, as if she had imagined the scene of spending an exciting and beautiful night with Yi Yang. His eyes were full of perversion. Han Rushou felt trembling when she saw those muscular bodyguards actually walking over with expressions of interest in Yi Yang. This old lady talks about being perverted, but in reality, she is probably even more playful. If Yi Yang fell into her hands, I don't know how miserable it would be. Yi Yang patted her head to reassure her, and looked at Pavilion Craftsman 000R, don't worry, it's almost time. Seeing that Yi Yang was so close to another girl, Mary was so angry that her nose almost crooked, and she couldn't help shouting angrily, "Hurry up, you're just dragging your feet. Do you want to be whipped again tonight?" Upon hearing that they were being whipped, several handsome bodyguards trembled and quickened their pace. "Brother, just obey. We will also suffer less physical pain. It will only last a few nights at most. She will let you go when she has had enough fun. If you don't listen to our advice, we will really take action." Several muscular beauties came forward. Nowadays, Jiangjing is a man, and if he is not stopped, he will soon be covered with burly bodies. However, at this moment, when these muscular beauties want to get hard, the parking lot door opened with a bang. A group of professional bodyguards in black swarmed in with electric batons. Even the bodyguards at the back were armed with single-barreled shotguns and police rubber bullets and tranquilizer bombs. At a glance, there are nearly 100 people. What's the situation? The rich woman glared. The muscular, handsome men did not dare to take action anymore. These black bodyguards subdued them as soon as they came in. The infrared rays from the muzzle behind were all pointed at the fat balls on Mary's chest. The rich woman was immediately frightened and screamed, "What are you going to do?" "I am a black gold card member of the Centurion Club. I am also a super rich woman with a net worth of tens of billions. If you dare to do anything to me, you will be finished." However, before he finished speaking, he was severely controlled by the following bodyguards and forced to his knees on the ground. A group of butler-looking executives in suits hurried over. With a face full of embarrassment and eagerness, he saluted Jiangjing, "Boss. It was our poor supervision that allowed this embarrassing thing to happen. We will do our best to correct it." Jiangjing nodded lightly. "Take the card back, and by the way, charge her with indecent assault and attempted kidnapping. She should be sentenced to a few years in prison. Let her have a taste of what it feels like to be an ordinary person. As you command." Several executives breathed a sigh of relief and looked at each other in confusion. The boss didn't seem very angry. Mary's sharp eyes saw the organizer of this banquet, her husband's good friend during his lifetime, William, the general manager of the Paris branch of the Centurion Club. "William." "I am Mary. What are you doing?" William looked embarrassed and quickly asked Jiangjing out of the underground parking garage. Then he walked quickly to Mary and cursed a few harsh words. "You stupid old woman. This is the boss behind our Centurion Club. One of the most mysterious people in the world. How dare you?" "Ah. How is that possible?" Mary was stunned for a moment. "I thought he was just a Chinese male star. I saw he was so handsome and I couldn't help it." "He is only in his 20s, right? How can he have such a high status?" "Humph, the devil knows." William was also a little confused. It was true that the boss seemed to be cheating. He took over the position of leader of the Centurion Club when he was in his 20s. But he shook his head and chuckled, "You are finished. Anyway, go to jail and stay well." "No. Then you might as well kill me. I'll be suffocated to death if I haven't been with men for a few years," Mary cried. She felt that this consequence was more uncomfortable than death. William shook his head. This woman was so lucky. She fell in love with a rich man at a young age, but the rich man died within a few years. He inherited so much money, and then became crazy and addicted to male sex. It was really terrible. There have been quite a few handsome boys who have called her trouble over the years. It's time to repay the price. Although she is rich, this is not the reason why she can force others to pay for their bodies without respecting their opinions. The following matters will naturally be handled by the Centurion legal department. He just felt that although this person was hateful, he always felt that he couldn't help laughing. In the venue, the decoration was magnificent. Beside the gilded fountain pool, celebrities from all walks of life in Paris toasted each other. These were all people who had been issued Centurion black gold cards, and it was an internal gathering of the Centurion Club. Under William's leadership, Yi Yang met many upper-class people who attended the meeting. To his surprise, there were many politicians and judges in Paris. These people participated in offline rich people's gatherings, and they could also foresee the specific appearance of Paris behind. If you are rich enough, you can influence the political situation and laws of France. It's really not a joke. He shook his head and finally understood what upper class and capital meant. This is the mayor of Paris, Ms. Dargo. William pointed to the lady in the backless evening dress in front. Yi Yang was a little surprised. If he hadn't told her, he would have thought she was some rich girl. It turns out she's the mayor. Hello, Mr. Yi. I've heard of you for a long time. Dargo shook hands with Yi Yang politely, and his attitude was very respectful. I heard that Mr. Yi came to Paris, and I wanted to pay him a visit a long time ago. I didn't expect to meet him in this kind of occasion. First update. I really didn't expect that Mr. Yi, in addition to being an international superstar and a technology and gaming giant, is also the president of the Centurion Club. This really surprised me. The mayor of Paris enthusiastically invited Yi Yang to sit on the high-end sofa nearby and toasted Yi Yang with a glass of whiskey with ice. Yi Yang looked at the new female mayor who had just taken office. The other person looks to be about 25 or 26 years old. He became the mayor of Paris at such a young age. It is estimated that he has the support of a big plutocrat behind him. This is something unbelievable in China, but in European and American countries, it is not a big deal. A few years ago, France had a 19-year-old mayor who was sent to that position just after he came of age. This shows how casual and maneuverable Europe and the United States are in this regard. I have to say that wearing a backless evening dress, she is still a white girl, coupled with her outstanding temperament and appearance, it is indeed difficult to take her eyes away. Except for her poor stature, everything else is pretty good. Yi Yang made a high evaluation in his heart. After a few polite words, Elaine Dargo took a sip of whiskey and said with a smile, I came to see Mr. Yi this time. In addition to thinking about you as an unparalleled young talent in the world, I also have something to ask for. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. I heard that at the recent Paris Fashion Week, the brand that won the gold medal was Mr. Ye's Tang Hongzhi, right? Ailian smiled, crossed her legs, and could vaguely see her long, straight, and seductive legs covered by the black gauze evening dress. Good. Yi Yang nodded slightly and introduced Shou, too. Ailian with a smile, she is the executive director of Tang Hongzhi. Hello. Shou smiled unnaturally. After all, the other party's identity was not accessible to her before, and due to the instinct of females to compete with each other, she also felt that the other party was a strong opponent, and she was not able to relax. Ai Lian shook hands with Shou, and then said, if possible, I hope that Tang Hongzhi's main factory in Europe will be in Paris. If you two agree, I will do everything possible to provide any help and assistance. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. You are the mayor, did you come to see me just for this matter? Haha, Mr. Yi, Tang Hui is no small matter. It has risen to such an extent in more than half a month. I can already foresee that it will occupy an extremely important position in the international luxury goods industry in the future. No, is the most important seat. Due to European and American cultural reasons. I know better than anyone the value of luxury goods. If you are willing to build the European factory in Paris, the benefits to Paris will be unimaginable. Ailian smiled and said, so, I also invite Mr. Yi with great sincerity. As long as you agree, tax exemptions and free venues are available. It's your choice. Yi Yang nodded. Slightly, he had no objection to this matter. Originally, Tang Hui's battle to become famous was in Paris, so it was natural to build the main factory for this development in Europe here. He looked at Han Shou. Han Shou is a qualified businessman. After negotiating with Ailian for a long time, she nodded slightly and smiled at Yi Yang. It seems that this is the person who can offer the highest conditions among the people who have approached her to negotiate these days. So be it. Yi Yang nodded slightly. Very good. Ailian was very happy. She chatted with Yi Yang for a long time. After adding Facebook and other contact information, she pestered Yi Yang to invite him to a movie in a few days. Yi Yang said that if everything goes well in a few days, he would be happy to accompany him. Mr. Yi has many things to do and is very busy every day. Ailian understands very well. But if Mr. Yi has time, don't forget to contact Ailian. Elaine smiled. The developed countries in Western Europe, especially France, are not exaggerated to be called the country of holidays. If you only seek food and clothing and do the most ordinary job, you may spend less than half of the year on vacation. After not working or going to school for a long time, it's time to take another vacation. Officials work longer hours among them, but they also have a lot of time after work every day, and their time is very relaxed. If Yi Yang made an appointment with her, it could basically be said that she would have time every day. Huh. Elin? Why are you hanging out with an Asian? Several young men with permed hair came over holding champagne. Come on, want to have a drink? Elaine looked at these young French youths and smiled. Not tonight, I have business to do. Haha, serious business? The brown-haired young man at the head took a look at Yi Yang and was shocked. He was actually more handsome than him, who was known as the most handsome guy in France. Is it serious business to flirt with a pretty boy? Don't forget how much our mayor family helped you when you were running for the election. Now you refuse to have fun with a few of us? You are wronged. By playing with me, the most handsome guy in France. Yi Yang frowned and looked at this rich second generation who thought he was the most handsome guy in France. Although he was dressed like a dog, his face was pockmarked as if he had been shot by a machine gun all day and night. He really couldn't be called handsome. Mentioning this, Elaine frowned. This is a contract signed between your mayor family and our family. Originally, your family also benefited from it. I can accept Mr. Meyer's love, but I don't think so. I owe you this little pockmark. What did you call me? Honey Meyer couldn't believe that the other party dared to be so bold today. Being mayor for 2 days has made you very capable. Ai Lian chuckled and said word by word. Shou, Ma, Zi. She has been unhappy with this boy for a long time, and today he came to cause trouble when she was negotiating a big business deal. Of course she would retaliate. Get out of my way. Honey Mayor was about to push Yi Yang away and sit opposite Elian to play hard. However, before his hand landed on Yi Yang's shoulder, he was grabbed directly. What's the situation? Before he could see who was holding him, he heard a gust of cold wind. A big slap sent him flying more than 2 meters away. The few rich second generations accompanying them were just about to fight back when they saw clearly who the person who beat Hani was. Immediately, they were so frightened that they froze on the spot and said with a submissive smile, "Uncle Francos, why are you here?" The visitor was none other than France's second richest man, the contemporary leader of the Mayer family. François Mayer. Motzi Meyer's dad. It really doesn't give people any peace of mind. François Mayer looked at the Centurion Club's top bodyguards who were surrounding him with lingering fear. He thought to himself that it was a good thing that I had practiced speed running, otherwise I would have been killed by this dog. Second update. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and was slightly surprised when he saw the man who suddenly rushed out. Elaine stood up, bowed to Francos Mayer, and then introduced each other. Yi Yang smiled, feeling that it was me who beat his son just now. He looked at this man who looked a bit feminine but seemed to be fast and powerful. He didn't expect that this was the second richest man in France, the leader of YLI. YLI is also the crown jewel of the European beauty industry. With a market value of $200 billion, it is already considered a super company. Looking at the whole of France, there are few companies that are better than it. Honey Mayer then stood up and said angrily, "Dad, why did you hit me? This kid is seducing your future daughter-in-law." François Mayer shouted angrily, "Shut up. How unbecoming you are in front of Mr. Yi. It is a disgrace to our mayor family. There is no aristocratic etiquette at all." Honey Mayer was too frightened to speak. The most important thing these big European and American families value outside is their aristocratic appearance. When his father used this name, it proved that he was furious inside. If he didn't know what was right, his father would probably kick him out of the house. In his heart, being kicked out of a family is a small matter, but losing inheritance rights is a big deal. It's not a big deal if your biological father dies. No, it's better if your biological father dies, and you can directly inherit tens of billions of euros of wealth, which is great. But his dirty heart was not known to François Mayer. François Mayer only felt that although this son was useless, he just lacked polish and there was still hope of salvation. "Apologize to Mr. Yi." François Mayer pulled Hani over and said fiercely. "Why should I apologize to him? With the strength of our family, do we have to submit to anyone in France? Even if the President of France comes, I will do whatever I want." Honey chuckled. "Asshole." François Mayer shouted angrily. He had just seen how William treated Yi Yang. After asking around, he found out that Yi Yang was the big boss behind the Centurion Club. What an identity this is. What kind of relationship and energy does it represent? Can't be offended at all. If he offends the French president, he won't be able to affect much business, but if he offends Yi Yang, the business will suffer a big loss. No matter how powerful the president is, his influence is limited to his own country. Moreover, sitting in that position, many decisions and policies cannot be made according to his own preferences. In a capital country, the president cannot easily deal with a really big capital in the country. Because the power of the consortium has penetrated into every aspect, including City Hall and the Senate. But if he offends Yi Yang, big bosses all over the world may close the possibility of friendly exchanges with him. The loss is the international market. In his heart, Yi Yang was at least as important as the President of France. Even in terms of priority of communication, it is still exceeded. His own son was so arrogant. In front of the other party. As expected, rottenwood cannot be carved. He looked at Hani, who looked indifferent and never admitted his mistakes, and for the first time he made the decision in his heart that he must open another small account. Although he has many lovers outside, his son only has one now. Now it seems that no matter how much it costs, we have to get another one. Otherwise, the glory of the mayor family will definitely decline in his hands. Not only is he a playboy, but he also has no business vision. Don't be afraid of squandering money, as long as you earn it back, but what Hani showed tonight completely disappointed Francois Mayer. Hani also didn't expect that his lost property inheritance rights would be completely deprived of him at this moment. If you insist on your own opinion, you will no longer be my son, Francois Mayer. Francois Meyer's anger gradually disappeared. And his tone was calm, as if he was talking about an ordinary little thing. Hani was completely panicked now. If his father beat him up in anger, he still thought he wanted to save him, but now he looks like this. I am ready to give up on him completely. He was so frightened that he knelt down. Dad. Oh no. Mr. Yi, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Yi Yang glanced at him lightly. You not only have to apologize to me. Hani glanced at the whole audience, and it took him a long time to understand Yi Yang's words. He quickly climbed to Alian's feet and cried, I was wrong just now. Please forgive me. I will never harass you again. I will disappear into your world. Elaine sighed. After all, the Mayer family was their family's ally. Now that Francois Mayer was still present, she at least had to give face to the elder who had helped her. So, she also smiled at Yi Yang. Okay, get out of here. Yi Yang waved his hand. If I see you bullying others again, the problem won't be solved by a few barks. Yes, yes, yes. Honey Mayer quickly thanked him and ran away in a mess. Several other fair-weather friends who came over also dispersed for a while. Francois Mayer also sat down, planning to take the opportunity to chat more with Yi Yang. Big chables like them, the masters of the house, usually have many children. In addition, due to competition for family property, family ties are generally relatively indifferent. Foreign chables and groups often see countless news of killing relatives for the sake of justice. They are the same family, but sometimes they are willing to turn against each other for a little money. It's quite ridiculous to think about it. Without the warmth of family, how much subjective happiness can you get even if you have more money? You bought a huge castle, but the only person you can trust in the castle is yourself. You are always tense and suspicious of others. It's no different from a huge cage. Seeing that the second richest man in France took the initiative to curry favor with Yi Yang, more and more French upper-class celebrities noticed this and took the initiative to inquire about the news. After knowing Yi Yang's identity, they took the initiative to further deepen their relationship with Yi Yang. Even if they said one more word, it would be fine. In this way, Yi Yang made a lot of friends in the top circles of Paris in one night. Although they may not be emotionally close. But as long as the huge business empire behind him does not fall, the name Yi Yang will be extremely important in the upper class of France in the future. The next day, Yi Yang and Shou woke up together in the big bedroom of the castle. The sun shines on the big white legs, sticking out from the quilt, warm and white like jade. She was obviously exhausted from the long journey last night. Shou probably won't wake up for a while. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head, then opened his phone and scrolled through TikTok, international version of Douyin. As he scrolled through it, his brows quickly furrowed. First update. Today, many Koreans posted videos on TikTok. It was about their artificial sun, nuclear fusion thermonuclear reactor, that made a huge breakthrough and broke the previous record of China. In the video, they were full of bragging. If they were just celebrating themselves, it would be fine, but they had to drag China into the comparison. It would be fine if they just compared it, but they also stepped on China's technology. They said that they were a powerful country in the universe and that they would surpass China in technology in a few years. Their arrogant look made Yi Yang frown deeply. Is the kingdom of the universe starting to make trouble again? Yumomo came over and saw that Yi Yang was a little unhappy with the video. He couldn't help but joked, "Breakfast is ready, let's go downstairs to eat, Master." Yi Yang looked at Yumomo, and his heart was slightly relieved and nodded. The breakfast was very rich. It was the meal before the French emperor. The ingredients used were better than the emperor at that time, and the wine they drank was also more mellow than him. A more comfortable enjoyment than the emperor. Represents the cost price of hundreds of thousands of ingredients. But Yi Yang no longer cared. He had too much money to spend. Uncle Zhao Benshan, the king of sketches, once said that the most painful thing in life is to die without spending all the money. He now eats 10 million worth of food every day, which is only 3 billion a year. Only 300 billion in 100 years. Why not eat? After taking a sip of red wine, Yi Yang frowned, feeling a little unhappy. Like South Korea and India, South Korea always gives people an unprecedented pride with blind self-confidence. Whenever there is such a thing that is slightly ahead of China, China is always pulled out to show off, giving people a face of a villain who has succeeded. He is now also a senior figure in China. Naturally, he is quite unhappy with this move. He directly called the Black Technology Company. After he lit the sky lantern at the Crescent Hotel, he received the energy upgrade Black Technology chain, among which the artificial sun technology is being developed. Watson, how long will it take for our artificial sun project to be completed? Report to the boss, we have completed 1/3 of the process, and it will take another half a month for the final splicing and data debugging. Watson reported. Half a month. Yi Yang shook his head. If you want to speed up, is there any way? In fact, for us, this is just a relatively basic technology, Watson said. It's all because the current civilization's technological level is too low. It's difficult to find relevant materials. Although we have technology and drawings, we still have to make the materials ourselves. Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Watson, this artificial intelligence is not weaker than a real person in terms of his ability to complain. If you want to solve the time problem, you still have to add a little research funding, boss. Watson's voice weakened a little. At the end, Yi Yang rolled his eyes. It feels like he's been playing misery for a long time, because he's short of money. Say it earlier. This is the easiest thing to solve, okay? How much does it cost? Tell me. If it's done in a week, it will cost 5 billion. If it's done in 3 days, It will cost 10 billion US dollars. Watson said repeatedly. What if it's done faster? Yi Yang asked. Well, if it's done faster, the quality of the project can't be guaranteed. The cost performance is too low, and it's not worth it. Watson said repeatedly. Yeah. Yi Yang nodded slightly, then let's do it. Let these sticks jump for 3 days. Guaranteed to complete the task. Watson asked for the funds and smiled happily. As long as there is money, everything can be solved. The low level of science and technology on Earth today is also caused by too little research funding. The largest project for thermonuclear fusion reaction devices in the world, the International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor, ITER, project. China, the United States, the Soviet Union, Europe, Japan, India, South Korea, and other world's strongest countries are all involved. The budget for the entire plan is only 5 billion US dollars. 5 billion US dollars, too little. Yi Yang spent 10 billion US dollars on the back-end plan alone. With the mature technology chain, how could it not be fast to build? After the call, Yi Yang said to Yumomo, it seems that we have to return home in advance. Huh? Why? Yumomo was a little stunned. Yi Yang did not let her take care of the affairs of Yixinhe Technology Company, so she was not aware of the artificial sun. Yi Yang roughly told her about his scientific research company, which had developed a breakthrough technology for artificial sun. Yumomo was stunned. She was a top student. Even if she chose the Department of Economics, Management and Finance in the end, she had studied mathematics, physics, chemistry, and biology in high school, and she was a university bully. Of course, she knew what this meant. You mean, this breakthrough is likely to be achieved in one step, and a stable and controllable nuclear fusion reaction device can be obtained. Yumomo stood up, and her whole body was numb. Even if Yi Yang said that he could actually develop Gundam, or even that he was Tiga, she was not as shocked and surprised as this news. What is the essence of the development of modern human civilization? Its energy. Coal, electricity, and oil support the veins of civilization. Countries compete for the 3 major energy sources. What does it mean to master controlled nuclear fusion? It means that the entire civilization is about to move towards the next new era. First of all, the raw material for controlled nuclear fusion is seawater. For the current human civilization, seawater is inexhaustible and impossible to use up. Theoretically, nuclear fusion can make 1 kilogram of seawater release the energy of 300 liters of gasoline. Moreover, the element in seawater that is actually used for fusion, tritium, can be converted and recycled through lithium. It is truly inexhaustible. The most important thing is that the fusion products produced by nuclear fusion are pollution-free. This is simply the most ideal and advanced energy for human beings today, at least in the past 30 years, which only exists in fantasy. But what did the boss say? He said that he may have mastered controlled nuclear fusion. This. Momo felt that his blood was about to boil. If this is true, then the boss is the pioneer of the next era. He will definitely leave a name in history, and I am afraid that he can be written into human history together with Einstein's name, immortal forever. Haha, don't be so excited. Yi Yang waved his hand. The details are still unknown, let's go back and see what the results are. Okay. Yumomo said repeatedly. Out of physical instinct, she quickly began to organize the trip back to China, but the shock in her heart made her still in a state of mental shock and emotional numbness until she stepped on the plane. Second update, the principles and related technical details of nuclear fusion are relatively complicated. The relevant things are in the article, and I will try to explain them as simply as possible. There must be some details that are vague for simplification. Those who understand this aspect don't have to worry about it. You are right. 3 days after returning home, Jiangjing went straight to the mountains. The High Energy Particle Research Institute of Black Technology Company is built in the mountains. When the Rolls-Royce Phantom drove into the village, it attracted the attention of the villagers. They had never seen a Rolls-Royce before. At this time, they were all looking at the little golden man in front of the car and whispering. After getting off the car, the employees of the Black Technology Company immediately came out to greet you. Because it is artificial intelligence, as long as the roads are open and materials can come in, there is no need to have too much contact with the villagers. To this day, no one in the village knows that there is a high-energy particle research institute in the mountains. How's the situation? Jiangjing asked. It's almost ready. Watson continued, just wait for the final test parameters to come out, and you can see the successful operation report before dinner today at the earliest. Jiangjing nodded slightly. Then let's enter the company, inside. Company. Before the huge instrument, Jiangjing witnessed with his own eyes the biggest miracle in the field of human energy today. The birth of a controllable nuclear fusion device. Prior to this, the artificial sun developed by Chinese officials could last for 101 seconds, setting a world record. A few days ago, South Korea, with the help of the United States and other countries, developed a 102-second device, and started to revel in it, feeling that it was the most powerful country in the universe again. Nuclear fusion is how the sun works. Whoever can master nuclear fusion can create his own sun and directly control the energy of the sun. Is this the device? Jiangjing looked at the scene in front of him. The device looks like something from a science fiction movie. It's very similar to the super-large energy ball-making machine in the first Iron Man. In front of him is special glass. The glass surrounded a huge fusion chamber, which was 3 stories high. They were now standing on the 3rd floor looking down. At the bottom of the fusion chamber, there is a 1-story high fusion base. The entire fusion chamber is filled with magnetic confinement devices. At that time, the magnetic field formed will confine particles with temperatures as high as 500 million degrees Celsius, producing fusion energy. There is no material on Earth that can withstand temperatures of hundreds of millions of degrees. Watson shrugged, we can only make reactors suitable for the level of Earth's civilization. In fact, real fusion reactors are much more advanced than this. The most high-temperature resistant compound on the Earth can only withstand more than 4,000 degrees Celsius. At most, which is a difference of hundreds of thousands of times. Light it up and see. Jiangjing nodded. And received the Black Technology Chain reward. He also understood all the principles. Buzz. The blue plasma beam gradually rose up in the giant reaction chamber, circulated in the room, and finally formed a spherical shape. The ion ball is 30 meters in diameter and looks spectacular. The color changed several times, and finally, it turned into a giant ball of fire like the sun. Jiangjing knew that the core temperature of the artificial sun inside was a full 500 million degrees. But outside the glass, I couldn't feel any temperature at all. Chi-chi. The energy generated by fusion is converted into electrical energy through the constrained arm, and the large power storage box outside reaches 10% in an instant. This amazing power generation efficiency. Yi Yang felt extremely shocked. The electricity generated by this small fusion device in one day is enough for the entire electricity consumption of a second-tier city. What is this concept? If a large power station is built here, the energy generated by this power station alone will be enough to support all the electricity consumption of a developed province. Looking at this magnificent dreamy plasma ball in front of me, Yi Yang knew very well. A new era of mankind has begun. We have tried our best. With the current level of Earth's civilization, even if we have very high technology, the basic conditions such as materials cannot keep up. We can only make such high-cost, low-output defective products. Watson sighed with regret. Very good already. Yi Yang smiled, that was enough. Although the construction cost is high, it is not worth mentioning compared to its usefulness. That night, the top management of China were all shocked. Almost all the top academicians in science and engineering were awakened by the news. Late at night, I looked at the notice coming down from above in disbelief. Controllable nuclear fusion? It's done. Even the top few were shocked and overjoyed to ask the senior officials to verify the news. The next day, Yi Shanghai Technology Company, High Energy Particle Research Institute. A huge controllable nuclear fusion device was placed in front of everyone. Everyone who was invited to stand here looked at the huge reactor in front of them in disbelief. Among the crowd were some of China's top scientists, as well as people with high status in China's military and political circles. Lieutenant General Chang Siwei looked at Yi Yang in disbelief. Mr. Yi, are you sure that this device can achieve long-term stable nuclear fusion? Yi Yang nodded slightly. The whole place was in an uproar. Especially those scientists, they know all too well what this means. This is simply impossible. It was originally estimated that it would take at least 30 years for us to achieve this goal. These are all optimistic estimates. It is estimated internationally that mankind is still at least 50 years away from the initial realization of controllable nuclear fusion. As for mature devices that are put into commercial use, it may take 80 to 100 years. It's possible. There were whispers in the field, and no one dared to believe the truth of this matter. Mr. Yi, can you really show us the facts? Otherwise, we really can't believe it. Yes. All the scientists looked at Yi Yang, and some of them were even fanatical. That was what they had been pursuing all their lives. Yi Yang smiled and nodded, of course. After the words fell, the huge fusion device rose again. When the huge energy ball of 30 meters appeared in front of everyone, no one could say anything. The crushing of the times. I can't imagine, this is my original dream. The real charm of science. It's so beautiful. Even the top executives standing at the core of power had to be moved. In front of the highest achievement of mankind so far, in the indescribable shocking beauty, no one can remain unmoved. Mr. Yi. General Dong excitedly shook his hand. China is so lucky to have you. They all knew about Yi Yang's request to build a high-energy particle test facility and try nuclear fusion, and they wanted to provide him with some funds and technology. But Yi Yang insisted on funding it himself, so they actually approved it with the mentality of giving it a try. After all, the whole world has been madly researching this thing since the 1970s. But it has not succeeded. And Yi Yang actually did it. This achievement will be famous for all ages. A group of scientists also looked at Yi Yang with fervent eyes. Because they have heard that the idea of the nuclear fusion device was taken out by Yi Yang himself. At this point, he is really a god in the scientific community. Just like the evaluation of Einstein back then, what virtue and ability does the Nobel Prize have to award Mr. First update. Mr. Yi, we are here today to witness the birth of this technology. Admiral Dong pondered for a moment. After all, the significance of this technology is simply too great. I am a member of Huaxia. I will provide free technical support for Huaxia Power Grid's energy source exchange. In addition, I will also provide funds and manpower to help reorganize the power grid terminals. Yi Yang waved his hand nonchalantly. Money means nothing to him anymore. Doing something that has never been done before or since, fulfilling the ambitions of the past, realizing the feelings of childhood, attracts him. Even more this. General Dong knew Yi Yang's patriotism. I just didn't expect that his decision in this regard would still be so shocking. Yi Yang didn't think there was anything strange. It is completely unreasonable to him to make so much money and not give back to society. Mr. Yi. General Dong shook his head. This time, I have to refuse. Your sacrifice is too great. If you really implement it like this. Yi Yang smiled slightly. For me, this is not about sacrifice, but about building my own home. Whatever you have the ability to do. Even ordinary people will want to decorate their own homes after making money, let alone their own country. This has been my dream since I was a child. I want the country to become better because of me and the world to change because of me. I didn't have this ability before, but now, I want to realize these dreams one by one. And, just do as I wish. He looked at General Dong with piercing eyes. Admiral Dong was stunned, and suddenly, his eyes turned red. Everyone in the audience was shocked by this. The original decision drafted by the Supreme Committee was to try to obtain technical assistance from Yi Yang, and then share the annual income generated by the power sector with Yi Yang's company. The country provides a vast market and huge electricity revenue. And Yi Yang provides the technology. But now Yi Yang's decision is enough to shock everyone. Not only will they provide technology for free, they will even provide funds in return to help restructure the power grid terminals. General Dong took a few steps back and stood up to Yi Yang, a standard military salute. All the officers, bosses, and scientists present firmly showed their greatest respect to him. This silent touch and shock filled everyone's heart, and inspired a sense of cohesion that no one could ignore. Because we were born in China. Yi Yang directly took out the contract that had been prepared. For a long time, you can take it back and show it to the power company. If there are no problems, try to start this project as soon as possible. Good. This incident has completely changed the views of several top bosses on Yi Yang. If Yi Yang was a patriotic businessman in their hearts before, then now, they are true comrades. As long as they are people who have the true ideal of nation and country. All are true comrades. But I was moved. They were in trouble again. What kind of honor should be given to Yi Yang? This time? This contribution is simply too great. But if it rises too much at once, it is against the rules. The lack of promotion is completely inconsistent with Yi Yang's contribution that is enough to go down in history. What title and honor should I give Yi Yang in return? They're going to have a hard time. However, Yang is not in a hurry, the project is still important. The press conference was already the next day. Great Hall. Reporters swarmed in. Excuse me, is the news about the success of this controllable nuclear fusion device project true? The spokesperson stood on the podium, smiled, and nodded, not bad. The whole place was excited. The suffocation caused by the pretense of the kingdom of the universe these past few days was gone in an instant. 102 seconds is nothing. I made it directly. The first one in the world to overcome this difficulty is China. Everyone else, just follow behind and eat ashes. Immediately, there were overwhelming reports. Such a great scientific breakthrough will bring great changes to the world and society. Controllable nuclear fusion has been achieved. This Yang. I have never heard of it before. A genius scientist who suddenly appeared. It's Yi Shenhao, the one who makes money on Douyin. F***ck. This is completely irrelevant. This feels so superdimensional. I've long thought this kid could do it. Yi Shenhao. YYDS. This is what you call an entrepreneur. Spend the money you earn on research and development. Awesome. I just want to know, does this have anything to do with my monthly salary of 3,000? Of course. The United States is developing so fast because they have oil hegemony. If we uniquely master controllable nuclear fusion technology, we will monopolize the energy of the next era. Our per capita wages and living standards will increase rapidly. By then, the purchasing power of 3,000 Huasha coins will even exceed the current 10,000 Huasha coins, and the income will skyrocket. How wonderful will it be in those days? Go ahead. Damn it. If that could happen, I would call him my reborn parent. Awesome. Popular science and publicity about controllable nuclear fusion suddenly exploded in China and the external network. The Koreans were dumbfounded. It's only been a few days. All we can do is stop the activities. This is impossible. How can China be ahead of us? Did they steal our advanced technology? Hurry up and steal their technology, and then we will apply for a patent in advance. Humph. That's right. Whoever gets it first will own it. This technology belongs to our great cold Netherland. The people of the universe God country are all furious. On TikTok, the news of China's successful controlled nuclear fusion directly flooded the screen. The world is trembling and shocked by this matter. Haha, you have to use your thief talent again. This time, you won't have another chance. You vassal states, jump again. In the comment area, Chinese users are extremely proud and confident to confront those angry users of the Great Cold Netherland. You cheated. You must have stolen our technology. Some people were dissatisfied. Haha, your technology of generating electricity for more than 100 seconds is still a long way from stable power generation. Don't you think before you speak? That's right. I guess there are no good mental hospitals in South Korea. I advise your patients to apply for a visa and come to China for treatment. We are very advanced in this regard. Their indignation attracted disdainful ridicule from the Chinese side. Wow. We are so angry. Ah she. Second update. It's useless to be angry, you're all jealous. Haha. All Chinese netizens are very proud. And countries all over the world are shocked by this news. China has developed controlled nuclear fusion first. This is terrible. This is too outrageous. The reactions of all parties are different, some are happy and some are sad. In today's world situation, there are countries that follow China to develop, and some follow the United States. Two-pole competition. China has developed controlled nuclear fusion, which naturally adds a huge chip to the scale. The United States. I have always said that he is a big problem. The 7-star general was so angry that his face turned blue. I really didn't expect that he could make breakthroughs in different fields, one after another. But it's a little late now. It's too late for us to ask China to give us this technology. If we counterattack, they also have the technology to strangle us. Before the end of oil hegemony, we still have a chance to fight back. This is not a trivial matter. Well, a group of American high-level officials are also in a dilemma. The biggest difference between modern wars and previous wars is that superpowers have nuclear weapons. Previous wars relied on sacrificing people to fight. But now, once a war breaks out between nuclear countries, nuclear bombs will be dropped on the heads of countries and those who start the war, so no one dares to start a war. Especially American businessmen. They don't fight for justice, but for the fundamental purpose of making more money. If you start a war and end up being killed first, it's too ridiculous. For them, it's absolutely impossible to do. We should reconsider our strategy and attitude towards China. Unconsciously, China has passed the weak period steadily. Now even they themselves have realized that they seem to have no way to deal with China. Inside Prince Gong's mansion, Yi Yang, the core of Storm, had just finished a game, took off his body suit, stretched his arms and walked out of the game room. How is the promotion of the bodysuit in the army? Yi Yang asked. Tang Xinru took off her bodysuit on the game recliner beside her and changed her clothes in front of Yi Yang. The military games developed are very realistic, and the supply speed is also very fast. Now the promotion speed in the army is extremely fast. Yi Yang nodded. The competition between the military is not only a contest of hard power between cannons and rockets. Of course, it also includes military games, logistics, follow-up speed and other soft power. Tang Xinru looked at Yi Yang and felt that this man was unfathomable. Before she came into contact with him, he didn't even have a position in the military. It's been a short time. According to inside information, Yi Yang might be able to stand in the most core circle of power through this matter. If there is no free controllable nuclear fusion and aid construction, Yi Yang can only get more money and a reputation to be remembered. But he already has fame, money? Just a number. Not to mention that the National Power Department is paying money to provide welfare to the people every year. Even if the electricity bill is really divided into a small amount, the annual share is not enough for 5% of Yi Yang's wealth growth, which is not meaningful. If this decision can really stand at that height, it will be 10 trillion yuan. No amount of money can compare. She is not sure what kind of mind Yi Yang made this decision, but judging from the contact in the past few months, he is just a real man who acts on impulse. It seems that he has not considered the complicated gains and losses behind. He just made a choice because of his nature. But what is annoying is that the decision he made casually is still the relatively best one. Tang Xinru smiled when she thought of this. Why are you grinning so stupidly? Yi Yang patted Tang Xinru's head. Let's go eat. Okay. Tang Xinru nodded and followed him obediently. Lunch at Prince Gong's mansion is a huge project. It's just like having a meal in the mansions of ancient princes and nobles. There are hundreds of maids, housekeepers, and cleaners doing the work. In addition, Yi Yang himself is more interested in eating, so the chefs of the state banquet in the back kitchen have to try their best to make something new for him. For example, at noon today, we made a special lunch after an in-depth investigation of the eating habits in Yunnan, Guizhou, and Sichuan. Although the cost is only about 1 million, this meal is not cheap after considering the cost of investigation and research. Well, it tastes really good. Yi Yang nodded and enjoyed it very much. Eating all the delicacies in the world without leaving home must be a dream that many Chinese people are obsessed with. After all, for China, food, clothing, housing, and transportation, eating is one of the 4 major things in life. After eating Yi Yang was lying on the sofa, scrolling through his WeChat messages. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. He actually saw a familiar stranger sending him a WeChat message. helplessly? This woman never comes to visit for no reason. Yi Yang instantly felt a little interesting. This woman was a female classmate of their university who had a low sense of presence. She was almost invisible in the university. She was obsessed with marrying a rich man. She never bothered to interact with classmates in the university. She would dress up and go to nightclubs or some places where she could meet rich people to hook up with. Rich people. At the university graduation party, she hooked up with Zhang Wanmin, the chairman of the software company where she used to work. She also wanted to show off in Han Pavilion, but ended up fighting with herself. The result can be imagined. When Zhang Wanmin came to Han Pavilion for dinner, he saw Yi Yang holding a black dragon stepping on gold card and a commercial building, and dumped this wicked lover at that time. After that, Yi Yang never heard about Han Pavilion again. He estimated that after this incident, this woman would turn over a new leaf, face reality, and be a good person. Open the chat interface. Yi Yang was stunned. Wedding invitation? He was stunned. It was only about a year since the last incident. They are getting married? Blitzkrieg. After losing face in public, she jumped out of the shadows so quickly, found a new partner, and was getting married. Awesome. Yi Yang looked carefully. She strongly begged Yi Yang to go to her wedding celebration. Her words were so sincere that people almost cried. Yi Yang thought about what to say to her. WeChat and phone calls came. Hello? Classmate Yi Yang? I haven't contacted you for a long time. How are you recently? I'm getting married soon, please come. I invited all the classmates this time, treat everyone to a meal, no need to bring red envelopes, I just want to make up for what happened last time. First update. Listening to Han Pavillion's words, Yi Yang wondered if he had corrected his evil ways. His attitude was so sincere, and he was still an old classmate. If he refused, it would seem a bit unkind. Okay, send me the time and place, and I'll go there then. Yi Yang nodded. Okay. I'm looking forward to your arrival, Yi Yang. Han Pavilion smiled. After closing the call, the message was sent. Yi Yang looked at the time and place and raised his eyebrows. This place is worth pondering. It's none other than the most awesome hotel in Beijing, Pangu Hotel. What a coincidence. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head, a little strange. How could the other party hold a wedding banquet here? In the Pangu Hotel, even the most ordinary standard room costs 5,000 yuan a night. If you want to hold a wedding banquet, you may not be able to afford it if you don't have hundreds of thousands of dollars. You're not meeting an old friend again, are you? Yi Yang shook his head. He couldn't always assume the worst about others. What if someone really gets rich? Boss, have you heard? Han Siley is getting married soon. Jing Xian asked in a message. Yi Yang replied with a message. Well, she just called me and asked me to come over. Well, shall we go? Jing Xian asked. Just go if you have time. Han Siley chose the May Day holiday, so even programmers have time. I'll send Fei Qi to pick you up when the time comes. Yi Yang explained. Okay, boss. Jing Xian said directly. That night, Wang Silan also sent a message saying that the rich second generation of a top wealthy family in the capital was going to have a wedding, and asked Yi Yang if he knew about it. Huh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. What a coincidence. Skillful? Wang Silan was stunned. Yi Yang asked directly, we'll talk about it later. Where is the time and place? Wang Silan sent the time and location. Yi Yang was stunned. Damn. The time and place are exactly the same. This is basically the second generation of the so-called top wealthy family. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Good guy, have you changed from a rich man to a second generation rich man? Even Wang Silan can be called a top rich man, which is not easy. But maybe it's true love? Yi Yang shrugged. He was too lazy to get involved in other people's marriages. He would just go over and take a look when the time came. He never refuses a dinner invitation. This is his principle. Interesting. Yi Yang found it more and more interesting. Wang Silan hung up the phone with a confused look on his face. What's so interesting? He couldn't think clearly, but since the boss said this, there must be a reason. As a junior, he wouldn't interfere too much. In a mansion in Beijing, Han Siley contacted her last high school classmate. A sneer flashed across the corner of his mouth. The biggest shadow in her life was born at the last college reunion. That was a shame she would never forget in her life. When she thought of that incident, her teeth itched with hatred. She never looked down on those kids her own age. She is the most scheming person in this society. She started planning for her future life so early. How could it be possible to lose to these rubbish ordinary classmates? She should be a winner in life. She should marry into a wealthy family and enjoy the admiration of those trash classmates. She had imagined everything. However, dreams are broken because of one person. That person is Yi Yang. She hates it. She hates Yi Yang even more than she hates Zhang Wanmin. If it weren't for Yi Yang, Zhang Wanmin would not abandon her. Even if the other party just sees her as his lover, he won't be embarrassed in front of all his classmates that day. At least, in front of all her classmates, she is still the glamorous, extremely successful girl who is beyond the reach of everyone. So, after she succeeded now, the first person who wanted revenge was not Zhang Wanmin, but Yi Yang. You can never imagine how distorted thinking and logic a person with incorrect views would use to think about problems. When the time comes, I will definitely humiliate you. Make you pay me back everything you owe me that day. Han Siley chuckled. She seemed to have imagined the happiness she felt at that time. The thigh I'm hugging. This time is one of the biggest wealthy families in China. It's not just about having money. There's a bullshit building and a black card from Han Pavilion. What's there to say? How many are there? It's just bad money. It doesn't matter if I have money. Han Siley laughed. When she thought of the scene that would make Yi Yang feel defeated and humiliate him, the pleasure of revenge would fill her chest. Ha ha. She couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong, honey, are you done inviting me? A man in his 30s who was wearing a nightgown came over and took Han Siley into his arms. Just open it and chew it. The invitation is over. Han Siley responded while cooperating. The man Zhang Tianxi nodded and stopped caring about these trivial matters. He was just an unpopular second generation of the Zhang family. He was a well-matched daughter of a wealthy family in the capital, but no one looked down on him, a loser. He had been holding his breath, and it was just an ignorant girl like Han Siley who didn't know the depth of the wealthy family. As soon as he mentions his family background, he will be worshipped as if he has no bones. He found in her an unparalleled sense of fulfillment. In addition, Han Siley had practiced always 18 postures specifically and was extremely familiar with the structure of a man's body, which made Zhang Tianxi feel endless happiness. In addition, Han Siley knows how to dress up and looks pretty good. So, I am ready to get married. Well, that's it. Han Siley smiled and turned over with him. The lights went out, and the happy night began again. In the next few days, Yi Yang continued his boring life. Every day, there is snow, moon, wind and flowers, good food and wine, happiness and unrestrainedness. It wasn't until a few days later that he looked at the date. Well, it's time to go to the wedding banquet. Yi Yang tidied up his clothes, and Umomo and 2 beautiful bodyguards also went there. Which car should I choose? Yi Yang looked at it for a while. The last time he attended the class reunion with a Rolls-Royce Phantom with the highest configuration of 50 million, he couldn't tell what Han Siley had in mind. If she wasn't trying to show off, then she would still drive this car, just in case her shadow awakened, she would be quite sorry. With that in mind, he drove a Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost. As the most mass-produced Rolls-Royce available on the market, it looks good when driven out and does not arouse the psychological shadow of the other party. Well, it's good. As he thought, he drove over in the Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost. When Jing Xian and others came down from the airport, he sent a car directly to pick them up and take them to Pangu Hotel. Outside Pangu Hotel, Han Siley is leaning on a supercar to welcome guests. While looking at the guests, he was looking forward to the appearance of the man he had been longing for. Second update. Why haven't you come yet? She muttered. Looking at the full house of guests, she was quite excited. These were all big guys that she could never get in touch with when she was with Zhang Wanmin. She was extremely excited. These were all big guys. She couldn't get close to them even if she wanted to. From this point of view, she was also grateful to Zhang Wanmin for abandoning her, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to get to where she is today. Here you are. She was very surprised. She was much more excited than meeting her current husband. The luxury car parked at the door was an extended Bentley. Han Siley smiled coldly in her heart. And she had thought of the lines for the first sentence. Oh, I haven't seen you for a year, how come you are so lame? You can't drive as well as I do. As a result, it was Xing Xian and a group of classmates who came together in Shanghai who got out of the car. Han Siley looked around and didn't see Yi Yang, so she was very disappointed. After the classmates came, they nodded to her, exchanged a few words of greeting, and then went in. Fuck, I told you not to bring red envelopes, but you didn't bring any. Han Siley was so angry when she saw the classmates who went in. But she changed her mind and realized that she was not short of money now. Haha, it doesn't matter, face is important, face is important. She gritted her teeth and said. After a while, the crowd was in turmoil. Many young people who came to the banquet side. Han Siley also widened her eyes. Except for those rubbish university classmates before, the people who could come here today were basically all big shots. What could make these people sigh? Soon, she saw the source of the exclamation. A domineering Rolls-Royce that looked extremely retro in style, but revealed an extraordinary aura drove into the venue. Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost. The best imitation of the Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost. Rolls-Royce is now the pinnacle of price and style. You know, the only remaining Silver Ghost is placed in the museum and costs 1.5 billion to buy. This retro model is not only the best in the world in terms of technology and materials, but also the most awesome style. One car costs more than 90 million. It is estimated that it will be sold for over 100 million in a few days. I have always wanted my father to buy me one, but even with my father's relationship, I can't buy it at all. Just reply to me, I still want to buy it, let me go to the side to cool off. The young men in Beijing were all whispering. This must be a super boss. After all, there are only 5 Rolls-Royce Silver Ghosts in the world. Han Siley had great expectations for the visitor when she heard that the car was so big. Click. The car door opened. A handsome guy got out of the car. The rich daughters present were all amazed. So handsome. I want to marry him. Yi Yang smiled and responded to the excited rich girls, and then saw Han Siley, who was a little stunned. Long time no see. Ah. Han Siley came back to her senses, and threw away all the surprise in her heart. Haha. What's wrong with having some money? She knew that Yi Yang seemed to have become a big star in a movie again, but she was obsessed with joining the rich family every day and didn't know much about it. She only knew that Yi Yang seemed to be a lot richer than a year ago. But that was useless. This is one of the top rich families in Beijing. Even if one of the unpopular second sons got married, Wang Silin, who was once the richest man in China, had to give face and come to participate. Being rich is useless in front of such a top powerful family. This is also the reason why she is fearless. She shook hands with Yi Yang with a dagger in her smile. Old classmate, I haven't seen you for a year, and you have made a fortune again. Yi Yang nodded lightly, but he didn't want to talk too much. He came here to eat wholeheartedly. Then he walked inside. Me. Han Siley had prepared a bunch of sarcastic words, but when she was about to say something, Yi Yang had already disappeared. She was so angry that her face turned red. And she almost vomited blood. Ah. She was furious. You are so rich, Yi Yang, I told you not to give me a gift, but you didn't give me a penny, and you ran in before I could say anything. You don't take me seriously at all. She was secretly annoyed for a while, and then she was relieved. After all, the wedding banquet had just started today, and there were plenty of opportunities to make him unhappy. You will have a hard time today, she thought, and continued to collect money. The wedding banquet. The old classmates were arranged together, and the seats were not eye-catching. Didn't he say he wanted to apologize to us, but he didn't even come to offer us a toast. He even arranged a seat in the corner for us. But come to think of it, today these are all real big shots. I saw several super big shots that I can only see in CCTV1 and the news broadcast. I was really trembling. Yeah, this is the closest we've ever been to the big shots. I think I saw Mr. Wang just now. Who? Wang Silan from Yida Group. He's the leader of Beijing's business community. Wow, this scene is too big. And this Pangu Hotel is also extremely awesome. It has a great background. To be able to hold a wedding banquet here, there must be a powerful family behind it. Will Han Sili find another rich old man to take revenge on him? Who knows? All the students were trembling as they watched the big guys in the field toasting and drinking. They were like outsiders who were kicked out of this scene. Brother Yi, our cards depend on you. Yes, yes. Among the students present, the only one who can be called a big shot now is Yi Yang. A rich second generation like Su Pengfei in Shanghai trembles when breathing here and has no say at all. Class monitor Yu Qinggong looked left and right. Even with his usual interpersonal skills, he was scared today. Wang Daling didn't care too much. He started eating the fruit plate as soon as he came in. He was carefree and had no worries. Lin Shuer sat next to Yi Yang. A short separation was better than a new marriage. During the sweet talk, both of them laughed out loud from time to time. Kai Mao Mao sat next to Su Pengfei, still looking at Yi Yang from time to time, mentally cuckolding Su Pengfei. The male students with financial acumen had already prepared paper and pen, asking Yi Yang to sign. After all, the signature of a big star is still very valuable. The female students came up to take photos with Yi Yang, and from time to time they would get close to him. After more than a year in society, they have tasted all the lessons they should have tasted and suffered all the sufferings they should have suffered. Now, they deeply realize how lucky and wonderful it is to have a boyfriend like Yi Yang, who is handsome and rich. It's a pity that the other party has succeeded now. No matter how active they are now, I'm afraid that he won't pay much attention to them. However, they still have to try their best. First update. Yi Yang is very easygoing. In front of classmates, there is nothing to show off, just catch up on old times and talk about how you are doing recently. But everyone is obviously more interested in him than in others, basically asking him questions. Sigh. I really don't want to show off. However, Yi Yang has always been a person who speaks directly when he has something to say, and is too lazy to hide it. Oh, that car today is probably worth more than 90 million yuan now, but it only cost more than 80 million yuan when I bought it. Good guy. I probably won't make 10 million in 20 or 30 years. Brother Yi buys a car, and its value will increase by 10 million in a few months. Monitor Yu Qinggong was full of frustration. He originally thought that finding a job in a foreign company with an annual salary of 4 to 5 million would be considered a success. But Yi Yang casually showed off his car, and its value increased more in just a few months than he had earned in decades. All the students were shocked. 10 million, that is what most people here pursue for a lifetime. Then you must have a big house in Beijing now, right? The female classmates asked. Again and again. He's a big star and a big boss. Why don't he make several billions? He probably has. Big villas in the capital. The male classmate laughed. Well, where I live now. I live in the second ring road. The space is not bad. It is a compound with about 200 rooms. Yi Yang said. A second ring compound? 200 rooms. Are you crazy? The classmates were shocked. Actually, it's Prince Gong's mansion. Lin Shuer smiled and helped Yi Yang explain. Gong Gong Gong, Prince Gong's mansion, isn't that the legendary place where he Shen lived? Awesome, damn. It is said that one golden Nan pillar inside is worth 3 to 4 billion. What the hell? The classmates were shocked. It's actually not that expensive at all. Yi Yang waved his hands and explained. Call. The students breathed a sigh of relief and just said it. How could it be so expensive? It's too outrageous. To be precise, it's actually 2.7 billion. Yi Yang smiled and clarified. What's the difference? The classmates were all stunned. So awesome. 1 pillar, 2.7 billion. 100 million is an incredible number, 27 billion, a pillar. I'm sorry they can't understand it at all. Now, no matter how stupid they are, they understand that Yi Yang's status is no longer as simple as that of an ordinary rich person or star. The waist straightened up a bit in an instant. After all, with such a big boss sitting in charge, no matter who comes, the momentum of this table will not be defeated. Apart from Yi Yang, the one who is doing best now is Jingxian, who used to hang out with Yi Yang. I'm so envious. Lao Zheng, you are so harmful. I wish I had been as discerning as you back then. All the classmates were extremely envious. They knew that Jingxian had been promoted from a clerk with a monthly salary of less than 20,000 yuan to a company president with an annual salary of 1 million in just 1 year. Yi Yang was so high that they couldn't even look up at him. I can only vaguely know that he is super awesome. How awesome is he? He is already numb. He has a car worth 90 million and a house that only he Shen can afford. This concept is like listening to myths, and it no longer has a substantial impact. But Jingxian's experience made them drool. With Yi Yang as his backer, Zhang Wanmin simply promoted Jingxian whenever he had the opportunity, and promoted him for any reason. Even Jingxian had 3 meals on time, was rated as a 3 good employee, and was promoted 1 level. Now, he is one of the presidents of Wanmin Software Company, with an annual salary of more than 2 million. And it is said that shares will be given soon. Once you have hundreds of millions of shares in your hands, you will say goodbye to ordinary people. That's the real class. Isn't this all because Jingxian hugged Ji Yang's lap? In 1 year he rose to a position that others looked up to his whole life. Jingxian waved his hand. Yi Yang said, his achievements are all due to his own abilities. If I had asked him to do it, I would have directly assigned him to the senior management of Tingshuan, but he wants to develop on his own. The classmates stopped talking. Boss Yi, you are awesome. In the next part of the wedding celebration, the bride and groom gave speeches on the stage. When introducing identity, the groom's family background was introduced for a long time, and the bride explained it in 1 sentence. It was obvious that the Zhang family paid no attention to either the daughter-in-law or the groom. What they only valued was the face and glory of their own family. During the whole process, the table of classmates can be ignored. The students were embarrassed. What on earth is this woman thinking? Even if you really marry into a rich family, you won't be so arrogant, right? Are you inviting us to dinner to apologize? I think it's just to show us power. All the students were very critical. Yi Yang ate his food sincerely. He just came to work and join in the fun. He and Wang Daling enjoyed the most delicious food in the audience. Soon. End of speech. Han Siley started to toast, and deliberately delayed it to the last table before coming to the other students, with a look of pride on her face. How is everyone's meal? The food for this table costs 88,000. You have never eaten such delicacies before, right? Doesn't it taste good? Han Siley said boastfully. The classmates were all a little embarrassed. It doesn't matter if you put the chopsticks down or pick them up, Jing Xian said calmly. For a banquet, it's not bad. The dishes on the table together are almost enough for my brother Yi to pay for a drink. Lin Shuer pursed her lips and smiled. Although she is the richest among the classmates present except Yi Yang, because she is Yi Yang's girlfriend, there are no male classmates who are not interested in trying to get close to her, so her presence is not high jest. Now. Haha, is this your attitude when attending other people's wedding banquets? Han Siley frowned. Are you blaming me for poor hospitality? Haha, a little money is a big deal? I am a woman of the Zhang family now. In front of the Zhang family, a little money is of no use. She sneered inwardly and was finally about to slap her in the face. She has been looking forward to this moment for a year. The accumulated anger in her chest was driving her crazy, and she had to vent it all this time to relieve her anger. Yi. Last time you embarrassed me, I didn't even say anything to you, and I kindly invited you over to my wedding banquet, but in the end, you still laughed at me. Han Siley suddenly looked like she was going crazy. All the students were completely determined. This woman just wanted to show off to them. This is a Hongmen banquet. Yi Yang glanced at her lightly, and raised a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth. Second update. Let's be reasonable. It's obvious that what you said at first, Siley, was a bit unpleasant. And are you inviting us to dinner? You were obviously neglecting us during the entire wedding banquet. I think your purpose is not that pure, right? All the classmates couldn't stand it anymore. Knowing Yi Yang's current living situation, they felt confident. They have no idea how awesome the Zhang family is, but they have a good idea of how powerful the boss is. Who lives in Prince Gong's mansion worth 200 billion yuan. In addition, they are reasonable in this matter, so there is nothing they can't resist. Hee hee. Han Siley looked at Yi Yang with a sneer. That's right. That's right. I came to you just to show you my current life. How high class it is. How unattainable. I lost face last time, now, I want to get this face back. She looked at Yi Yang's face that couldn't hold back his smile with great displeasure, and became very angry. Why are you laughing? It's you I'm talking about. My biggest purpose is to make you bow to me. You have to apologize to me. That's all. You gave me the biggest humiliation in my life. All the students were stunned. It was clearly Yi Yang who made you see Zhang. Wan means true purpose last time. You sugar daddy, a rotten woman with big dreams, instead of reflecting on yourself, you put all your resentment on Yi Yang. What's the point? They found that they could not understand this woman at all. He is simply not a normal person. Haha, what do you know? Han Sailei's anger rose, and her voice became sharp. How much pain and anger have I endured in the past year? I have never suffered this kind of anger since I was a child. Now, I am finally proud. I want to take revenge on you. I just want to lure you to come to my wedding, because today, this is the territory of the Zhang family. I am the hostess of the Zhang family. Haha, you have to come if I ask you to. Come today. I can't stand you, so I will send you directly. You will have to endure it if you are kicked out from here. I just want you to feel the pain of losing face. I know you are rich now, but no matter how rich you are, do you dare to mess with the Zhang family? We are the top wealthy family in Beijing. Looking at China, it is also the highest level of power. No one dares to mess with us. No matter how rich you are, you can't be impressive here today. She vented her anger. But Yi Yang's indifferent expression made her less and less confident. After all, she was just a fool who was lucky enough to squeeze into a wealthy family's wedding banquet. In the eyes of a big man like Yi Yang, who is at the core of real power and has experienced the world's ups and downs, he is really a clown. Yi Yang just looked at her lightly, making her feel endless pressure and fear. It was just her trust and pride in the Zhang family that kept her holding on to this fear. Now that she had vented her anger, and her mind gradually cooled down, she felt more and more the pressure that was close to reality. Peng. Shou Qingxian, who had a hot temper, got up and was about to explode. She doesn't mind letting this wedding turn into a funeral for anyone from a wealthy and distinguished family who dares to offend the boss. Calm down. Getting angry for a small character who is not even a minor fish is really worth the price. Yi Yang pressed his hands. Puff. Yu Momo, who was beside him, couldn't hold back his laughter and pulled Shou Qingxian to sit down. As a boss, it would be outrageous to deal with Han Sailei personally. Miscellaneous fish. Han Sailei muttered these words in disbelief. She had obviously climbed into one of the most powerful wealthy families, the Zhang family, and had become the daughter-in-law of a wealthy family. Why are you still a trash fish? Why do you sound so crazy? She was scared and angry, and a wave of anger towards her own incompetence occupied her brain. Just when she was about to show off her face and find the Zhang family's bodyguards present to kick Yi Yang and his party out, the wedding door was suddenly opened. The quarrel on Yi Yang's side was because the location was too far away and surrounded by small characters. The company that was attracted by the noise even knew Yi Yang's extraordinary status. But the Zhang family is not someone to be trifled with. They didn't dare to get involved in the fight between gods and immortals, they only dared to wait and see. The sound of the door opening was very loud. Far from being able to match the noisy atmosphere, Han Sailei's unreasonable voice immediately focused the attention of the audience. Zhang Tianxi was talking to some big guys from all walks of life in front. He is no longer welcome in the Zhang family, but for the Zhang family's weddings, the family will make a lot of arrangements for him to show the family's glory. Therefore, almost all the big guys in the capital were present this time. The sound of the door opening was really loud, as if a house was being demolished. These big guys were also attracted by the movement and looked over. Zhang Tianxi frowned. Who is it? Outside the door, hundreds of figures walked in. These figures were all dressed in extremely extravagant clothes and had magnificent equipment. At first glance, they were not ordinary people. He knew the person in charge. He was Zhang Mingyu, the second in command and the second most powerful person in Pangu Hotel. He was the person with a strong voice among the current generation of the Zhang family who was in power. In terms of seniority, he is Zhang Tianxi's eighth uncle. It turns out Uncle 8 is here. Zhang Tianxi laughed, feeling extremely proud. This is the second in command of Pangu Hotel. At first glance, he was here to congratulate me on his wedding. This is the card. The Zhang family's heritage is revealed. I didn't expect that. In order to give me face, my family specially asked my uncle to come and support me. However, each of the big guys present was a powerful person, and they were extremely sensitive to the atmosphere. They looked at these intruders and saw that they brought not blessings, but evil spirits. They all showed puzzlement on their faces. Uncle 8. Zhang Tianxi laughed and greeted him. However, after Zhang Mingyu and his group came in, they turned a corner and walked quickly to a corner of the huge banquet. This. Zhang Tianxi was stunned. Instantly. Didn't Uncle 8 come to celebrate my wedding and bless me? I'm here. Where are you going? He also hurriedly followed him in confusion. Many big guys present also looked over. Although Pangu Hotel is only worth a few hundred billion and is not very impressive, anyone who has been in the upper circles of Beijing will know the complicated forces behind Pangu Hotel. The amount of money sometimes does not represent the degree of awesomeness. After all, if you calculate it, a provincial governor, who is in charge of the economy of a province and has such great power, only earns tens of thousands of yuan a month. The assets controlled by the Zhang family itself, on the surface, are only about 200 billion. But even Wang Xilin has to call the head of the Zhang family Big Brother when he meets him. First update. Soon. Zhang Mingyu led the team to Yi Yang's table. Looking at the faces of the respectable people sitting next to them, the students all sensed that the people who broke in through the door must be of extremely high status. Such a group of people came towards me aggressively. Everyone felt a sense of fear. But only Yi Yang looked calm, as if he had expected this scene. Originally, Han Sili wanted to act up, but she was shocked by this sudden turn of events, so she just stared blankly at the group of people approaching menacingly. This group of people stood at Yi Yang's table. Just when everyone didn't know the reason, or thought that Zhang Mingyu came to wish Han Sili on behalf of Pangu Hotel. All those who came bowed and said in a loud voice, "Hello, boss." The voice was crisp and clear, obviously it had been trained more than once. Even Zhang Mingyu, who was at the front of the queue, called boss, without any hesitation. This scene instantly made everyone speechless. That section, according to the arrangement, is for the people with the most rubbish status at the wedding banquet. How could there be someone who can make these Pangu Hotel executives collectively call the boss? Han Sili was stunned. The classmates were all frightened. No one dared to be bowed by these big guys, they all stood up subconsciously. Even Jing Xian was frightened. After all, Zhang Wanmin is the CEO of a company with a market capitalization of tens of billions. Following Zhang Wanmin, he has learned some things about the upper-class circles. He also knew how deep the water in Pangu Hotel was. But looking at Yi Yang, who was sitting there, calm and incredible. Shock suddenly rose in his heart. Is it possible? He swallowed his saliva. He had already seen too many legendary things in Yiyang. Even if another one happened to him, his best friend would not think it was anything outrageous. And, looking at the direction and position of these big guys' bows, it seems that they are indeed pointing towards Yiyang. Combined with Yiyang's sitting posture and reaction, everyone can easily come to a conclusion that they can't believe or don't want to believe. Yiyang is the real boss behind Pangu Hotel. The less powerful guests nearby were frightened by this inference and stood up. The boss behind Pangu Hotel is said to have direct access to Tianting. How dare the Zhang family? How dare you let such a big shot sit in such a remote location? This is simply ridiculous. Zhang Mingyu's face was obviously very bad, but when facing Yiyang, he still smiled and said repeatedly, "Boss, we have all heard the recording that your secretary sent us. This woman is really too arrogant. After this incident, the Zhang family will definitely punish her the most severely, and I will ensure that you, boss, will feel comfortable. Even if the heroine of this wedding banquet is Han Siley. But look at the essence. After all, Han Siley was just an unpaid son of the Zhang family, blindly looking for a rag. With no background, no ability, and no profit value. To the Zhang family, Han Siley was worse than the garbage on the roadside. If the disrespect to the boss could be wiped out, it wouldn't be a bad idea to change the bride directly at the wedding venue. However, it is not the wedding scene, because if the wedding is ruined, then the face that the Zhang family values will be lost. In his heart, he still wanted to carry out the wedding. A worthless daughter-in-law, ready to be discarded at any time. However, the Zhang family's face cannot be damaged too much. Even if Yiyang is the owner of Pangu Hotel, he is still a rich man with a net worth of trillions. Taken together, he is similar to the Zhang family. It's okay to give each other some face. The Zhang family will not give in if they have to make a big fuss and hurt the peace. Uncle 8th. Why are you helping a stranger, for no reason? Zhang Tianxi frowned and said, Han Siley is the first woman I fell in love with since I was a child. So what if she gets into trouble? Why should she be punished? You bastard. Shut up. Zhang Mingyu frowned and shouted, this Mr. Yi, in terms of status, is no less than your uncle. How dare you disrespect him? This. Zhang Tianxi was instantly stunned. He himself had no idea about the status of the owner of Pangu Hotel, but when he mentioned his uncle, he immediately had an idea. The uncle is now the person in charge of the Zhang family. His calves trembled just thinking about it. This. He couldn't believe that Yiyang was actually a super boss who could rival his uncle. He was instantly frightened. Han Siley also panicked. She had heard of the Zhang family's family lynching, which was extremely cruel. If it was true as Zhang Mingyu said, she was afraid she would be doomed. As soon as you get married, you have to be taught a lesson and kicked out of the house. She never wants to accept such a miserable life. Zhang Tianzi turned his back directly. He is a coward by nature, and it is difficult for him to take on important matters, so he does not dare to get involved at this time. You. Seeing that, Zhang Tianxi gave up on her in an instant. The look in Han Siley's eyes dimmed instantly. Just now. She wanted to kick me out of the venue and make me lose face. Yiyang said calmly, she didn't care about Ye's face. Zhang Mingyu's expression changed, which clearly meant that he did not accept the conditions he proposed. Han Siley must be punished on the spot. But this is the Zhang family's wedding after all. If he really drives out his newly married wife in front of so many big men, then the Zhang family's reputation. Just as he was making choices and struggling in his heart. There were frequent footsteps in the field again. He turned his head and saw the top few people in the Beijing Chamber of Commerce. Wang Silan, Mo Dongshan, Zhuge Yuanmo. And many top big men invited by the Zhang family for Fei Su Yuanhong from Modu, Dai Jianfu, executive director of Centurion China branch, Gao Xianchong, chairman of Huaya Investment China Jialing Capital, Dong Daili, director of Beijing Jade Mine Group. Shen Jixing, general director of Shentu China branch. Coming together. Dear guests, I'm sorry for being inconvenient today. Zhang Mingyu thought that these big men were dissatisfied with the noise in the venue, so they came to him to express their dissatisfaction. However, before he could say anything, all these big guys said, "What Mr. Yi said is reasonable. If you offend our boss, you must be punished accordingly." The voice of accusation echoed throughout the venue. The entire wedding banquet venue was completely silent. You could hear a pin drop in the entire venue. So many big guys jointly threatened. Gulu, it's not this that's scary. What they just said. Our boss. Oh my God. These big guys are all top Chinese businessmen, right? This is just a big guy who happens to be near the Beijing circle. This. Everyone's mind was baptized by a storm. The meaning between these words is really too scary. Second update. Zhang Mingyu's expression changed instantly. If Yi Yang was just the identities he knew, it wouldn't make him afraid. But so many big guys gathered together not only to speak for Yi Yang but also to put pressure on the Zhang family. Moreover, they are all Yi Yang's subordinates. This status has risen instantly. Even more than the strength of the Zhang family. He was shaken inside. She looked at Han Siley uncertainly. This woman had caused such a big trouble and would be kicked out of the Zhang family sooner or later. But at the wedding banquet, after all, she was a bit unsightly, and it was detrimental to her face. Before he could express his meaning, another group of big guys came together. Among them are Fang Han from Jincheng law firm, Chang Jingkong, the first vice president of Liren Hospital, Fang Jinrong, vice president of the Chinese Music Association, Wan Chongshan, vice president of the famous car club, Tang Rugua, the boss behind the Crescent Hotel, traditional Kung Fu Zhang Hongfeng, the president of the association, Han Ruxiu, the boss of Tang Han Zhihui, Chen Zongqing, the president of Jiating Advertising Company, and several of the world's top actors and actresses. There was another wave of super bosses from all walks of life present, all coming. If he was just a giant in the business world before, Zhang Mingyu saw Yi Yang's unparalleled influence in the business world. Well, these big guys now come from all walks of life, and they are basically at the top of each industry. Wouldn't these be the same? An ominous premonition flashed through his heart. I saw these big guys all expressing their opinions. Mr. Yi, he's our president/boss/dean/old friend. If you are disrespectful to Mr. Yi, this is the biggest negligence and apology. If we don't meet Mr. Ye's request, we won't have to have anything to do with the Zhang family in the future. Holy crap. No way. If Zhang Mingyu hadn't experienced strong winds and waves, he would have been frightened and fainted. Such influence. This status. So many big guys are working together to support him. I go. The balance in Zhang Mingyu's heart was completely tilted. Yi Yang's status in his heart has risen rapidly, reaching an unparalleled level. Even Zhang Mingyu, an important person in power in the Zhang family, was shocked to this point. Not to mention the guests here. Everyone's brain is blank. Fear. They couldn't think of any other thought except this word. No matter which force or identity these big guys represent, they cannot get in. Even if they squeeze their heads, and they need to respect them. However, Yi Yang could do it all by himself. These hidden identities, all rivers merge into the sea. It constituted a terrifying impact that they could not resist at all, causing their emotions to fall into wave after wave of turmoil. Zhang Mingyu was about to speak. Then I saw those beings with the highest status sitting in the front row getting up. Zhang Mingyu was immediately stunned. All the guests present looked at him out of habit. No, it's impossible. These elites from all walks of life still have a concept. Then, the classmates sitting at the same table were almost suffocated. Any name among these people present, and if you look it up online, they all represent the pinnacle of an industry. They are all so popular, and they all make people admire them. All the students felt an indescribable numbness. It's only been a year since graduation. This man who once sat in the same classroom as them, taking the same course. This has been achieved. Is it close to a height that they cannot understand? This? How on earth is it done? A group of big guys sitting at the front also came over. Zhang Mingyu felt that his hands were shaking a little. Those placed at the front by the Zhang family are all big shots in the military and political circles. Senior officials from the CPPCC, National People's Congress, government, and military. All of them. Among them, there were even ministerial level and even lieutenant generals present. And these big guys stood still in front of Zhang Mingyu. Just from his position, Zhang Mingyu could see everything. These top military and political bosses. I am also on Yi Yang's side. In other words, in their eyes, Yi Yang's weight is more important than that of the Zhang family. The new daughter-in-law of this family has indeed gone too far. Major General Yi, we meet again. Although called Major General Yi, Lieutenant General Chang Siwei looked at Yi Yang with a faint smile. But in Zhang Mingyu's eyes, his words and expressions showed no affection for the younger generation at all. But appreciation of comrades. At the same level, even admiration. This? How can this be? Business circles, cultural and sports circles, military and political leaders. Yi Yang's status in Zhang Mingyu's heart has been infinitely elevated, and it can no longer be described. In words, what kind of existence does he have? Before today's incident happened, if someone had told him that someone could remain silent and receive unanimous support from all the big guys present, even sparing no effort to support him, Zhang Mingyu would definitely laugh at that person as being crazy. But now, he had to suspect that he was dreaming. Gulu. All rise. Everyone was completely shocked by this scene. For such a powerful person, even if the Zhang family bows their heads, they can completely understand. The bargaining chips on these two sides are completely disproportionate. One is the face of the Zhang family, and the other is the mysterious Mr. Yi. With the support of such power behind them, the face of the Zhang family is no longer important. The most important thing is that the Jiang family was wrong first. They were wrong first. Zhang Mingyu looked at Zhang Mingtao, the second uncle of the Jiang family, who had the highest status in the Jiang family at the wedding. He was the highest-ranking person in the Jiang family except the uncle of the head of the family. Zhang Mingtao said repeatedly, "What are you still hesitating about? Get this unlucky star out." Yes, yes, yes. Zhang Mingyu looked at Han Sili, who seemed to have fallen into a state of stupidity with a panicked look, and poured out all the anger in his heart. According to the rules of the Jiang family, I now announce, Han Sili, the new daughter-in-law of the Jiang family, has no talent or virtue, and got into my family by fraud, and now she has caused a huge disaster. Now immediately abolish her status as the daughter-in-law of the Jiang family and cancel the engagement. Expel her from the Jiang family, and she will have nothing to do with the Jiang family from now on. On the scene, silence. It was not until the three big men behind Yi Yang took the lead in applauding that the others in the field reacted and the applause roared. The Jiang family is indeed the top wealthy family in Beijing. The spirit and pattern are not comparable to ordinary families. Being able to stop the loss in time is also a great hero. There is a reason why the Jiang family can develop to this day. Listening to the discussions in his ears, Zhang Mingyu was relieved. Originally worried that the Jiang family would lose face because of this matter, he did not expect that the identity Yi Yang showed was too awesome. So much so that the whole audience felt that it was natural for the Jiang family to abolish his wife on the spot. Instead, the Jiang family gained some reputation as a great hero who knows how to adapt. It's really an unimaginable result. First update. Person, after all, how could you make such a big mistake? How could you put such a big shot like Mr. Yi in such a position? Do you know how big a mistake you made? Zhang Mingtao and Zhang Mingyu both shouted at Zhang Tianxi. Zhang Tianxi tooted his lips. This time, he and Han Sili found their own list. Yi Yang was invited by Han Sili, so naturally, everything was arranged by Han Sili. He actually didn't know about it. The two uncles knew this in their hearts. However, now they must want him to take the blame. He didn't get angry, but just bowed his head and admitted his mistake. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. It was all because I was blinded by Han Sili and neglected it for a while. On behalf of the Zhang family, I apologize to you most seriously. After this banquet, I will go back to the Zhang family to accept the punishment. Yi Yang nodded slightly. He never cared about such boring and face-saving requirements as where to sit. After all, he has enough face now, and he doesn't need such empty things to show his status and face. Zhang Mingtao and Zhang Mingyu both nodded slightly. This nephew was quite courageous. The two of them and Zhang Tianxi apologized to Yi Yang for a while, and then said that they could put Yi Yang and his classmates' tables in the front. No need to be so troublesome, this position is not bad. Yi Yang waved his hand lightly. Seeing Yi Yang's insistence, several people did not dare to force him, so they had to do so. The audience was also relieved. Zhang Tianxi was a descendant of a wealthy family after all. No matter how unpopular he was also influenced by the wealthy family. At this time, he was abolished on the spot. Not only was he not angry, but he took the initiative to apologize to Yi Yang. His attitude was extremely humble and won unanimous praise. In the final analysis, no matter how much Han Sili pleased him, she was just a bargaining chip in his mind. When Yi Yang's bargaining chips were far greater than Han Sili, who was dispensable and could be replaced at any time. He would not have any heartache or unwillingness. After all, there are many women with fair skin, beautiful appearance, and good sex. As long as he slightly reveals his status as a wealthy family. There are so many women like Han Siley who want to squeeze into the wealthy family. And there is only one Yang. The second uncle and the eighth uncle were also quite satisfied with Zhang Tianxi's actions. This little nephew is not as bad as imagined. He is quite sensible. Fortunately, Mr. Yi is so stingy. In Yi Yang's mind, this matter has little to do with the Zhang family. Now that the other party has apologized, His Majesty has been demonstrated, and he is not in a position to pursue it. Otherwise, he will end up with a reputation of being rude. Today, just treated as an ordinary party for friends from all parties, hosted by the Zhang family. Zhang Mingtao turned around, laughed, and his mentality changed rapidly. The banquet is still the same, everyone eat and drink well, don't spoil the fun. The various forces that were in doubt were finally relieved. They regained their happiness just now, as if nothing had happened. In fact, they all knew the purpose of coming today. Zhang Tianxi is just an abandoned child of the Zhang family, and Han Siley is an ordinary woman who doesn't know where she came from. In the final analysis, the purpose of coming here today is, first, to give face to the Zhang family. Second, it is because such a gathering of powerful people is rare, and they all want to come here to increase their personal connections and get to know more big men. In other words, whether it is a wedding today, whether Han Siley is present or not, and whether they come to attend the party, it doesn't matter. It's nothing more than a wedding turned into a gathering of the upper class. No delay. Zhang Tianxi himself is just like nothing happened, constantly toasting people. Zhang Mingyu and Zhang Mingtao looked at Zhang Tianxi and nodded with satisfaction. He lost a useless daughter-in-law with ill intentions, and was appreciated by the two elders in power in the family, and took the opportunity to establish relationships with big men from all walks of life in Beijing. Zhang Tianxi definitely did not lose this time. So, a world where only Han Siley was hurt was born. The classmates were all laughing and crying, and no one expected that things would turn out like this. When Han Siley just started to attack, they were all trembling, thinking that they were really going to be kicked out. But from beginning to end, Yi Yang didn't say a word. A group of big men swarmed in and stood up directly. The Zhang family was so scared that they not only kicked Han Siley out, but also abolished her wife on the spot. This was too shocking. It made them say that they had learned a lot. For a moment, an extremely distant sense of distance was born between them and Yi Yang. Even though he was sitting in front of them, talking and laughing, very friendly. But these students also understood that there was already a terrifying and insurmountable gap between themselves and Yi Yang. Han Siley was just carried to the door. The door was pushed open again, and Han Siley was hit so hard that her nose bled and she fell to the side. It was too miserable. The two heroic men who opened the door didn't even notice that they had bumped into someone. Afterwards, a row of extremely heroic teens stepped in and stood on both sides. This change made everyone present stunned. What the hell is this? Today, at a small Zhang family wedding banquet, there are really many surprises. A military leader covered with medals walked in. The whole audience was in an uproar. Who is this leader? Many top real bosses recognized who this person with military medals was. Lieutenant General Chang Siwei stood up quickly. Mr. Dong, why are you here? The one who came was one of the only 36 generals in China. Dong Anbong. Oh my God. Everyone was excited. General. The most powerful general in the Chinese military. There are only 30-something generals in the whole of China. The peak of the peak. The core of the core. When he stood there, he represented China to a certain extent. The most important thing is that he was wearing a military uniform. There is a common sense in the officialdom. Wearing a uniform means that he appears in his position. If he does not wear a uniform, he comes as a person. Therefore, for a person in a high position, wearing or not wearing a uniform has a completely different meaning. Zhang Mingyu and Zhang Mingtao were both shocked. The Zhang family did not invite this General Anbong to the scene. Why did this super boss come uninvited? They were so scared that they came over and exchanged pleasantries. But old Dong just smiled and nodded. The two were not annoyed. After all, even if only the eldest brother of the Zhang family came, he was qualified to talk to old Dong. Chang Siwei greeted him respectfully. Old Dong. Dong Anbong nodded slightly, his eyes swept across the scene, and soon saw Yi Yang, and walked over with a smile. Second update, tomorrow is Jiuyang's birthday. I may take a day off. If I have more time, of course I will. Continue to update. Love you. Major General Yi, it's time to confer honors. National level and several other generals are waiting for your arrival. Dong Anbong stood in front of Yi Yang and smiled lightly. Oh? Yi Yang smiled and nodded. He stood up, hugged his classmates, said goodbye, and left. When Admiral Dong was here, no one dared to speak. They all watched eagerly. It wasn't until Yi Yang left with him that he breathed a sigh of relief. The discussion was overwhelming like never before. Everyone is guessing what is going on. Honored. Isn't he a major general? And he was awarded a medal. It shouldn't be. Moreover, it is impossible for such a person to come forward to receive an ordinary honorary award. Hiss. It's scary to think about it. Everyone looked at Chang Siwei. Chang Siwei is a lieutenant general and should be the person present who knows the Chinese military the best. Chang Siwei sat back down leisurely and laughed. This Major General Yi was also recommended to the military by me at the beginning. He started as a major general. And now he has made huge and incomparable contributions to the country. Contribution, this time, when we meet again, you will be on the same level as me. These are not military secrets. With his level, he can naturally say these words on such occasions. At the same time, it also increases Yi Yang's power. Make sure everyone present doesn't mess with Yi Yang again. Hiss. This paragraph is just a few dozen words. The amount of information is extremely huge. Zhang Mingyu and Zhang Mingtao both had their heads buzzing. Yi Yang looked like he was only 25 or 6 years old at most. Lieutenant General. At least Lieutenant General? Doesn't that mean it's not impossible for the general? This is so dreamy. 25-year-old corps layer. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There is also the word incomparable contribution. China is so big that any contribution to the country can hardly be called huge. After all, national affairs involve all aspects. Any breakthrough in any aspect is just a contribution worthy of joy. This huge and incomparable contribution. As a mere young man in his 20s, he really couldn't imagine anything that could be so huge and incomparable. What can be described with this word is at least this contribution, which can fundamentally raise the entire country to a higher level of potential. Enter a new era of existence. At least it must be on the same level as Yuan Lao's cultivation of super rice, Franklin's discovery of electricity, Newton's discovery of the laws of kinematics, and Einstein's discovery of the theory of relativity. Zhang Mingyu and Zhang Mingtao looked at each other. This word came out of the mouth of Lieutenant General Chang Siwei. It was really too scary. Gulu, we just now almost offended such a being. If we didn't handle it properly just now, the Zhang family should be destroyed. Only at this moment did Zhang Mingyu and Zhang Mingtao fully realize the weight of Yi Yang. No one needs support. He alone can dominate China. He is an absolute superboss. Even the head of the Zhang family is far from comparable in status. Before the age of 25, he was likely to be awarded the rank of general. This concept is too scary. At this moment, everyone present deeply remembered Yi Yang's face and name. After returning, they must let everyone in their power, from top to bottom, from old to young, remember this name. China Overseas, Great Hall. Today, the flowers are blooming and many high-end vehicles gather. Leaders from the military, political, and academic circles gathered together. The cannons were saluted to the sky and roared endlessly. The entire Zhonghai was filled with a grand atmosphere. Yi Yang stepped out of General Dong's special military vehicle. Surrounded by a group of generals, officials and dignitaries, he walked into the Great Hall. Major General Yi. Many generals respect him very much. One is out of admiration for Yi Yang, and the other is knowing that Yi Yang will be promoted today, and in the future, he may be his immediate boss. Soon, we arrived at the center. He saw all the big guys from the three parties holding medals or certificates, waiting on their seats. He stood on the stage. Many of China's top bosses were all looking at him. First, there is academia. China's highest lifetime scientific achievement award is directly awarded to the title of academician of the two academies. One represents the highest honor in academia, and the other represents the highest status in academia. It is the highest honor in the Chinese scientific community. Mr. Zhong presented the award in person, and the audience burst into applause. Next, there is the military world. The top man in the military personally awarded the medal, changing the star from 1 to 2. When I called you General Xinghua, you are indeed our true rising star in China. The award presenter smiled slightly, obviously admiring Yi Yang's achievements. In addition, you have entered the country's pre-selection list for general. Yi Yang nodded. He has been in the military for some time, so he naturally knows what this general pre-selection list means. As long as you enter this list, it means you are a reserve general. If nothing unexpected happens, he will definitely be promoted to general within 5 years. Get the highest honor in the military. Finally, it is the political world. The honor is still awarded by the last awarder. The country will remember every hero. He solemnly handed the letter of appointment to Yi Yang. In this position, you are already one of the decision-makers of China, with the highest voting rights. After this, the highest direction of China has a part of your will. Yi Yang was shocked and put it away solemnly. Huh. This appointment is a vice-national appointment. It is one of the highest powers, besides the 9 central ones. The 3 realms have finished awarding honors. The Whole venue fell into a long applause. They know that this man deserves it. Until he came out of the venue. Yi Yang looked at the honors all over his body. Any of these honors is what a generation of genius needs to spend his whole life to get. He smiled faintly and shook his head. There have been some subtle changes in his mentality today. From now on, he is no longer just a part of the Chinese bloodline, but a part of the Chinese soul and will. This change is a qualitative change. He took a deep breath. Watching the buildings of Shanghai passing by the window, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Dong Anbang smiled and said, "Where are you going next?" "There is nothing to deal with in Beijing, and it's time to go back to the Magic City," Yi Yang said calmly. "Yeah." Dong Anbang nodded. "There are indeed some things in the Magic City. If you want to go there, you can solve these things by the way. Now you are part of the will of China. In the process of dealing with this matter, any choice you encounter is up to you." First update, thank you for the birthday wishes from the fans. Thank you very much. Relevant information on this matter is here. Dong Anbang handed the portfolio to Yi Yang. This portfolio cannot be shown to the second person. Clear. Yi Yang nodded slightly and then put the file bag away. Inside Prince Gong's mansion, Yi Yang and Dong Anbang had a chat over tea for a while, and Yi Yang also learned a lot of inside information and top secrets. Many of them shocked him extremely. Sometimes, it is difficult to see the whole world from the perspective of the public. Only when your level is high enough can you have access to real secrets. The world is so big that an ordinary person can only see a small part of it. Is the file task I was asked to handle this time related to a certain part of the secret you revealed to me? Yi Yang asked. Well, as for which part it is, it will become clear when you arrive in the Magic City and open the file. Dong Anbang nodded slightly, then said goodbye and left. Yi Yang was silent for a while, and there were some changes in his heart. After coming into contact with China's real core secrets, a heavy sense of responsibility arose spontaneously. There is a folk saying that if the sky falls, there will be a taller one to hold it up. Only now does he understand what kind of pressure these tall men at the top are under, and what kind of secrets they are carrying forward. However, according to the information given by Dong Anbang, there is still a long way to go before the day when those dangers will completely erupt. Yi Yang put away the files. Soon, Lin Shuer and Jing Xian were taken to Prince Gong's mansion. The students have been sent back by G950. Holy shit, Brother Yi, you really live in the palace. This was Jing Xian's first time as a guest at Prince Gong's mansion. He looked as surprised as if he were visiting a tourist attraction. Yi Yang laughed. I'm not good at bragging. Boss, you're awesome. You don't need 100 billion to buy this house? Shou Xian just heard that one pillar inside costs about 3 billion. Well, the estimate is more than 200 billion. Yi Yang nodded, but I didn't spend much money. Huh. Jing Xian blinked. The original price was 200 billion. No matter how cheap it is, it still costs more than 100 billion. It didn't cost much. Brother Yi, you are so Versailles. Yi Yang couldn't laugh or cry. This Prince Gong's mansion was a prize given by the system. When he spent 1.5 billion to buy a high-end villa, Galaxy 1. If calculated, this Prince Gong's mansion only cost him 1.5 billion. But speaking of it, that 1.5 billion Galaxy One has almost fallen into dust since I bought it and haven't even lived in it yet. Yi Yang decided to go there and have a look before leaving. We visited Prince Gong's mansion and Galaxy number 1. Jingxian said it was an eye-opener. In the evening, Yi Yang and Lin Shuer, two young lovers who looked like newlyweds after a long absence, could no longer bear the longing in their hearts and let out all the surging enthusiasm. In the night wind there was a faint hum of the sun. Lin Shuer is like a little girl picking mushrooms, pulling mushrooms, making mushrooms, and eating mushrooms. It was done in one go, obviously, in the days when I was separated from Yi Yang. She also delved into the practice of mushrooms a lot. Sitting up at this time, the taste was also extremely long, which made Yi Yang say it was so satisfying. The mushrooms and scallops were cooked until midnight before it was completely finished. The two of them, who both ate happily, snuggled into a beautiful dreamland. Early the next morning, Yi Yang took the two of them on the F-1000 and flew to the Magic City, Shanghai Hongqiao Airport. Boss, I know that it is all because of you that I have achieved such success so quickly. Without you, Zhang Wanmin would not have promoted me like this. Jingxian said repeatedly, I have always wanted to have a meal with you, brother Yi, but you have been busy recently, and now we finally meet again. I want to treat you to a meal no matter what. I may not have much money, but I will try my best to treat you. You have a good meal. Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. With the relationship between the two of us, we can't even ask for invitations. Let's go and have a meal. Hello, boss. Jingxian made hotel reservations one after another. Although Lin Shuer also missed Yi Yang very much, she had talked about her love last night and was comforted, so she needed a good rest today. By the way, give the two good brothers some space of their own. Yi Yang drove her directly back to the flat floor of Linjiang community, and then took Jingxian to a place to eat. Jingxian decided to go to a high-end hot pot restaurant in Shanghai, the Hall of Supreme Harmony on the Bund. In the hot pot world of Shanghai, this restaurant is extremely famous. It is said that the ancestors were royal, so they dared to call themselves Taiha Palace, and the hot pots in the store were all royal hot pots. When we went upstairs, it was already dusk. When the night view of the magical city first came up. Here, you can easily catch a glimpse of the bright lights of Lujiazui, and you can also see the night of the magical city reflected by the rippling Huangpu River. Outside the window, there are modern skyscrapers and historical buildings from all over the world. History and future merge here, complementing each other and complementing each other. It's quite pleasant. Yi Yang stretched. What you eat here is not only the food, but also the scenery and style. Jingxian also made a good effort to spend money today. Specialize in expensive and rare items. After a while, the signature top-quality snowflake beef, frosty beef, air-freighted precious fruits and vegetables, and all kinds of precious crabs and shrimps were served one after another. The king of sparkling wine, Krug Class d'Ambonnet Blanc de Noirs, one bottle costs 15,000. Just as the dishes were put into the pot, there was a noise next to them. A naughty kid next door was running all over the room, screaming and squeaking. Jingxian frowned. Such a beautiful view, but a naughty kid with no manners ruined the view. His mood instantly became much worse. Soon, the naughty kid ran to Yi Yang's side, looked at the table, looked up, and said as a matter of course, "This drink seems to be delicious. I want to drink it." Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at the sparkling wine in his hand. Ask your mother to buy it for you. Humph. No. The naughty kid shook his head and said, what I like is mine. Give it to me. Jingxian glared and said to the neighboring table, don't you take care of your children? The woman at the next table, who was putting on makeup, sneered and ignored the question. Will you give it to me or not? Seeing that his mother didn't care about him, the naughty kid got even more excited, and he put his hands on his waist, with a face full of pampering. Get lost. Yi Yang frowned and shouted. He never looked at other people's identities when scolding them. What adults, children, old people or women? Anyone who did disgusting things and didn't respect others first didn't deserve to be treated as a normal person. Repaying evil with kindness. How to repay kindness? If you do something wrong, you will be punished. What a bullshit reason to be young. You dare to scold me? The coldness in Yi Yang's eyes frightened the naughty kid, and he didn't dare to pester him anymore. With a turn of his eyes, a trick was born from his heart. Second update. Bah, bah, bah. The child spat directly into the hot pot and then wanted to run away quickly. But before he could escape, Yi Yang grabbed the back of his neck and pulled him directly from the ground into the air. The child's limbs were shaking wildly, trying to break free. However, when he realized that it was impossible to break free from Yi Yang's hand, he screamed, "What are you doing? Let me go." Ah. Mom. He beat me. He bullied me. Woo-woo. The woman next to her, who was extremely indulgent in her child's evil deeds and didn't care about Jingxian's accusations, gave up immediately when she saw the scene. He stood up immediately, grabbed his child, and held it in his arms. Be good. It's okay, it's okay. Mom will seek justice for you. The naughty child is still crying. It caused the diners on the side to frown and look over. What's happening here? Have no idea. Since just now, this child has been screaming and making people upset. Now he is crying again. Have a look. A group of people looked over. How could you do this? You are such an adult and you are arguing with a child. He is still just a child. The woman angrily accused, two such big men teamed up to bully my children. You have no shame. Bullying children? This is wrong. That's right. Let's see, that may not be the case. Yes, one-sided words cannot be trusted. Most of the people who eat here are of some financial means and will not be easily led astray. Are you blind? Yi Yang frowned and asked directly. The woman was stunned for a moment and couldn't believe it, and then she said angrily, are you a man? How dare you insult us women in public? I'll tell you when you're done. I'll take a photo of you and post it online. Expose you. Let you be insulted. Jingxian was a little panicked. The internet world opened its mouth. Now whoever records the video will be polite. Netizens are not like the high-quality people who dine here. They have too strong preconceptions. Yi Yang, on the other hand, was overjoyed. Hurry up and record it. If you don't record it, you're a bitch. You. The woman took out her mobile phone. Seeing Yi Yang like this, she didn't dare to click on the video. Scoundrels and villains like them have always bullied the weak and feared the strong. If you were tougher than them, they were scared to death. It's a pity that in reality, when encountering this kind of thing, so-called smart people will lose money to avoid disaster, say forget it, and then encourage evil spirits. When more evil people are used to them, they will complain angrily, why are there so many evil people in society? Why is the social atmosphere so bad? Those who do not examine themselves at all are also among those who condone evildoers. This kind of person may appear to be very smart, but in fact he is a huge fool. If you don't want to bear the pain of building a good social atmosphere and just want to enjoy the sweetness of social welfare, how can there be such a good thing? However, Jiangjing is not this kind of person. He stood up directly. Why don't you record it? Record it. The woman was immediately frightened and took several steps back, her hands trembling. In any case, your child just asks us for something out of nowhere. If we don't agree, he spits in our hot pot. It doesn't make sense. Xingxian frowned and added. So. That's it. This naughty kid is so outrageous. I'm getting angry. How did this parent teach him? Why is this child's quality so low? The onlookers frowned and felt very unhappy. Haha, he is just a child. What if he spits in your pot? Is his saliva poisonous? Can he poison you all? Women are unreasonable and confident. Good guy. No wonder the children are so rubbish. Parents are not good birds either. Who is this person? The customers at the next few tables were also very angry. Oh, stop farting here, lose money, or get into trouble, it's your choice. Jiangjing sat back calmly. Ordinary people are afraid of trouble and don't dare to tangle with evil people when encountering such things. But judging from his experience, most of these evil people are just paper tigers. If you try to be more serious with them, you will be scared to death. They are just bullying honest people. Haha. Compensate? The woman sneered, you think I can't afford it? I think you are quite rich, but because of a child's normal behavior, you make us lose money. You are crazy about money. There is no way you can lose money. Jiangjing clicked his tongue. Normal behavior? Then your nature is really disgusting. You dare to call me disgusting? I will fight you. The woman said and was about to rush forward, but was immediately stopped by the waiter. Jiangjing glanced at her lightly. It was the waiter who saved her. Otherwise, in his eyes, all men and women are treated equally, and if they dare to make a move against him, they will be kicked back. If anything happens, as long as he is not kicked to death, with the strength of his legal team, it will be within the scope of legitimate defense. Evil people need to be dealt with by evil means. What about the Guba? Civilization? Civilization is for good people, and fists are for throwing at evil people. Madam, you are really going too far. You have seriously destroyed the dining atmosphere of our restaurant. If you do not agree to this gentleman's private mediation, our hot pot restaurant will take the initiative to help this gentleman. Call the police. The owner of the hot pot restaurant shouted angrily. No, no, no. The woman's momentum was instantly eliminated by the large number of people. When she heard that they really had to call the police, she was also afraid. People with a guilty conscience have a natural fear and awe of the police. What bad luck. Haha, you've come to such a high-end restaurant to eat, but you're still short of this little money. I curse you to be poor in the future. The woman was furious, but she had no choice but to ask, how much is it? The waiter counted the food on the table, added it up, and then said, this meal is 95,000 yuan in total. Even if you remove the 2 bottles of champagne that were not affected, it will cost 65,000 yuan. But according to the surveillance, your son vomited several times, which must have affected the tableware and drinks. Including the cleaning service fee, a total of 100,000 yuan needs to be compensated. What? When the woman heard this number, she was almost scared to death on the spot. She is just an ordinary white-collar worker. Her sister gave her a consumption voucher so that she dared to come here to consume. After all, even an ordinary meal here costs 5,000 yuan. You know, she only makes 100,000 yuan a year. The pressure of life in the Magic City, 100,000 a year, will make life very, very hard, plus there is a naughty child, now her savings are less than 100,000 yuan. It is extremely typical. I don't even have 100,000 yuan, but I look down on the woman who buys a house worth millions. Hiss. I met a big shot. Haha, not surprising, these two people are wearing luxury brands, and the clothes alone cost hundreds of thousands. That Mr. Yi is even more amazing. I can't even tell where some of the brands on him come from, probably more expensive. Fuck, awesome. I laughed to death, told her to be unreasonable, and she got her comeuppance today. First update. The gold you eat is so expensive. She asked in a timid tone, because she really didn't have money. Madam, these are all top-quality ingredients that we specially airlifted here, and these beefs have been screened through layers. The purchase price of 1 pound of raw materials is 4 or 5,000, not to mention our location and rent. The manager frowned and said, "These two gentlemen want top-quality ingredients. This price is already very affordable." Seeing the woman's face turn pale and blue, the guests at other tables tried hard to hold back their laughter. "You don't have that much money, I guess? Good guy." Haha, I'm laughing to death. Wait for me to find someone to settle this matter. The woman saw that the manager was going to call the police, gritted her teeth, and then looked at Yi Yang. "I'll tell you when you're done. My sister is super awesome. I will make you pay the price." Haha. Yi Yang laughed. In the entire Magic City, who doesn't know him now if he's a big shot with a bit of reputation? According to the plot in the TV series, Who Dares to Touch My Boss, Yi Yin? The entire Modu Beach. Call her here quickly, I want to see who in the entire Modu Beach can make me look bad? What a big tone. The woman was so angry, my sister, that can directly contact the big boss of the Channy Group. How about it? Are you scared? The guests around were all stunned. If so, it is indeed quite powerful. But it shouldn't be. With such power, it's not that he would ask others to come here specially for 100,000 yuan. Xing Xian rolled his eyes. Channy? My boss's place is more than 100 billion. I am not afraid of their boss coming, let alone just one of his little subordinates. Is it fake? Oh my. A house worth 100 billion. Is there one in Huasha? I know he seems to have acted in some movies and is a big star. He should be very rich, but his house is not worth 100 billion, right? Haha, just bragging. The guests around didn't believe it. Yi Yang waved his hand, and he knew when the other party came. What? You are coming soon. That's great. Come up quickly. I'm on the 5th floor. That's right. The woman never expected that her sister was nearby. This is simply God's help to her. Put down the phone. The woman crossed her legs and laughed. Okay, wait. My sister will be here soon. The manager heard that the other person had a sister working for a billionaire boss, so he didn't dare to offend her too much, so he had to suppress his temper and wait for a while. Lolialu. Wait until my second aunt comes. You are all going to die. The bear child stuck out his tongue and made two faces at Yi Yang. You are really a bad boy. Xing Xian shook his head. This kid must be a social scum when he grows up. He doesn't learn good things, but learns Japanese things. Soon, a woman in a suit who looked quite formal came up. The woman came up to him as if she saw a savior. Second sister. It's him. The second sister looked over and saw Yi Yang, sneering, you are the only one who messed with my sisters. Yi Yang was a little surprised. In Shanghai, working with a billionaire boss, he didn't even recognize me? Is he a fake? Hee, I'm the right-hand man of Su Yuanhong, the #1 boss in Shanghai's business world. Who are you? How dare you mess with my sisters? The second sister obviously followed her family education and was unreasonable. Su Yuanhong? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Why don't I see such a ghost with you around Su Yuanhong? Before the second sister could get mad, a surprised voice followed. Hey! Brother Yi, you are here too. Yi Yang turned his head and saw Su Xiaoxin running over. She threw herself into his arms enthusiastically and blew him an intimate kiss. Where have you been? You haven't come back to Shanghai for such a long time. I miss Xiaoxin so much. Su Xiaoxin pouted and said coquettishly. Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Su Xiaoxin was Su Yuanhong's daughter. He had played her substitute boyfriend, and she had always regarded him as her boyfriend since then. I didn't expect to run into her just after returning to Shanghai. Miss, what's going on? The second sister was confused. Su Xiaoxin pulled Yi Yang's arm. This is my boyfriend, you step aside first. I'm not going to leave for a while. Ah. The second sister's legs softened instantly, and she almost knelt there immediately. She was just a temporary driver, hired by Su Xiaoxin to drive. How dare she mess with Su Xiaoxin's boyfriend? This is really a dung beetle coming out of the hole looking for shit, deaf. The guests around were also mouths wide open. Awesome. It feels like he is the son-in-law of the Su family. Su Yuanhong's Heike is the #1 group in Shanghai. In the past year, its market value has soared, with a valuation of nearly 800 billion. It is well known that Su Yuanhong has only one daughter, Su Xiaoxin. And Yi Yang is actually Su Xiaoxin's boyfriend. I'm afraid she won't be able to leave for a while. Yi Yang said lightly. Ah? Su Xiaoxin raised her eyebrows. What's the matter? Let her speak for herself. Yi Yang said lightly. After a while, Su Xiaoxin learned the whole process of the incident and couldn't help but frowned and said, your family is too unreasonable. What kind of driver did my father find for me? I don't want you to drive for me anymore. The scene was in an uproar. Fuck. I'm dying of laughter. He's in contact with the super elite of the billionaires. It turns out that he's a temporary driver driving for the boss's daughter. Damn, it's really weird. My aunt is still a sweeper at Heike. Can she also be in contact with the social elite of the billionaires? Haha. Yi Yang almost laughed out loud. No wonder he couldn't recognize him. It turned out to be a temporary driver hired to drive. The second sister cried. But she was just a temporary driver. The boss's daughter said a word and drove. What else can she do? Originally wanted to come here to show off to her sister and show how capable she is now. Unexpectedly, it would end like this. The two sisters finally collected 100,000 yuan, and then rolled out in disgrace. The two looked at the naughty child walking in front of them, looked at each other, nodded, and started a crazy sister mixed doubles game. If the child doesn't get into trouble, they don't know what education is. The naughty child had never been wronged before, and immediately wrestled with the two sisters. The three unreasonable guys rolled from upstairs to downstairs, falling all over and covered with bruises. Second update. Why are you here too? Yi Yang asked in surprise. Well, an uncle from another place came to see me. Su Xiaoxin curled her lips. I guess he had another blind date and tricked me to come here. Yi Yang raised her eyebrows. It's a coal boss uncle, and his son has always wanted to pursue me. Su Xiaoxin pouted. I don't want to date him. Oh? Yi Yang raised her eyebrows. Is he ugly? Su Xiaoxin spread her hands. No, he's just a normal social elite. To me, he's really mediocre. I've seen too many of them. Even if his family is rich, I don't think he's outstanding. Who made me meet you, brother Yi, first? Yi Yang smiled. Su Xiaoxin's eyes turned, and she said with a sly smile, why don't you continue to be my substitute boyfriend, brother Yi? Yi Yang raised her eyebrows. Is it still the same reward? Oh. Hate it. Su Xiaoxin hit Yi Yang and snorted. Last time, Yi Yang was paid for being her boyfriend, and he kissed her every hour. Although she was hammering Yi Yang, she was looking forward to it. After all, she had wanted to get rid of her substitute and let Yi Yang be her boyfriend, but she had never had the chance to express her true feelings. This is the amulet I made for you during this period. I have been wearing it and I want to give it to you when I have the chance. Su Xiaoxin took out the amulet from her chest and gave it to Yi Yang. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and took it. There was still her fragrance on it. I didn't expect that the daughter of a rich family would also do handicrafts. However, thinking of her, the first daughter of the Magic City, working part-time as a front desk salesperson in a restaurant, Yi Yang was relieved. This girl is a very different kind of rich daughter. Su Xiaoxin smiled slightly. At a certain table, Mei Guangxing, who was waiting for Su Xiaoxin to arrive, stood up and wandered around. He happened to see Su Xiaoxin eating at another boy's table and couldn't help but get furious. He walked over directly. Here I come. Su Xiaoxin saw Mei Guangxing coming over and said repeatedly. Yi Yang smiled slightly. He was just the son of a coal boss, so he had no pressure at all. Xiaoxin, didn't my father invite you to dinner today? Who is this? Mei Guangxing frowned and looked at Yi Yang, very unhappy. This one. Su Xiaoxin walked over, pressed Yi Yang's shoulder, and smiled. He is my boyfriend. Huh? Mei Guangxing's heart sank after getting the answer he least wanted, but he was still somewhat confident in himself, claiming to be a social elite. As the son of a coal boss, he had known those prodigals and dissolute rich second generations since he was a child, but they were far less promising than him. He, Mei Guangxing, was handsome, and he had studied abroad at Wharton Business School. After returning, he helped his father run the business. The industry under his name alone was worth more than 10 billion. He would take over all the family businesses in the future. That scale was at the level of tens of billions. He was an elite among the rich second generations. He looked at Yi Yang, and what he could tell for now was that he was more handsome than him, and he looked familiar, like a star. Haha, Xiaoxin, you actually found an actor as your boyfriend? Are you abandoning me for such a pretty boy? Mei Quanxing frowned and said, this really surprised me. I thought you were a girl with aspirations, and different from others. Watch your words. Su Xiaoxin frowned and shouted, my brother Yi is not a pretty boy, and I have never considered you, so how can I give up? Mei Quanxing was choked, but he still liked Su Xiaoxin in his heart. Even if he was choked by his sweetheart, he didn't want to fight back, so he pointed the finger at Yi Yang. Are you a man? Hiding behind a woman? Now it's a duel between the two of us. Yi Yang almost laughed out loud. Why is this kid still a bit of a middle school kid? Okay, how do you want to duel? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and asked. Let's see who is more worthy of being his boyfriend. Mei Quanxing naturally raised his head, as if he had won. Yi Yang smiled slightly, then let's get started. Shou Xian and I have known each other since childhood. Although we can't be considered childhood sweethearts, we are old friends after all. Mei Quanxing patted his chest confidently. I have a peace charm that Shou Xian folded for me. Yi Yang took out Su Xiaoxin's peace charm and shook it in front of him. My family and Shou Xian's family are old friends. The two families have a deep relationship, and our relationship is what the family expects. Mei Quanxing said repeatedly. Huh? My father-in-law and mother-in-law introduced me as their son-in-law at the Modu Chamber of Commerce gathering. Yi Yang shook the peace charm in his hand again, saying indifferently. Then I have a deep relationship with her friends, and her friends think I am the right person. Her friends call me a male god, and the entire business community in Shanghai thinks I am the son-in-law of the Su family. I wish Xiaoxin could marry me earlier. Yi Yang laughed. You. Mei Quanxing was very angry. I am too lazy to talk about feelings with you. Yi Yang spread his hands indifferently. If you don't talk about feelings, what advantages do you have? Haha, I run a mining business with a valuation of over 1 billion. Mei Quanxing crossed his arms, thinking that this would be a sure kill. After all, no matter how much money a star makes, he can't make more than 1 billion just after he becomes famous. Pfft. I have Xiaoxin's loving kiss. Yi Yang became playful and planned to make this kid who thought he was a social elite very angry. Fuck me. Mei Quanxing suppressed the anger in his heart and said again, my father owns many minerals, with a total value of tens of billions. Oh, but I am Xiaoxin's boyfriend. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Ah. Can we still have a good chat? You just don't have the strength. You little trash. You don't dare to confront me head-on, you're just kidding. Mei Quang was so angry that he jumped up and down. Once you compare money, you won't dare to compare. Xing Xian on the side covered his face and suppressed laughter. Brother Yi is really too strong and too lazy to compete with you. I have the nerve to show off tens of billions to Brother Yi. You are so brave. Seeing that Mei Quanxing was going to be angry to death soon, Yi Yang also stopped playing. He has seen too many people who claim to be social elites. He suppressed the smile on his face, became serious, and said calmly, you want to compete in strength, right? You think you are elite, right? Good. Mei Guangxing looked at Yi Yang's calm and confident eyes, and suddenly felt a little weak in his legs. If Yi Yang gave him the feeling just now, he was still a bickering peer. So, at this moment, his temperament instantly transformed into a boss that he must not mess with. That majesty was far out of reach even for his father. First update. Compete with me in terms of strength. With all due respect, you don't have that strength. Yi Yang said calmly. The opportunity has been given to you. Obviously, you are useless. Why do you say that? He's obviously just a pretty face with nothing to show for it. Mei Guangxing muttered. Yi Yang's momentum was so great that he really didn't have the courage to be arrogant anymore. The first property I took over was the Empire State Financial Building. Yi Yang said calmly, since you always come to Magic City, you must not be too unfamiliar with it. Empire Financial Building. Mei Guangxing glared. A feeling of disbelief arose in my heart. That building is the first commercial building in Shanghai. Not to mention that you always come to Magic City, even if you have never been to Magic City, the name is very clear. Just considering the area and location of this building, the equivalent of the money is more impressive than his father's property, let alone his own small property. Yi Yang said slowly, Vacheron Constantine, have you heard of it? Mei Guangxing looked at Su Xiaoxin, who had an indifferent expression. It seemed that the other party had known these things for a long time, and he felt a little frightened in his heart. He responded with a stutter, of course. My father is wearing a million-level Vacheron Constantine watch. This company is mine. Yi Yang stretched out his hand lightly and showed the Pavilion Craftsman 000 R on his wrist. This. Vacheron Constantine is an internationally renowned super company. It is simply not comparable to a few minerals. Moreover, my father had boasted to me countless times about the watch in the other party's hand. It's a priceless treasure. The same style as Lisboa Emperor. It's worth at least hundreds of millions. There are also Chateau Lafite, Ultraviolet Light Pavilion, Han Pavilion, Disneyland, Magic Park property rights, 10 school district buildings in the entire Linjiang community, Jinqing office, Welsh Fitness Group, Dongsha Island. Land rights, FPS Esports Company, Huabua Film and Television. Yi Yang planned to count the numbers from childhood to adulthood and educate this boy well. However, before he could finish speaking, he just started. Mei Guangxing turned pale with fear, trembled all over, and his lips trembled. How is this possible? How can someone be so much better than me? Su Xiaoxin pouted. There are many rich second-generation people in the city who are better than you. Don't be too sentimental and self-righteous. If I don't like you, I just don't like you. Stop pestering me. Mei Guangxing was completely stunned. The industries that Yi Yang mentioned casually just now are basically thunderous. Even the smallest ones like Han Pavilion and Ultraviolet Light Pavilion are worth several billion, and the big ones are worth hundreds of billions. Adding these together, I am afraid there will be trillions of assets. There are such terrifying rich second generations in this world. He's 100 times more awesome than his father's rich generation. People are more infuriating than people. His whole body was about to collapse. Now, do we still want to compete? Yi Yang said calmly, I just started. No. No more competition. Mei Guangxing was like a defeated rooster, with his head downcast and his face ashen. He was afraid that if Yi Yang mentioned several trillion-level companies in the future, he would be scared to death. On the spot. He knew Su Xiaoxin's character well. She would never like a man who brags at will. If the other person only knows how to brag, then Su Xiaoxin will never call such a man her boyfriend. In other words, Su Xiaoxin must know at least the assets Yi Yang just mentioned. This is too scary. Whether it is feelings or strength, there is a huge gap between you and me. With your strength, I don't know what kind of courage you have to dare to challenge me. Yi Yang said calmly, remember, Xiaoxin is my girlfriend, you don't want to eat swan meat. You pester Xiaoxin for no good reason. You are not worthy. This kind of man likes to show off how elite he is. As long as he is defeated in this aspect, he will be completely desperate. It will naturally cut off the thoughts in your heart. In order to satisfy Su Xiaoxin's request for help. I see. Mei Guangxing left dejectedly. Another table. The coal boss looked at his son walking over with a smile. What's going on? Have you found Xiaoxin? I think there's something wrong with your face. Mei Guangxing sat down, sighed, and explained what had just happened. After listening, the coal boss frowned and thought for a moment, then laughed out loud. Hey! I've been hit like this. You're still laughing. Are you my biological father? Mei Guangxing said, dissatisfied. Son, this is a good thing. The coal boss lit up a cigarette and talked about the past. In the past, I was penniless and left my hometown after being rejected by a girl, and finally started my current career. How can a man grow without experiencing setbacks, huh? Mei Guangxing looked at his father chatting and laughing. Could it be that his father had also experienced the discomfort he was feeling now? I've told you before that you are too sharp. China is so powerful that it is like a hidden dragon or a crouching tiger. The coal boss blew out a smoke ring and said with emotion, you have to learn the wisdom of life. In addition, the daughter of the Su family, given the current situation of our family, is not worthy of her. Ah? Mei Guangxing was a little puzzled. Then you still arrange this dinner? As far as I know. The coal boss took a deep breath of Changbai Mountain. The sudden rise of the Su family and Heike group in the past year is all due to their contact with the young man you mentioned. Mr. Yi is extremely powerful and is not something we can touch. I wanted to take advantage of this meeting to let you and Xiaoxin talk it out. And stop your thoughts. The coal boss looked at Mei Guangxing deeply, but now it seems that the effect is better than I thought, haha. Mei Guangxing felt that he was going to vomit blood because of depression. It turned out that his father didn't want to match them up. After dinner. In the car. Didn't you say you had a girlfriend? I haven't seen her yet. How far is it now? Yi Yang asked with a smile. Xingxian scratched his head. Hee, I just found out that she is a real rich woman. She is getting married now. Good guy. Yi Yang strategically ignored the previous words. You are getting married. Haha. I didn't expect to drink the wedding wine of my good brother so soon. Xingxian scratched his head shyly. Hee, but her family is relatively large, and it is an old family in Jinling. There are many things in her family. Although we are discussing this matter now, it will probably take some time. Haha. Yi Yang was also very happy for Xingxian. Okay. If you need any help, tell me, I will definitely help you with all my strength. Marriage is all about appearance. Like the Zhang family, a wealthy family in Beijing, the bigger the family, the more attention they pay to their appearance. Second update. Okay. Jingxian was not polite. Although he now had some status and cards, his foundation was too shallow. He fell into the dilemma of having a high annual salary but not much money. He really couldn't afford the expenses of a luxurious wedding of a big family. Even if this wedding, under the insistence of his fiancée, he only had to bear half of the amount. I will. Jingxian just opened his mouth and Yi Yang pressed his shoulders. Don't talk about whether to pay it back or not. Yi Yang naturally knew what he wanted to say. We didn't make such a clear distinction before, there is no need. Jingxian nodded slightly and went upstairs to go home. In the evening, Yi Yang took Su Xiaoxin shopping for a while. The small toys he bought were all thrown in the car. Let's have fun in the evening. In the mall, Su Xiaoxin looked at the naughty mole in front of her and was very unhappy. I didn't pass the level again. Humph, I won't play anymore. She looked at the little doll in front of her and felt a little unsatisfied. Yi Yang couldn't help laughing when he saw this scene. This is a whack-a-mole video game with a total of 10 levels. After passing the 10th level, you can get the collector's edition doll. My reaction ability is so poor. Su Xiaoxin snorted in frustration. Yi Yang patted her little head. This is not Su Xiaoxin's fault. The first 9 levels are very simple, and the difficulty suddenly increases at the 10th level. The setting is indeed a bit anti-human, and the difficulty is obviously unreasonable. Almost no one can pass it. It's just using the collector's edition doll to attract little girls to whack a mole. Yi Yang looked at Su Xiaoxin's slightly annoyed look and smiled faintly. You play first, I'll go buy a cup of milk tea. As he said, he walked to the front desk and saw the front desk lady of the video game arcade. Excuse me, sir? The lady looked at Yi Yang's handsome face, and her heart was surging. Can the difficulty of the whack-a-mole game be adjusted back to normal difficulty? Yi Yang smiled slightly and discussed. Ah. Sir, we don't have a back door. The young lady was about to say something when she saw a stack of cash being handed to the front desk. I'll treat that collectible doll as my money, understand? Before she finished her words, the proprietress who was eating melon seeds on the side had a bright look in her eyes, laughed, and took the money. Oh, handsome guy, I understand everything. What are you still standing there for? Turn the difficulty back. Oh. Yi Yang smiled and shook his head, secretly thinking that money is good. Walking back to the game console with milk tea, Su Xiaoxin had already reached the 9th level again. I must succeed this time. Su Xiaoxin gritted her teeth and concentrated. However, this time I always feel a little different from before. It seems that these moles react much slower than before. Bang 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 bang. Congratulations on passing the level. The collectible doll belongs to you. Soon, the computer sounded a congratulatory voice. Ah. Su Xiaoxin blinked, somewhat unbelievable, and then pulled Yi Yang in surprise, and said, Ah. I did it. Brother Yi. Yi Yang smiled and nodded. Xiaoxin is great. Brother Yi is great too. Su Xiaoxin drank Yi Yang's milk tea and smiled sweetly. Okay, it's almost time. I should take you home. Yi Yang looked at the night and said. Ah. Su Xiaoxin pouted. What's wrong? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and asked. No, nothing. Su Xiaoxin blushed and smiled. Take me home. Xishan Villa District. Su Xiaoxin looked at Yi Yang, who was going away, and sighed. Sure enough, it was still difficult to make that kind of decision. Can't you take the initiative? She pouted and made several faces in the direction where Yi Yang left, then turned around and went back to the villa district. Yandingshan Manor. From returning to her hometown to the trip to Beijing, Yandingshan Manor has not been back for several months. The maids in black silk stockings all gathered around him. They lifted him up high. Why did the master come back so late? You missed us so much. The maids were all very enthusiastic when they saw Yi Yang. Yi Yang was surrounded by softness and was at a loss for a moment. Finally, he squeezed out of the black silk stockings. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Haha, okay, I brought you gifts, they are all in the car, go and share them. Great. The girls all happily dispersed and went to the car to see what good gifts they had. After all, Yi Yang was never stingy when he gave. Yi Yang shook his head and had a simple supper of state level. Yu Momo smiled and sat opposite him, shaking the phone in his hand. What's the news again? Yi Yang and Yu Momo already had a tacit understanding, so he asked directly. Your university is also going to hold an alumni meeting. Yu Momo handed the invitation to Yi Yang, by the way. Good guy. Yi Yang shook his head. His high school just held its centennial celebration a few months ago, and now the university is holding an alumni gathering. Is it popular for schools to hold alumni gatherings now? He complained in his heart. He opened the invitation. He found that the matter might be more serious than he thought. At least it's not just as simple as finding some alumni gatherings. Well, it looks like something has happened. Yi Yang nodded slightly. I'll go there when the time comes. Okay. Yu Momo filled in Yi Yang's schedule. Now Yi Yang doesn't have much to do every day. Apart from the weekly corporate report, he basically eats, drinks, and has fun. It's easy to add a schedule. In the following days, Yi Yang played the VR version of PUBG in the villa with the maids who missed him so much. Then he would have afternoon tea with Lin Shuer or coffee with Su Xiaoxin. Watch a movie with the beauties, and play games to rest when he's tired at night. Read a book before going to bed to supplement his knowledge. Then put the knowledge into practice. Every day is fulfilling and happy. However, the life of a rich person is always boring. He is also thinking of doing something new. After thinking about it, he submitted the manuscript he had written before. Prepare to write a novel for fun. After all, although he majored in software, he still had a dream of literature in his heart. He got a reply soon and could sign the contract. Yi Yang did not reveal his identity by writing a book, otherwise it would be meaningless. Just write casually, and those who are interested can read it. Oh. So tired. He stretched his waist, and the black silk maid immediately came up to rub his shoulders and back, and Xiao Xiaozhu also brought a cup of Peninsula coffee and fed it to Yi Yang. After Yi Yang felt comfortable, Yu Momo walked in and reminded, Boss, the school anniversary is this morning. Yi Yang nodded. He also promised to pick up Lin Shuer. Jing Xian now has his own car, and he is still a big man, so he doesn't have to pick him up himself. First update. A Lamborghini Venom worth 30 million yuan sped in front of the University of Shanghai, causing quite a stir. Although there are many luxury cars in Shanghai, But the emergence of tens of millions of super luxury cars always attracts attention. The school gate. Yi Yang handed the invitation directly to the doorman. When the doorman saw this super luxury car, he muttered in his heart, "This alumnus is awesome. Park your car behind the garage." Yi Yang took Lin Shuer to visit his alma mater. "This should be the first time I've been back since graduation. After all, it's only been 1 year since graduation." He is also one of the only people in his class or even the same class who has received invitations. As for those ordinary students, what achievements can they make after just 1 or 2 years of graduation? I won't be invited to the Alumni Association at all. The Alumni Association of each school is composed of the most successful graduates of the school. Represents the heritage of a school. Giving myself this alumni association invitation probably means that the school has heard something about me. He is now extremely famous in the high-level business circles of Shanghai. But in other fields and the lower-level business circles of the Magic City, there are actually not many that are so famous. The top group of people may know him, but ordinary people don't know much about him. It seems that there are many high-level people in society in this alumni association. Yi Yang smiled. Not surprising. Shanghai University of Finance and Economics is a 211 university. After so many years of accumulation, it still has many big-name alumni. Walked through the teaching building, walked through the playground, and walked through the library. Yi Yang sighed with emotion. Just a year ago, he was still a confused ordinary student walking on this campus. Today, his status is completely different. The sunshine is not bad today, Yi Yang said with a smile. Yes. It's warm. Lin Shuer looked at the energetic college students next to her, and then at Yi Yang's handsome face, and a hint of warmth flashed in her heart. "No, this is for you." Lin Shuer put a box in Yi Yang's hand. "Huh?" Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at the exquisite box. When he opened it, he saw that it was a watch. "You've been wearing that watch," Lin Shuer pouted. "I'll give you another piece." Yi Yang laughed. He is the majority shareholder of Vacheron Constantin and has no shortage of watch straps. The reason why he has been wearing the Pavilion Craftsman 000R is because he is used to it. He didn't have much research on watches himself, so this one was pretty good, so he never thought about changing it. Yi Yang looked at the description of this watch, Hublot Big Bang. He casually searched for information on this watch. Hublot is Hublot, this watch brand is also one of the internationally renowned manufacturers. Among them, the most famous is the Big Bang series, and the one I have is obviously the highest configuration of the Big Bang series. This watch is set with more than 1,200 diamonds weighing 100 carats. In addition, there are 6 emerald-cut diamonds, each weighing more than 3 carats. Even the original sale price reached $8 million. If you want to buy it now, I'm afraid the price will increase. Almost $10 million US, about 70 million Chinese coins. Although Lin Shuer is now the top sister of Douyin and makes a lot of money, 70 million Huaxia coins is obviously not a small sum. He pinched the other person's face. "You bought such an expensive gift without telling me again." At the last carnival, the number of dresses Lin Shuer prepared was not a small sum. This girl really doesn't feel bad for spending money on him. Humph. Lin Shuer bared her teeth at Yi Yang. "Brother, you will buy gifts for Shuer." Shuer is not allowed to buy gifts for you, brother Yi. Anyway, thank you. Yi Yang changed his watch and said with a bad smile, thank you very much tonight. Lin Shuer's face turned red, but her heart was full of anticipation. Although I will be exhausted every time, the experience is indeed extremely beautiful. Wow. What a magical couple. Is this a junior, or senior? Isn't this wonderful? The fairy love I imagined. I'm envious. None of the sweet love stories in TV series are as pleasing to the eye as this. Goddess. I can do both of these. Hee hee. On the playground, a group of students were stunned. Yi Yang and Lin Shuer walking together, it was simply the most perfect picture in their minds of the male and female protagonists of love novels. Anyone who sees dreams reflected in reality will be extremely excited. So beautiful. So handsome. Take photos and take photos. This is real CP. I'm drooling. The schoolgirls and juniors took photos as souvenirs. Huh? Why does the senior look familiar? This senior looks a bit familiar. Ah. The juniors and juniors all slapped their heads. Isn't he that big star? Isn't she that big internet celebrity? The other students all looked over. Yes. The #1 celebrity paired with the #1 internet celebrity is amazing. I didn't expect them to look even better than they look on the screen. Yi Yang and Lin Shuer waved to the junior students, eliciting an enthusiastic response from a group of fans. Many girls pulled Yi Yang to the side to get autographs. Yi Yang looked a little embarrassed. However, Lin Shuer waved her hand generously, indicating that she didn't care. Her sweetheart was so popular, she couldn't wait to be happy. Of course, she was still a little jealous. She snorted. The scene soon became much quieter. Whether it was the juniors or the juniors, they were obviously more interested in Yi Yang. Really? Lin Shuer didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and didn't know how to comment. However, the remaining juniors were all hesitant, wanting to go up and chat, asking for an autograph or something. After all, Lin Shuer was also their dream goddess. Although it felt that it was impossible for them to compete with senior Yi Yang, it wouldn't be too much to ask for an autograph. While they were thinking about it, a man had already squeezed past first. Hey! Who is this guy? I've never seen him before. He looks quite old from his bald head. Is he a greasy middle-aged man? The junior students all looked at the bald, middle-aged man with doubts as he walked over with a smile. Hello, Miss Shuer. The bald middle-aged man smiled and rubbed his hands. Lin Shuer was a polite girl, and she would not look down on others because of their appearance. She just asked, Sir, do you have something to do with me? Nothing. I just want to get to know you, Miss Shuer. The bald middle-aged man laughed and said, I've heard that our school has a super internet celebrity, but I haven't met her. Now I just got off the car and saw Miss Shuer sitting here alone. So I couldn't help but want to come up and get to know her. Do you understand? Second update. I don't want to meet you. Lin Shuer also heard what the man's purpose was, and refused, coldly. Don't be so quick to refuse. The man laughed, I'm not a teacher in this school. I'm still your senior brother. Now, I've made a name for myself. Getting to know me will definitely make your future career smooth. I can also introduce you to the entertainment industry and become a real big star. Sorry, I'm not interested. My boyfriend can help me solve these problems. Lin Shuer stood up and prepared to leave. You actually have a boyfriend? Seeing that Lin Shuer was about to leave, the man said repeatedly, My name is Shou, this is my business card, call me if you need me. Your boyfriend is probably about the same age as you? So young, you can't handle things well. The entertainment industry is complicated, find me, and I can help you solve it. Lin Shuer glanced at the business card. This man is not boasting. He does have several industries under his name, but these industries are not too big according to her current perspective. It is estimated that the total value is barely 1 billion. Not even as much as she makes. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Does this person look down on the income of the top female star of Douyin? Her annual income is more than 100 million. Moreover, it is pure cash, not valuation. Not to mention that Yi Yang would go over to give her an unprecedented big rhythm whenever he had nothing to do, plus the big flat given to her. Plus the unprecedented and unparalleled terrifying reward at the Douyin Carnival. It can be said that Lin Shuer's personal assets are now at the level of 10 billion. Even if this man pretends to be rich in front of her, he is not qualified. He still wants to compete with Yi Yang for who is richer? I am afraid he is living in a dream. Brother Yi. Lin Shuer saw Yi Yang coming back and hurried over and directly took Yi Yang's arm. Huh? Who is that man? Yi Yang glanced at Shou and asked. Oh, a greasy middle-aged man from the Alumni Association. Lin Shuer pursed her lips, ignore him. Yi Yang laughed, but didn't care. Lin Shuer is so beautiful that many people must have approached her. As for this guy now, he looks uncompetitive and doesn't even have the qualifications to be taken seriously by him. Shou Kuan's hand holding the business card froze in midair. This was too disrespectful. He looked at the two people who were walking away with some jealousy. Damn. So you're hanging out with this celebrity? Humph, I know people in Huabua too. Do you want to compete with me? Too young. Shou Kuan sneered and put away the business card. This scene, in the eyes of the younger students next to him, couldn't help laughing. Haha, too embarrassing. This greasy middle-aged man must be so jealous. If I were him, I would find a crack in the ground to crawl into now. Hee hee. Coincidentally, several members of the Alumni Association also saw this scene. One of them is Chen Yucheng, a star alumnus of Magic City University in recent years. He is only 28 years old, but he has a successful career. Although he is very young, he is already one of the most prestigious people in the Alumni Association. Haha, what a low-level method. Chen Yucheng shook his head. I have long stopped using this greasy way of chatting up. Haha, alumnus Chen, who do you want to chat up? What other methods are there? It's always others chasing you. That's right. The other alumni praised him repeatedly. Haha, be modest. Chen Yucheng waved his hand. Looking calm on the surface, but quite proud in his heart. He looked at Lin Shuer's back and snorted, people with real strength don't bother to pretend to be cool. Real strength can't be hidden. Yes, yes. The alumni next to him said repeatedly. Let's go, the alumni meeting is about to be held. I wonder if they are looking for us again this time. Are they short of money? Or do they want to raise funds for something? Alumni all asked. Yucheng alumni must know this. Huh? Jiangjing laughed and waved his hand. Yes, the school convened the alumni meeting this time because of the school's upgrading. Upgrading? Alumni were a little confused. It is said that our school is going to apply for upgrading from 211 to 985, but it is still short of the quota. It is probably because of this matter that they want us to come and help. Jiangjing said. The faces of alumni all changed slightly. If it is just donating money, they can still show their faces and pretend. After all, there are not many people who can join the Alumni Association without money. However, if it involves this aspect, I am afraid that there will not be many aspects that can be helped. The things involved here are not something that can be done with money. Very soon. In the large conference room, alumni talked and laughed and sat down. They were all ordinary students here back then, but now, they are invited back to participating discussions as outstanding alumni by their alma mater and are respected by the school. This feeling is also very good. It is better than them earning 1 million or 10 million. After all, this is a manifestation of the realization of self-worth in life, the highest level of needs in Maslow's needs theory. Several school directors looked around. Are all the people here? Mr. Yi and Ms. Lin are not here yet. A school director said. Well, let's wait a little longer. The principal nodded with a faint smile. This alumnus Yi, has he just graduated for a year? His family doesn't seem to be very rich. Why do we have to wait for him? Why don't we start first? Several school directors suggested. No, we have to wait. The principal nodded firmly. Although several school directors were a little puzzled, the other party was the principal, so they had to shrug and stop talking. Jiangjing, who was sitting in the front row, frowned. Basically, the meeting was held when the most outstanding alumni arrived. The other alumni knew that they could not help much and would not care too much. What happened this time? Jingxian was waiting leisurely, and Lin Shuer and Yang didn't know where to find happiness. According to Brother Ye's status, coming to this alumni meeting was a face-giving. These idiots actually care whether their boss is late or not. Click. The door of the meeting room opened. Yi Yang and Lin Shuer came over with a smile and sat in the first row reserved for them by the school. Shou Kuan looked at this scene, and a great dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes. Why can these two people sit in the first row? But he is in the middle. This is too unfair. He was very indignant. Since everyone is here, let's get started. The principal said with a faint smile. Okay. All the alumni also looked over and made sufficient preparations to show off. They are all outstanding alumni, and most of them want to show the school how well they are doing when they return to school, so they will naturally not be stingy. First update. Principal, please tell me first how much money you need to donate this time. Yes, we all come here with the intention of giving back to our alma mater. Just ask, there is no need to be embarrassed. All the members of the Alumni Association are in Liandao. They can't wait to show off their financial resources. Ahem. The school directors all have bright eyes. The principal coughed twice and smiled. Of course the school needs financial support from alumni. This time. Next, I will explain the troubles the school is encountering now. Trouble? All the alumni came in high spirits and were ready to wait for the principal to speak. Compared to simply giving money, if you can use Your connections to solve troubles in the school, it will be more face-saving. It's better to show that you have the means. Yes, our school is now going to hit the 985 universities. We have met all the other conditions. Now, there is still one professional indicator left. The principal stood up and explained the PPT universities in China are divided into different levels. 985 is recognized as the best grade, while Moda University is the 211 grade located on the second level. Now if Moda University wants to be rated as 985, it must meet the requirements of 985 universities. Our strong majors have all obtained international certification and met the upgrade standards. Now we are still short of a top major with international certification. Principal Jiangjing explained, our school's medical major is the most promising to be certified as an international 7-star major in recent years. However, now, it still lacks an international-level medical laboratory for cooperation and exchange. First of all, the school is temporarily short of the construction amount of this laboratory building. After all, this is not within the scope of public education funds. Jiangjing rubbed his hands. In addition, as for this and the cooperative medical laboratory project, we are now interested in the project bidding of several of the largest international medical companies. He turned the PPT to the next page and showed it to everyone. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Good guy, these 3 medical companies chosen by the school happen to be the 3 most powerful medical companies in the world. What an appetite. But come to think of it, if it hadn't been for the establishment of a laboratory in cooperation with the world's top medical company, it would be difficult for the school's medical major to be selected as an international 7-star major. Look at the 3 medical companies on the PPT, Johnson & Johnson, Hofmei, and Pfizer. Among them, Johnson & Johnson, the world's number 1, happens to be its own industry. Yi Yang smiled lightly and shook his head. You can really meet your company anywhere. I don't blame coincidence, it can only be said that he is involved in too many fields now, and he has achieved a high level in each field, so it is not surprising at all to encounter him. All the alumni scratched their heads. These are the 3 most powerful medical groups in the world. Not to mention that there weren't many people present who worked in the medical field. Even if they did, they wouldn't be exposed to that level at all. That has to be the best in the world. How is it possible? Let's talk about laboratory funding first. If it doesn't work, we will cooperate with top domestic companies. Seeing the reactions of everyone present, Jiangjing also looked awkward and said quickly, anyone who has taken an undergraduate degree in medicine will know how big the gap is between domestic medical standards and those abroad. If it cannot be in line with the top international companies, it is impossible to evaluate the international 7-star major this time. If you want to further apply for 985, it will be even more difficult. Call Jian finally returned to their pretentious forte of donating money. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. I'll donate 500,000. An old man raised his hand. I have 1 million. This is the first time I've come back in so many years. I want to be generous. Another middle-aged woman said with a jeweled smile. Shou looked around. Good guy, the opportunity has come. He immediately said directly, oh. This alma mater needs me. I have made some achievements over the years, so just donate 8 million. Originally, he wanted to donate 3 million to show off, but when he met Lin Shuer today, he immediately raised the amount. Unfortunately, most of the people in the audience were in awe. Lin Shuer didn't even turn her head. This time it can be said that he lost his wife and lost his troops. He spent an extra 5 million, but no one even looked at him. What bad luck. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Could it be that one more look at that handsome boy was worth more than 5 million? So angry. The so-called outstanding alumni generally have an annual salary of 700,000 renminbi to 800,000 and have a certain status. They are considered outstanding alumni. The people Yi Yang comes into contact with on weekdays are all the most pinnacle beings in China. Although around him, there seem to be countless people with tens of billions and hundreds of billions, and China seems to be full of rich people. But in fact, even top students from 211 schools can be considered outstanding alumni if they can earn 7 to 8 million a year. With an annual salary of 1 million and the title of president, someone like Xing Xian is considered a key outstanding alumni. Therefore, most people only donate hundreds of thousands, and only a few can donate millions. Therefore, when the school director looked at Shou Kuan's face at this moment, it was like seeing his own daughter-in-law. His eyes were shining. After the people behind have spoken, the alumni in the first row started to speak. Most of these alumni have really made a name for themselves and can be called local bosses. At least they will donate 50 to 10 million. Chen Yuqing pinched his chin and looked at Yi Yang and Lin Shuer from time to time. He found that these two people were not shocked by the pretense of these alumni from beginning to end, and even, they seemed to be a little deaf and just chatting there. He smiled lightly and crossed his legs. It seems that only by showing his true strength can the woman pay attention to him. The total amount of funds needed to build this laboratory, minus the donations from these alumni just now, I will cover it all. Chen Yuqing said lightly. He thought he had mastered the essence of pretense. The free and easy way of throwing out huge amounts of money so casually was the strongest pretense. As expected, the whole audience was stunned by this sentence. Oh my God! Is this true? I've heard about alumni Chen's success, but I didn't expect that he could easily come up with so much money. Everyone was shocked. This is a free donation, with no return. A world-class medical laboratory costs a lot of money. Even if the other alumni have donated about 50 million yuan, it will probably cost more than 100 million yuan to build an international medical laboratory. The school directors all stood up in surprise. Alumni Chen, are you serious about this decision? Chen Yuqing was naturally very satisfied with the atmosphere on the scene and nodded proudly, but when he saw Lin Shuer, the beautiful woman was still flirting with Yi Yang and didn't even look at him. His face was instantly embarrassed. Second update. Of course I'm serious. Chen Yuqing looked at Lin Shuer unwillingly, and she ignored him until the matter was finalized. I'm so angry. He was very upset. This was the first time he had encountered such a setback since he became successful. My understated pretense method failed. He frowned and doubted himself for the first time. The school director and the principal Xing Shuashan looked at each other and breathed a sigh of relief. At least the funding problem was solved. Originally, they expected that the Alumni Association could solve about a quarter of the funds, but they didn't expect that they would cover all of them in the end. However, although they got an unexpected surprise, their biggest worry was still not solved. They were still depressed after all. As a 211 university, they were not particularly short of funds. Money was easy to solve. It's just that relationships are hard to find. They sighed. This alumni. Yi arrived so late and hasn't spoken yet. It seems that it's not worth waiting, as the principal said. Shou Kuan spent an extra 5 million, and his heart was in pain, but he saw Yi Yang and Lin Shuer being affectionate with each other, but it didn't work at all. Now that the donation process has ended, of course, he is very angry. At this time, he also squeezed out. In an instant, everyone's attention was focused on the first row. Even Qin Yuqing, who always felt that he was very strong and didn't think there was anything worth caring about in this world, looked over at this time. He just wanted to see what confidence and ability this couple who didn't care about his existence at all had. The school director also watched silently. Only the principal, who had heard a little bit of Yi Yang's background, made peace with a smile. Everyone is too enthusiastic. Before alumni Yi opened his mouth, the fundraising was completed. It's also. Yi Yang smiled and waved his hand. Mr. Principal. The school director frowned. The principal was obviously trying to make peace for you. How can you be so ignorant? And interrupt the principal's speech. Shou Kuan also sneered. You interrupted the person who was trying to smooth things over. You can't blame others for the embarrassment later. Only the principal looked at Yi Yang expectantly, waiting for his next words. Yi Yang stood up, glanced at the people with different expressions, and smiled faintly. I know that the difficulty of the school this time is not actually economic, but that it cannot contact and cooperate with the top international medical group. Oh. You don't need to tell me. Who can't see it? Shou Kuan complained in his heart. But when Yi Yang stood up, he saw the big explosion watch on Yi Yang's wrist, and he was a little nervous. If this watch is real, then this kid probably has some strength. So, he didn't dare to say too much. Yes, this dilemma has been put in front of everyone, and it seems that everyone has no way to solve it. Could it be that, alumni Yi, you can solve it? Qin Yuqing couldn't help it. He always pays attention to being calm and pretending to be cool in comfort. But now, he can't help it. He is obviously the best existence in Magic City University. At the age of 27 or 28, he has become one of the most powerful members of the Alumni Association. His connections and influence are top-notch. He has no solutions or clues at all. Yi Yang looks several years younger than him. Could he have a solution? He was uneasy. Yes. Mr. Yi, what you mean is that you can contact. Several school directors were originally a little desperate. When they heard Yi Yang's tone, they straightened their backs, like students waiting for their teacher to announce the news. Not contact. Yi Yang said lightly, the first medical group that the school is considering now, Johnson & Johnson Group, is my industry. I can make the decision to place Johnson & Johnson's laboratory in China at Magic City University. Fuck. Everyone was shocked by the news. They originally thought that Yi Yang had connections to contact Johnson & Johnson Pharmaceuticals at most. Unexpectedly, he said directly that Johnson & Johnson was his own industry. This is too many times beyond expectations. Or rather, they had never dared to think of this situation before. Johnson & Johnson Pharmaceuticals, that is the world's largest medical group. $1 trillion market value. Extremely strong, and extremely advanced medical technology. Several school directors looked at each other, and they all felt like they were in a dream. Among the three major medical groups, Johnson & Johnson is the one they least hope for, because it is too difficult to contact. Mr. Yi, is what you said true? Xing Shuashan's title changed. Of course. Yi Yang nodded slightly. I can also waive all cooperation fees. This is not only to support my alma mater, but also to export the technology sharing of international advanced groups to China. This is what I have always wanted to do. Since the school now has this intention, I might as well put this idea in my alma mater. Gurgle. This is the pattern. The alumni of the Alumni Association present all swallowed their saliva. The pattern of others has long been no longer to pretend to be a rotten fish and shrimp like themselves, but look at the world and care about the country. What kind of state of mind can be achieved? They were all filled with shame. Especially Shou, who wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Only Chen Yuqing said calmly, Mr. Yi, this is not a trivial matter. You may have some shares in Johnson & Johnson, but before a large group like Johnson & Johnson makes a big move, it needs a shareholder meeting to decide, right? You are alone, the decision may not be final yet. This is indeed a problem. Even if you are a group owner, if more than half of the directors disagree, it is useless. Foreign countries or capital have the final say. Yi Yang smiled faintly, saying more is useless, seeing is believing. He directly opened the video conference and cast it on the big screen in the hall. He was not just chatting with Lin Shuer just now, he also ordered Momo to contact the Johnson & Johnson group and arrange things in advance, before he stood up to explain the situation. He never boasts. Only when you are fully confident. Can you speak? This is. Looking at the tall conference room over the video conference, the school directors all said in surprise. That's what the members of the Johnson & Johnson Healthcare Board of Directors decided to do. Yi Yang said lightly. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. After all, these are super bosses with trillions of shares, and their size is beyond their comparison. The school directors' lips were trembling a little, and they couldn't understand why Yi Yang directly gathered the shareholders and held a remote meeting. This is so straightforward and reckless. Now, I want to put the laboratory that the company is bidding for in China at the University of Shanghai. Who is in favor of it and who is against it? Yi Yang didn't talk nonsense at all and went straight to the point. Everyone present fell into a horrifying silence for an instant. First update. I have a proposal now. Who is in favor of it and who is against it? After Yi Yang asked this question, all the alumni and school directors in the conference venue were stunned. Damn it, is this what the board of directors does? So domineering. Come up here and make demands directly, and then ask who is in favor and who is against. Is this really like a knife to my butt? It opened my eyes. All the alumni who started companies and became presidents were confused. Including the school directors, their faces were full of excitement. Unknown to others, if the principal had spoken like this during the board meeting, they would have left in disgrace. However, what they didn't expect was, during a video conference, all the senior executives of Johnson & Johnson Medical Group were sitting there calmly. Almost as soon as Yi Yang finished saying this, everyone nodded in affirmation. The boss made a wise decision. I absolutely agree. That's right. Boss, do you still need to ask us? We have no right to object. All the directors were dumbfounded. Yi Yang is now the absolute controlling shareholder. The directors together are not as effective as Yi Yang alone. The most they can do is make suggestions. Moreover, this matter has been communicated in advance. And it is basically confirmed that the boss has made up his mind. If they object again, they will be courting death. Of course there was no objection, huh? I go. Is it that simple? If the directors on our company's board of directors were so easy to talk to, I would be happy to death. Kneel down. Alumni Yi. You are simply a god. Isn't that awesome? The alumni were dumbfounded. Even Chen Yuqing was confused and slumped in his seat, his eyes a little dull. Good guy. This is how the board of directors works. Got it. We will do the same thing when we go back. Well, if you have nothing to do, let's adjourn the meeting. You and the school will decide the relevant contracts yourself. Yi Yang turned off the video conference directly and looked at the school directors and alumni. It's okay. The whole audience reacted for a long time before they nodded in confusion. Mr. Yi, this is simply incredible. Zheng Xiuishan muttered. The most outrageous thing is these senior executives of Johnson and Johnson Medical basically all speak Chinese. If he read correctly, Yi Yang should be the only Chinese in the entire conference room. Because of a Chinese boss, all the directors speak Chinese. What does that mean? Yi Yang works in Johnson & Johnson, the world's largest supergiant medical group with a market value of 2 trillion. Have the absolute right to speak. This right to speak is no longer powerful in the ordinary sense. At least it's an absolute holding. Otherwise, those shareholders would not be like this at all. Yi Yang smiled lightly and said, it's all a matter of effort, don't worry too much. If there are other problems in the school that haven't been solved, I can also help solve them. Although with his current status and energy, it is not impossible to force his alma mater to a higher level. But Yi Yang himself hates backdoors and dark social phenomena. When he was a commoner, he hated these privileges and the darkness of society. When he became a big shot, how could he follow in the footsteps of those evil people? If his alma mater wants to make progress, he will help his alma mater make progress. There is no problem at all. He needs money and resources. If he goes through the back door, plays dirty tricks, etc., his conscience will condemn him. This goes against his bottom line as a human being. Totally unnecessary. The saying that a dragon-slaying warrior will eventually become a dragon doesn't work for him. No, this is too much trouble for you. This is enough. The feeling of being instantly enveloped in light from the darkness. Zheng Xiuishan felt that Yi Yang was his son. The construction of the laboratory is only a small part of the cost of the laboratory. In the future, I want to cooperate with an international medical group. Professional procurement, the cost of the cooperation project process, and their guidance fees. That's the real boss. Yi Yang directly wiped out all these expenses with one sentence, helping the school bear at least several hundred million in expenses. This is simply amazing. After a long time, the school directors gradually accepted this result. Everyone was shocked and numb and shook hands with Yi Yang with great gratitude. As for those alumni, they all came together to get married with Yi Yang. This alumnus is so awesome. Even Chen Yuqing, who had always maintained his identity and thought he was extremely powerful, finally had no choice but to lower his head and lower his attitude to marry Yi Yang. Only Shou was sitting there, trembling all over. This is a super boss. I just wanted to pry into someone else's corner. Will I be sunk into the Huangpu River tomorrow? Shudder. He was so scared that he cried. Damned. How could there be such a young super boss? This world is so outrageous. Outside this new institute, there will be a stone pillar record of donations. Now the school announces the list of people on the stone pillar. The school directors waited for a long time before announcing the list. As the person who donated the most, of course Jiangjing ranked first. Now, we announce the name of this laboratory. The school directors were very serious. Originally, we planned to call it the first medical laboratory of Magic City University according to convention, but in view of the unprecedented and incomparable donation made by alumnus Yi to our school, the school expressed infinite gratitude and named this laboratory as Jiangjing First Laboratory. His name will be remembered by all students along with the teaching history of Magic City University. His alma mater will never forget his name and selfless donation. The whole audience applauded warmly. Today's donation process is really too incredible. They are now convinced by Jiangjing. At this time only admiration is left. The other person's pattern and realm are no longer comparable to those of us, and we can only look up to him. Jiangjing smiled and pressed his hand, indicating that everyone was too polite. Afterwards, it was the routine food session of the Alumni Association. Before, the school raised funds, and after that, it was the exchange of resources and the exchange of alumni feelings. This kind of small group formed by rich people is not uncommon. However, Jiangjing had no desire to get involved. After all, in his eyes, these people were just ordinary characters. He just talked with Xing Xian and Lin Shuer for a while. After 3 rounds of wine, the dishes were delicious. A greasy middle-aged man came over with a sly look. As soon as he arrived in front of him, before Jiangjing asked him what he was here for, he knelt down directly. I was too arrogant before. Too ignorant. I didn't know that Miss Shuer was your girlfriend. I am willing to apologize. Please don't take me to heart. Lin Shuer looked carefully and realized that it was Shou. Jiangjing was stunned. Seeing that Shou Kuan's head was red, he asked hesitantly, "Who are you?" Second update. Shou Kuan was also confused. Who am I? It turns out that people have never paid attention to themselves. From the beginning to the end. Lin Shuer suppressed laughter beside her, and then told what happened on the playground. Oh, you are the wretched middle-aged man, Shuer mentioned. Jiangjing rubbed his chin. He didn't care at all. After all, this level of entertainment could not pose any threat to him. He was like an ant and would not be taken seriously. The alumni next to me couldn't help laughing when they saw the scene. Ahem. Shou stood up, looking extremely embarrassed, but he still said, "Boss, it's all my fault. Even if you don't remember me. This apology still needs to be said." Jiangjing raised his eyebrows. Shou reluctantly said, "As a small family, I have nothing to apologize for. I can only barely afford the company's shares. I am willing to transfer 20% of the company's shares to you for free. 20% is almost a market value of 200 million. If these 200 million can be exchanged for the equity participation of such a billionaire, it will be very profitable." Jiangjing raised his eyebrows. "Since you have this intention, go and report to Huaya Group." Of course he would. not directly invest in the company. His current reputation is worth more than 200 million. With Huaya indirectly holding the shares, this problem does not exist. Yi, boss Yi, Huaya investment, isn't it also yours? Although Yi Yang's attempt to buy shares was defeated, Shou was stunned when he heard Yi Yang's tone. Reporting to Huaya? Doesn't this mean that Huaya, the largest international investment company spanning Asia, Europe and the United States, belongs to Yi Yang? It's a bit too scary. Yi Yang nodded slightly, there was nothing to hide. Everyone who noticed this scene took a breath of cold air. That is the largest investment group in the world. Directly and indirectly control the shares of tens of thousands of large, medium and small companies. The energy is extremely large. It was the integration of the three major investment companies of China, Mali, and Europe. I never expected that Mr. Yi would have such an amazing identity, besides being the boss of Johnson & Johnson Medical Group. All the alumni were shocked. Compared to this extremely young alumnus, I have lived like a dog for so many years. Especially Shou, he felt like there was a lump in his throat. He is already in his 40s, and he has only managed to acquire a fortune of 1 billion. Just a year or two after graduation, he already has assets worth trillions. As a human being, how could I be such a waste? Everyone originally wanted to come back and show off their strength, but when they came back, they found that it was so tragic. It's so irritating that people are so different from each other. After eating and drinking, the alumni meeting ended. Yi Yang took Lin Shuer to play all night in the bustling night of the devil world. Finally, he returned to Linjiang community to take a look on the flat floor, enjoy the wonderful night view of Linjiang with Lin Shuer. In front of this wonderful night view, we can meet each other honestly and the winding paths lead to tranquility. Yi Yang looked at Lin Shuer's little face and said with a smile, I just like the innocent look on your face, humph. Bad guy, well. The next day, Lin Shuer didn't get up until noon because she was tired. My stomach is already growling with hunger. Oops. Lin Shuer's face turned red in embarrassment. I drank so much milk last night, I'm hungry when I wake up. Yi Yang joked. Go away. Big bad guy. Ignore you. Lin Shuer flashed her little tiger fangs at Yi Yang. That's a shame. Yi Yang sighed, the lunch I just ordered requires someone else to accompany me. Have you ordered something delicious? Lin Shuer turned away. Yi Yang shook the car keys, let's go, I heard that beautiful women will not refuse delicious food. Cut. Lin Shuer rolled her eyes and went to wash up honestly. Soon, we arrived at the Tiananmen restaurant where we had ordered food. In terms of price, this restaurant is not particularly good in Shanghai. It only costs 2,000 to 3,000 yuan per person. However, now that Yi Yang and Lin Shuer are old lovers, there is no need to have a big meal every time. Occasionally going out to eat in an ordinary restaurant is quite charming. The land price in Magic City itself is expensive. Plus expensive decor and elaborately prepared dishes. The per capita price of 2,000 to 3,000 yuan is not expensive. However, the average price is 2,000 to 3,000. In fact, after setting a meal, if you want to eat the best set menu, you still need 20,000 to 30,000 yuan. Yi Yang and Lin Shuer were both a little hungry and pretended to eat. While eating, Yi Yang also noticed that the waiter who came to deliver the food looked familiar. I thought about it carefully for a long time. That's when I remembered her identity, etc. When the girl came to deliver food next time, Yi Yang called out, "Sir, do you have any orders?" The girl lowered her head, as if she was afraid of being recognized. "Cousin Yi Tong?" Yi Yang asked with some surprise. "No. You got the wrong person." The girl shook her head and turned around. "Sister, you took me to catch frogs when I was a kid. I recognize you." Yi Yang stood up and said firmly. The girl paused for a moment, then turned around with a wry smile. "You recognized me after all." She looked up. Lin Shuer blinked and looked at Yi Yang's cousin. As expected of the excellent genes of the Yi family, although she is dressed quite simply, she looks very pretty at first glance. If she dresses up, she will definitely be one of the few beauties in the crowd. "Cousin, please sit down. I haven't seen you for a long time." Yi Yang was very happy. This cousin Yi Tong is the elder sister of the third uncle Yi Jiangjing in the countryside. When I went home for the New Year's ancestral worship, I heard from the third uncle that cousin Yi Tong went to Beijing to become a drifter. How did we meet? In a restaurant in the Magic City? Yi Tong scratched her head. Huh? Sister Tong, your cousin? So handsome. Your family has great genes. I'll help you for a while, you go. An older sister next to him smiled and pushed Yi Tong. Yi Tong sat down and looked at Yi Yang and Lin Shuer. She was afraid that Yi Yang would recognize her just now. In her mind, Yi Yang must have spent a lot of money to bring his girlfriend here to eat. If she knew that his relative was a poor waiter, would it affect her cousin's love? What if her cousin's girlfriend disliked her cousin's family? Wouldn't that ruin her cousin's good fortune? So she never dared to expose herself. Unexpectedly, her cousin. How could he be so stupid? Didn't the third uncle say that you were in Beijing? Why did you come to the Magic City? Yi Yang probably knew his cousin's concerns in his heart, but he didn't care about them. He just wanted to know about his cousin's recent situation. The third uncle didn't even know that his cousin had arrived in the Magic City. It seems that his cousin encountered a lot of difficulties. First update. Oh. This is a long story. Yi Tong smiled bitterly. She always thought about others, and the problem she encountered was not something that ordinary people could solve. She also knew the conditions of her cousin's family. It is estimated that it will not play any role in this matter. Although I know that Yi Yang is a good student and can probably get a high salary of 20,000 to 30,000 yuan a month in Shanghai, he is still an ordinary person after all. If I tell him, according to my cousin's personality, I am afraid he will get involved, which will only add to the trouble. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and stopped asking. With his current means, it is still very simple to investigate some ordinary people's things. There are obviously some things involved in this, and he knows his cousin's personality better. It is probably a troublesome matter, and he doesn't want to get himself involved. Let's not talk about my business first. Is this your girlfriend? She is so beautiful. Yi Tong looked at Lin Shuer. Going out shopping with Yi Yang, of course you have to dress up well, plus the already stunning and gentle appearance of the girl next door. At this moment, Lin Shuer was definitely a super beauty who was the absolute focus wherever she went. Lin Shuer nodded shyly. Hello, sister. Yi Tong was also relieved. The other party seemed very Friendly. She did not change her attitude just because she was a waiter. It seems that she likes her cousin. Very much. She is the Lin Shuer I mentioned. We are childhood sweethearts. Yi Yang smiled. Ah. Yi Tong nodded. In understanding. This little girl has liked Yi Yang since she was a child. She heard Yi Yang talk about it twice when she was a child. So what do you do now, cousin? Yi Tong was relieved and naturally felt a lot more relaxed. I am now. Just when Yi Yang was about to tell the truth. But he saw that Yi Tong's face was not very good. He turned his head and saw a Ferrari parked outside the door. Two people got off the Ferrari. One of them was wearing flowered shorts, big sunglasses, blonde flip-flops, and was about 28 or 29 years old. After the two entered the door, the two waiters who went up to greet them were pushed away. The elder sister who said she was on duty for Yi Tong frowned and said, Shou Tong said she didn't want to see you anymore. Why are you here again? Is it over yet? What does it have to do with you, old lady? Get out of the way. The younger brother next to the blonde brother directly pushed him aside. Yi Yang frowned, but from this short conversation of just a few seconds, he tasted a lot of information. Yi Tong was afraid of causing trouble for Yi Yang, and said repeatedly, they are here to find me. I will go out to deal with them first. No, it's okay to meet here. Yi Yang said lightly. But Yi Tong was a little anxious. This silly cousin, wouldn't he not see that these two people are not here with good intentions? No buts. Yi Yang smiled and said, I just noticed that you seem to have some troubles recently, cousin. These troubles come from these two guys, right? Yes, but not all. Yi Tong sighed and nodded to admit that her cousin was indeed a top student with sharp observation skills, but these two people are not simple, cousin, you should not trust me. Yi Yang gave Yi Tong a calm look. For some reason, Yi Tong really sat down again. My cousin seemed to have a completely different aura from a few years ago. While talking, there was a feeling that people had to trust. Soon, Brother Jean too brought his younger brother to this single table by the window. He looked up and down, snorted, and tilted his head. The younger brother understood and threw a stack of money on the table. You two, go away, this woman belongs to our brother. Chung. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows, smiled faintly, and threw all the money back to Brother Jintu's face. Huh. Feng. Shuiqing frowned. Oh. I met a tough guy. He looked at Yi Yang carefully and recognized him. It turned out to be that star. Yi Yang is a kung fu master in the movie. When they saw him, they were a little scared and didn't dare to really fight for a while. What if he is really as good at fighting as in the movie? Wouldn't it be a waste of beating? I am the son of Feng Yanhe, chairman of Beijing Yanhe Group. As an entertainment industry, you should have heard of me, right? Feng Shuiqing laughed. I was offended just now. I apologize, but I have something to do with this woman. I hope you can also have some vision and give me face. Yi Yang didn't even look at Feng Shuiqing. Get lost. Huh. Feng Shuiqing frowned. You are shameless. The younger brother was anxious and was ready to jump up to show off, but as soon as he stretched out two fingers, he was grabbed by Yi Yang, turned over, and then sent out in the opposite direction with force. Crack. The sound of a broken bone was heard, and the push directly sent the Younger brother several meters away, hitting the glass wall, and cracking the glass wall. This moment, everyone present was shocked. Yi Tong blinked. When did her cousin learn martial arts? She was entangled in that incident in the past few years, and she rarely used her mobile phone. She would not use it if she could, just to avoid that incident. She did not dare to go home, for fear that those people would chase her home and cause trouble for her family. Naturally, she did not know Yi Yang's situation. How dare you attack? Feng Shuiqing stared in disbelief. He thought that after he told his family name, the other party should at least give him face. If you dare to speak rudely again, I will beat you up too. Yi Yang looked over coldly. Just one glance, Feng Shuiqing was chilled. This man was not kidding. You lunatic. Who is he to you? He stepped back several steps, avoiding Yi Yang and looking at Yi Tong. He is my cousin. Yi Tong shook her head and looked at Yi Yang. Cousin, it's not what you think. Although Feng Shuiqing is annoying, he is not a bad person. Don't really beat him up. Oh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Cousin, is it possible that he guessed wrong? It's not the second generation of the rich who forced the marriage, but there is another hidden story? He raised his chin. With interest, sit down. The poor little brother covered his fingers and sat on the ground in pain. Feng Shuiqing asked someone to send his younger brother away, then he sat down. He, it turns out to be our younger brother. Sorry for being so rude. What do you mean by our younger brother? I have nothing to do with you. Yi Tong warned sternly. Okay, it's just a matter of time. Feng Shuiqing spread his hands and said repeatedly, Brother Yi, you must have misunderstood. If I hadn't helped your cousin to avoid being hunted down in the past 2 years, your cousin would have met with an accident long ago. You still dare to thank me? You actually want to beat me up when we meet? I'm so sad. Second update. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Tell me the important point. Is such that Feng Shuiqing spread his hands. Yi Tong used to work at an insurance company in Beijing, but the executives of that company bullied employees and forced them to buy suicide insurance. They did many evil things. It's a pity that the executives have deep roots behind them. No one can shake it. After Yi Tong's friend was driven crazy, because she couldn't stand this kind of evil behavior, she collected evidence and then reported the executive's real name. However, because she had been oppressed for too long, her colleagues did not dare to testify in court. In addition, her hands and eyes were very good. So the case was suppressed. The senior executives were dismissed and investigated for a month without any pain, and then returned to their posts a month later. But Yi Tong is in trouble. An ordinary North drifter was targeted by the top management of a large-scale insurance company. It is natural to lose his job. If I hadn't been messing around, your sister would have been killed a few years ago. Feng Shuiqing pursed his lips. Although this is all my wishful thinking, but I don't think it matters. I believe that sincerity will always move the person you love. Yi Yang looked at the golden-haired man in surprise. This man looked unreliable, but unexpectedly he was not a villain. Is everything he said true? Yi Tong nodded. She was still grateful to this playboy, but she really didn't like him. She didn't like to involve others in trouble, and she had told Feng Shuiqing more than once to stop involving him in this matter. Since she dared to choose to stand up in the first place, she was not afraid of the final result. It seems you still have some sense of justice? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and looked at Feng Shuiqing. Don't get me wrong, I don't believe in justice. I do all this because of love. Feng Shuiqing waved his hand and curled his lips and said, of course, with my ability, this is the most I can do. Yi Tong offended that old guy who is really in a high position of power, and I can't afford to offend him. Yi Yang nodded. Feng Shuiqing was quite frank and not annoying to him. He is not a good person, but he has helped his cousin, so he should be grateful. I will help my sister repay the debt she owes you. No, then she has no reason to like me. Feng Shuiqing waved his hands repeatedly, looking a little panicked. It's not up to you. Yi Yang shook his head, and then looked at Yi Tong, suppressing the raging anger in his eyes. What's that man's name? He could imagine what kind of life his cousin had been living in the past few years. Needless to say, it goes without saying how miserable an ordinary person's life will be after offending a big boss. Just the pain of being homeless and helpless is enough to make him angry. Yi Tong just wanted to persuade Yi Yang not to care about this matter. Yi Yang said in a deep voice, with my current connections, it is not difficult to find out his name. Cousin, I hope to hear it from you personally. You really haven't changed at all. Yi Tong smiled bitterly. Judging from Feng Shuiqing's reaction after seeing Yi Yang just now, her cousin's words were true. She probably has something to rely on now. She gritted her teeth and said, it's Shou, the third shareholder of Shou Insurance. Yi Yang nodded. Shou Insurance is one of the largest insurance companies in China. Its internal forces are intricately connected and may even reach the core power level. It is indeed not comparable to ordinary businessmen. Feng Shuiqing must have put in a lot of effort to keep his cousin safe. But no matter what the other person's background is, he promised that the other party was dead. Lin Shuer shook his hand. As one of the closest people, she could clearly feel the anger in Yi Yang's heart. However, more than a year's experience in the upper class has given Yi Yang the ability to keep his emotions and anger a secret. Let's eat first, Yi Yang said lightly. If such a vicious scumbag were to be killed in an ordinary way, it would be too easy for him. Okay. Feng Shuiqing was overjoyed to have the opportunity to have dinner with Yi Tong and immediately ordered a set of tableware. To start, Yi Tong rolled his eyes at him, and then looked at Yi Yang. This cousin has indeed grown up a lot. I remember that when he was a child, he also had a jealous character. If he heard that he had been wronged so much, he might not be able to sit on the bench at all. Don't worry, sister, he will get the punishment he deserves. Yi Yang and Yu Momo had already confirmed the information and made plans. He grinned at Yi Tong. Puff. Feng Shuiqing almost laughed out loud. Brother, you are really good at fighting, but you don't want to punch through a building with your fists, do you? He is a super boss. Yi Yang glanced at him lightly. Immediately Feng Shuiqing was so frightened that he didn't dare to speak and just kept his head down while eating. You have to be cowardly. Judging from the current situation, Yi Yang may not be able to hit Shou, but a beating is more than enough. I'll arrange everything in the next 2 days. Yi Yang looked at Yi Tong and said calmly, I will let you take revenge with your own hands, cousin. Yi Tong looked at Yi Yang's firm eyes, and held his objections in his throat but couldn't spit them out. By the way, cousin, you studied law in college, right? Yi Yang asked. Yi Tong admitted, the first major is law, and the second degree is economic management. Yi Yang nodded, eat first, then I will take you to a good place after eating. Ah? Yi Tong was a little confused, but judging from her cousin's current behavior, he should have his own reasons, so she didn't ask any more questions. The eldest sister, who was helping Yi Tong, looked at this scene and was a little surprised. This kid Shou Tong seems to have an amazing cousin. After eating, Yi Yang directly called the general manager of the hotel over. Sir, do you have any orders? The manager of Tian Gate smiled. From now on, she is no longer your waiter. Yi Yang stood up. Ahem, sir, we are a regular restaurant and our employees all have contracts. I want all the Romani Conti in your hotel. You can handle the contract issues yourself. Yi Yang said lightly, ah. The manager's eyes immediately lit up. This is a huge commission. Relatively speaking, the contract is just a piece of cake. It's easy to talk, Mr. and Miss Tong, please go slowly. The manager said goodbye in a hurry. Yi Tong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was obvious that the manager didn't even look at waiters like them before. Before leaving, Yi Yang handed a folded envelope to the senior sister. Thank you for taking care of my cousin during this time. I hope you will accept it if you are considerate. Oh, what the hell? The eldest sister on duty laughed. She had been a good person for most of her life, and today was the first time that she was rewarded for her kindness. She thought it was a souvenir letter of thanks inside, but she was not in a hurry to open it. After waiting for Yi Yang to leave for a long time, after she was replaced, she curiously opened the envelope. When she saw the bank card and the accompanying message, her breath suddenly stopped. This. Boss. I want to resign too. First update. Magic City, the headquarters of Jiangjing law firm. Fong Han, Saichi, and Aiwei sat opposite each other side by side. Yi Yang sat in the main seat. Feng Shuiqing looked around curiously. This was one of the most powerful law firms in China, with great energy. This was his first time seeing one of the largest law firms in China. The most powerful law firm is no less influential than a super large company, and even more influential than it. Boss. Fong Han smiled and said, why did you suddenly come to us in person this time? You know, in the previous big cases of Dolce & Gabbana involving tens of billions of euros, Yi Yang was not asked to come to the Jiangjing headquarters in person, and the problem was solved with just a phone call. It can be seen that Yi Yang takes this case extremely seriously this time. They also have to devote 10 million% of their energy. Old boss. Feng Shuiqing was stunned. He looked at Fong Han from the left and Yi Yang from the right, extremely surprised. How influential Jiangjing law firm is, he heard it from his father. Such an awesome top law firm belongs to Yi Yang. Good guy, let me tell you that your brother has an extraordinary status. He must be more than just a star, otherwise it would be impossible for him to have that kind of aura. My vision is so accurate. Feng Shuiqing patted his chest as an afterthought and showed off to Yi Tong. Yi Tong rolled his eyes. Obviously you said he couldn't do anything to that old thing, but now it's an afterthought. She planned to ignore this living treasure. Cut. Feng Shuiqing raised his golden hair and shrugged indifferently. What happened to the previous Dolce & Gabbana case? Yi Yang asked. It's almost over. Ivy found some of the best foreign lawyers to prosecute together. He found a lot of connections and spent hundreds of millions of euros to basically establish the other party's crimes. The other party successively paid compensation. More than 10 billion euros, it is estimated that many sales channels have been paid to Tang Han Zhihui in your name. Feng Han said. Well, it was done well. Yi Yang nodded slightly. The amount of information contained in this conversation made Feng Shuiqing confused again. Dolce & Gabbana, the leading international luxury brand. A super brand worth hundreds of billions of euros. Directly forced into bankruptcy. Tanghan Zhihui Group, which has been in the spotlight recently in China and has become famous worldwide and has created a miracle in market value, also belongs to Yi Yang. Doesn't that mean that Yi Yang's assets are at least hundreds of billions, or even in the trillions? This. Super boss. I'll choke the big mom. Feng Shuiqing was extremely excited. He spent energy and resources on Yi Tong, which made his father extremely dissatisfied. If his father knew that Yi Tong had such a cousin, he would probably cry and beg himself to continue pursuing Yi Tong, right? After all, although my family is considered a wealthy businessman, its market value is only tens of billions. With such a strong capital, it may not be impossible to give Qin Zhishou a try. However, Qin Zhishou still has a profound power background. Who will win this duel is yet to be determined. When I come this time, I have another case to hand over to you. Yi Yang signaled Yi Tong to tell him Feng Han and others the matter in detail. Ah. Feng Han breathed a sigh of relief. He thought it was some big case, but it turned out to be just like this. Do you still keep the evidence? Yi Tong nodded. If he didn't still have evidence in his hand, it would be difficult for Feng Shuiqing to save her even if he wanted to. The other party was also afraid of the hidden evidence in her hand. Well, if there is evidence, it will be very easy to handle. Feng Han nodded. China itself has been investigating these large-scale corruption cases recently, and the situation is no longer what it was in the past. As long as our position is just and there is evidence, there is no such thing as losing the case. Seeing that Feng Han was so sure, Feng Shuiqing wanted to complain, but thinking of the many legends in Jincheng, he kept his mouth shut. In the past 2 days, Jincheng will do its best to collect relevant evidence and prepare relevant litigation materials. Feng Han stood up and said, as for the other parts of the boss's plan, I can contact the relevant official agencies and provide you with all the formal procedures. The boss can start the plan at the latest the day after tomorrow. Yi Yang nodded slightly. Jincheng law firm has always been very reliable. After saying goodbye, he drove Lin Shuer back to Linjiang Villa, and then took his cousin to Yandingshan Manor. Feng Shuiqing also wanted to stay in the hotel, but was kicked out by Yi Yang, so he had to find a 5-star hotel nearby. Isn't this too big? After entering the manor, Yi Tong seemed to have entered a new world and was stunned. Is there such an awesome manor in the world? Brother, your house won't be in this manor, right? Yi Tong trembled. Land in the Magic City is very expensive. It is such a luxurious manor. How much does it cost to buy a villa here? Don't start with 1 billion. Yi Yang shook his head. This statement is wrong. Yi Tong breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Yang continued, to be precise, the entire manor belongs to me. Yi Tong blinked, and the lady said rudely, what the hell? Haha, just choose a villa to live in. I'll arrange everything. Don't worry, sister. Everything is over. Yi Yang pressed Yi Tong's shoulders. I will make that old thing pay back 100-fold for all the injustice you have suffered. Yi Tong stared at him in a daze. The strength she had pretended to have in the past few years was slowly broken in her firm eyes. The bitterness in her heart suddenly burst out, turning into tears that could not be stopped, and burst out. After so many years, she finally didn't have to bear all the pain with the weak shoulders of an ordinary person. She threw herself into Yi Yang's arms, tears flowing. Yi Yang sighed and let her gush out sadness. 2 days later, Yi Yang, who had just left Beijing, came again in the F-1000. His figure appeared in front of the Shou Insurance Group building, with only Shou Qingxian following behind him. He stepped slowly into it. Sir, you. The security guards came up one after another and were surprised to see Yi Yang's face. It turns out to be Mr. Yi. Mr. Chen has been waiting for you for a long time. In the top floor meeting room of Shou Insurance. Chen Zhisho looked at Yi Yang, who entered the office, and his originally gloomy face turned into a warm smile. Mr. Yi. Second update. Why did Mr. Yi come so suddenly? Although Chen Zhisho did not attend the Zhang family's wedding banquet, he had heard from insiders that there was a big boss who suddenly rose to prominence in the capital recently, named Yi Yang. However, it seems that there has been no interaction between himself and this suddenly rising boss before. Yesterday, he suddenly said that he wanted to see him, which made him feel very strange. Do you have something to ask of yourself? That shouldn't be the case. Based on the identity of the other party, all Shou Insurance can do is just make a phone call. There is no need to come here in person. He kept thinking about it and couldn't figure it out all night long. I always feel like there's something weird about this. But when he saw Yi Yang coming here with only a woman today, even if he came with bad intentions, he couldn't do anything to him on his own territory. Mr. Yi, please sit down. The moment he saw Yi Yang, he also smiled and asked him to take a seat. The corner of Yi Yang's mouth curled up with a cold smile. And then he sat down. Seeing Yi Yang's expression, Chen Zhisho trembled in his heart, but he still sat down. Mr. Yi has been well known in the capital these days. Now that he comes to Shou Insurance, the chairman should be here to receive him. I don't know why Mr. Yi wants to see him by name. Old? Yi Yang said calmly, of course I came here to see you for something. Oh? Chen Zhisho smiled, I wonder what I can do to help Mr. Yi? Recently, I have been feeling angry, and only you, Chen Zhisho, can help me relieve it. Yi Yang glanced at Chen Zhisho and said in a cold voice. Cough. Chen Zhisho looked awkward. Mr. Yi, please explain something more clearly. An employee within Shou Insurance has offended you. Do you need me to help you deal with it? Or? Yi Yang nodded slightly, you are not stupid. So that's it. Chen Zhisho breathed a sigh of relief and laughed, it's just a matter of dealing with an employee. You actually came here in person. Haha, it can be solved by just calling me. As he talked, he realized something was wrong. If you are just dealing with an employee, looking for the chairman is obviously the best choice. Yi Yang's current status in the Beijing circle can be said to be well known to all walks of life. He is so famous that even the chairman of the board cannot fail to give him this face. And now I have found myself. Then there is only one explanation. The person who provoked Yi Yang has something to do with him. Therefore, it makes sense to let yourself deal with this person. Thinking of this, he smiled, it seems that the person Mr. Yi wants to Deal with is related to me. Well, you're smart. Yi Yang nodded. I don't know, who is that person? Chen. Shou has been engaged in shady operations for many years, and he doesn't have much humanity left. As long as they agree with his interests, he doesn't care, even if he has to deal with his own mother. After all, Yi Yang's favor is much more important to him than someone in his family. Wait a minute. Yi Yang pondered. For a moment, then opened his phone and looked at it. Wait. Wait for what? Chen Zhisou frowned and asked. With some confusion. On the chat history box, Xiaoxiaozhu sent an okay emoticon. Yi Yang stood up and said. With a smile, of course we will wait until there is a fault in the monitoring. What are you saying? Chen Zhishou's expression changed instantly. He looked at the surveillance equipment in the corner and saw that the lights had gone dark. He subconsciously felt danger. He took several steps back. When I walked to the door, I found that it was locked. He started to panic and knocked hard. Security. Security, no respond. It seems like the only thing left in this world is this house that is completely closed to the outside world. There are also two outsiders. Yi Yang and Xiaoqing Xian. Mr. Yi, I don't understand what you mean. What on earth are you going to do? Chen Zhishou frowned and asked, you have such a high status. There is no need to embarrass a small role. Like me. Embarrassed? Yi Yang sneered. It was the same situation when Fu Xiaoai was forced to death by you. Right? The monitoring failed and the door couldn't be opened. I just want you to feel her state of mind. You're here for those things. When this name that had long been forgotten in his mind was mentioned again, Chen Zhishou's pupils were shocked. Are you here to avenge her? Back then, you used the power in your hands to do whatever you wanted within the company. You framed, falsely accused, and even forced employees to death, just for the sake of a mere few $100 million in insurance money to line your own pockets. You did not hesitate to destroy other people's families in order to fulfill your own selfish desires. Yi Yang just talked to himself, looking at Chen Zhishou's shocked look. Finally, a girl couldn't stand your evil deeds and reported it with her real name. However, the case was forcibly suppressed by the forces behind you. Afterwards, even though you were sure of victory, you still pursued this girl even across thousands of miles. Even if she fled to another city, you still had to take her life. As Yi Yang told the story, Chen Zhishou's body began to tremble with fear. For such a big shot to come to his office and tell him this face to face, it means that the other party has completely mastered all the evidence and will only find a way to kill him completely. Struggle. He didn't know how to struggle. But what does this have to do with you? He retreated into the corner and was forced into a corner by Yi Yang. Because, this exiled girl is my sister. The veins on Yi Yang's face suddenly popped up. And he instantly pinched Chen Zhishou's neck. You don't even know what her name is. Today I'm going to tell you, her name is Yi Tong. You. Chen Zhishou instantly realized that he was basically finished. That girl who drifted to Beijing and had no one to rely on was actually Yi Yang's sister. How is this possible? It was clearly investigated that this girl came from a rural area in northeast China and had no powerful relatives at all. She shouldn't be a threat to me at all. If Yi Tong was found to have a big man like Yi Yang behind her, he would definitely focus on peace talks and would not have the intention to kill directly. Well. The moment before Chen Zhishou was about to suffocate to death, Yi Yang let go of his hand and threw him to the ground. Cough, cough, cough. Qin Zhishu coughed violently and greedily, breathing in and out. How do you feel? Is it scary? Yi Yang squatted down and asked calmly. Qin Zhishu didn't have the energy to answer now. He didn't have time to answer. Yi Yang slapped him directly, and my sister has been threatened by this fear of death all the time in the past 2 years. This slap made Qin Zhishu turn more than 10 times on the floor, half of his teeth fell out, and blood flowed. Today, I'm here to settle accounts with you. Yi Yang looked fierce and walked up again. First update. Pung. 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 Outside the door, the people waiting outside could only hear a heart-stopping banging sound. One can imagine how loud the movement was inside. The boss is so strong, you won't beat him to death with 3 punches and 2 kicks, right? Xiao asked. He deserves to be beaten to death. Yumomo curled his lips, but don't worry, he brought hormones in and injected an injection when he was knocked unconscious to ensure that the person's mind will always be awake. Hey, this is good. I want to play like this too. Xiao's hands were itchy. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. The violent pain rushed into his brain, making Qin Zhishu feel unparalleled pain. He clearly heard the sound of his bones breaking and the sound of blood flowing all over the ground. However, no matter how painful it is, you cannot pass out. This is the greatest pain and despair. He seems to die at any time, but never die. It has reached its limit. Xiao Qingxian squeezed Yi Yang's shoulder. Yi Yang paused and said after a moment of silence, "Let them come in." The door opened. Police, law enforcement officers, and lawyers all rushed in. The person they wanted to arrest had been beaten extremely miserably, but no one asked why, as if this was a matter of course. It's you. Qin Zhishu's eyes were blurred by the blood, but he could still clearly see the face of the person who started it. It was the woman who he scorned and who issued a fatwa without even wanting to engage in peace talks. Yi Tong. After evidence verification and multi-party investigations, and with formal approval, the 4th director of Sharon Insurance, Mr. Qin Zhishu, you have been arrested. Yi Tong finished this line powerfully and placed the arrest warrant in front of Qin Zhishu himself. This inconspicuous girl, this girl who was still running around being chased by him 2 days ago. In just 2 days, he actually became a member of the law enforcement team and personally told him about his arrest. Mr. Yi, you are so clever. Kill people, but also kill your heart. Huge humiliation, anger, and pain were mixed together. Qin Zhishu was so angry that he spurted out a mouthful of blood and finally fainted. Soon, Qin Zhishu himself was sent to the police ambulance that had been prepared long ago, along with the bloody arrest warrant. Everyone evacuated. Only Yi Yang and Yi Tong were left in Qin Zhishu's office. Yi Tong, who originally looked strong and tough, covered his face, squatted down, and cried again. The last time, it was because she found support and poured out the pain that she had suppressed for 2 or 3 years. This time, she was so happy that she got her revenge and arrested the other party with her own hands. Yi Yang sighed. It is extremely rare for a girl to be able to withstand so much without breaking down. He knelt down gently and rubbed his sister's shoulders. Everything is over. Those days will never happen again. Yi Tong couldn't help but nodded. Yi Yang is personally paying attention to the case, and the news released has attracted public attention. Those who were oppressed back then saw that the situation was indeed improving, so they also stood up. The whole thing has complete witnesses and physical evidence. In addition, the current general situation is also severely cracking down on this evil force. The trial begins soon. Shou was punished for indirect homicide, corruption of large amounts of money, and abetting homicide. The death penalty shall be executed immediately. There was also applause on the internet. A few days later, Magic City, inside the Yundingshan Manor. Yi Yang put the three things in front of Feng Shuiqing. Choose one. You have helped my sister a lot in the past 2 years. I am a person who must repay kindness. Feng Shuiqing looked at the three things in front of him. A black bank card with 50 billion in cash. An agreement probably involves the transfer of shares worth nearly 100 billion. As long as he signs it, he will have a huge amount of shares worth 100 billion in his name. The last one is a plain law book, which doesn't look like anything special. The first two options are lucrative offers that are hard for anyone to refuse. 50 billion in cash and 100 billion in equity. Even billionaires have to be moved. Not to mention that the total wealth of his family is only tens of billions. Because he has insisted on going his own way in the past few years, all the shares his father gave him have been recycled, and now he only has tens of millions of pocket money left in his hand. I already said, I don't want compensation. Feng Shuiqing pursed his lips and said unwillingly. If you use money to make up for the help you have provided in the past few years, then there is no reason to go to Yutong anymore. I also said that I will not let my sister live in debt to others. Even if you don't make a choice, I will put the cash into your account and clear everything. Yi Yang said calmly. This. Feng Shuiqing scratched his head. Then what is the third option? As you can see, a law book. Yi Yang spread his hands. Feng Shuiqing flipped through the book and found that it was indeed a law book. I don't want to give up my love for Yutong. These are just compensations for your previous help. From now on, you and my sister have nothing to owe each other. She will no longer blur her judgment of feelings because of this guilt. Yi Yang spread his hands. I didn't say that if you choose one of these rewards, you must cut off contact with my sister. But if you dare to harass my sister, I will break your legs. Feng Shuiqing trembled and asked tentatively, so I can still pursue your sister? Of course. Yi Yang nodded. I don't hate you, but I don't like you either. But if my sister doesn't have this guilt and still likes you, I don't object. Great. Feng Shuiqing laughed out loud. You are really my good brother. Yi Yang rolled his eyes speechlessly. This guy is really an optimist. Then I want this book. Feng Shuiqing raised the book in his hand. What I did for your sister was out of my sincerity, and I never thought about asking for anything in return. Since you must compensate me, then this is fine. This way both of us can feel at ease. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Are you sure? Well. Feng Shuiqing nodded. Maybe this is a bit of a dog licking in your eyes, but I think this is an open and honest love. The most important thing is that I think a beautiful girl like your sister is worth my efforts. Yi Yang stared at the other party for a few seconds before waving his hand. Then you do your best. Feng Shuiqing left happily. Yi Yang patted the glass wall behind him. The one-way light-transmitting glass wall opened, and behind the wall, Yi Tong's figure slowly appeared. Second update. After that day, Yi Yang bought Yitong a villa in Shanghai, and Yitong officially became a law enforcement officer. After joining the job and settling in, Yi Yang took Yitong back to his third grandfather's house. Looking at his daughter who had not come back for a long time, the third grandfather was also in tears. Yi Tong also told the third grandfather about his experiences in the past few years, which made the old man sigh. I can't stop thanking Yi Yang. After that, Yi Yang left first. Obviously, after being separated for several years, the cousin must have a lot to say to the third grandfather. After returning to the Magic City, Yi Yang's life became leisurely again. After finishing the game in the body-sensing suit every day, I would play exciting interactive games with the maids, and then go out with my girlfriend on a date, watch movies, and do sports as planned. Of course, I will also find time to read books and supplement the necessary knowledge, so as not to do poorly due to short knowledge during practical operations. Apart from these regular daily routines, I just write novels. His book has been signed, which is beyond his expectation. Although it is his first time to write a novel, the response has been good. In just a few 100,000 words, hundreds of thousands of readers have flocked in, urging readers to update it in various ways. He laughed, while drinking a cup of musk coffee worth $50,000, eating a pound of dragon beard cake worth £1, and reading book reviews. I have to say that the vast majority of readers are very cute. The messages are also very interesting. Reading them and liking them every day makes his boring life a little more interesting. However, there were also a few things that were a little bit sick in the head, which made him frown at the sight of them. These people are always self-righteous and want to think that they know all the knowledge in the world. As long as there is a slight deviation from what they know, they will jump out and show off. However, he is not as short of money as other authors. When he sees such a seriously ill person, he will attack him. Today, he caught another 205. What are you writing about? A villa worth only 1 billion, and a sofa in it costs 8 figures, tens of millions? Are you crazy? This author looks like a loser at first glance. Unlike me, I am a real rich second generation. Haha, I'm not bragging to you. My sister lives in a villa. It costs only a few million to decorate a large flat. And my uncle, that's even more amazing. And my second aunt. And my second uncle's son's third aunt's eldest nephew. In short, this author named Ji Shenhao doesn't even know what Shenhao is. He just made it up out of nowhere, making people laugh and complain. It makes people laugh. I'm going to die laughing. Yi Yang had no intention of paying attention to him at first, but seeing that he was like an idiot and kept sending messages there, he also had a sneer on his lips. Great, you managed to get my attention. You know nothing. Go home and play with your daddy. Yi Yang replied directly. Soon, the reader named Pretentious Young Master replied. You're so ridiculous. How dare you, a little author, pretend to be cool with me? Let me tell you. I have a great background. I'll tell you when you're done. Yi Yang rolled his eyes. There are countless typical brainless villains that only appear in vulgar online novels on the internet. As long as you surf the internet, you will encounter one like this every few days. I thought that this level of mental retardation would not exist in real life. But alas, facts have proved that there are so many mentally retarded people on the internet. With an online name, you dare to fart anything, dare to brag about anything, dare to say anything. Oh? Big background? It sounds scary. Yi Yang replied with a sneer. Haha. Don't blame me for not warning you. 4. My birthday, my dad bought me an Aston Martin. It wasn't expensive, more than 2.6 million. Then I bought another Aston later. Martin. 3 million. It's enough for you to live in. My home is a mansion worth over 100 million. The pretending young master replied arrogantly. You're such a braggart, why don't you brag even louder? Yi Yang sneered. I drive, and those with less than 100 million are too lazy to drive. I live in a house, and those with a $100 billion palace start out. Stop pretending, my uncle is Zhu Ming, the big president of Douyin overseas. It's too easy to get you as a small author. Keep a low profile in front of me. If I want you to be in trouble, my uncle can't do it with just one sentence thing. The pretentious young master chuckled. Puff. Yi Yang almost laughed angrily, what a piece of shit. A shame. Can the nephew of the CEO of Douyin have this kind of quality? It's not like he hasn't seen rich, second-generation people who show off. Even if they don't look good, none of them speak and act like this. But now that he's been offended, he doesn't mind making this guy famous all over the world. If you are such an idiot, it's time for the whole world to see what this kind of monkey looks like. He was too lazy to reply and called the company headquarters directly. This ID, check his IP for me. Soon, the results came out. Yi Yang looked at the report in his hand. Online name, pretentious young master. Real name, Wang Gooden. Address, Group 18, Sanlitun, Qingxiang County, Hana City. Car, Phoenix motorcycle produced in 2008. Age, 17 years old. Occupation, will-o'-the-wisp boy, dropped out of school, biggest family background. Distant relative of a cadre in a village in Sanlitun. Graduation essay, suppose I owned an Aston Martin. Life motto. Being a will-o'-the-wisp boy is so comfortable and free. Yi Yang was speechless. What the hell is this? A distant relative of a village cadre, a will-o'-the-wisp boy? On the internet, he said that he owns 2 Aston Martins. Lives in a villa worth 100 million renminbi, and that his uncle is the CEO of Douyin. Even just one sentence can make him unable to survive in this world. Good guy. He burst into laughter. Directly take a screenshot of the previous chat record, then tie the ID and related information together, and put it directly on the internet. Don't you want to be angry? Don't you want to make a fool of yourself? Don't you want to show off? Make you hot enough? Given Yi Yang's popularity, the news hit the entire internet within a few hours. Fuck. It made me laugh so much that I rolled over and fell off the bed and almost knocked out my teeth. Sanlitun is going to be famous this time. How can we not be popular after such a crouching dragon and phoenix chick? Make him hot. One sentence makes it impossible for Yi Shenhao to survive in China. Wait a minute and let me have a good laugh. Sanlitun. Wang Gooden is acting as a brainless keyboard warrior on the internet, constantly looking for books to criticize. His life has no meaning at all. When he is criticizing people, he imagines that he is the nephew of a big CEO, drives a luxury car, lives in a villa, and pretends to be an illusory pussy. When the time comes, you can have some fun. Therefore, he doesn't read the content of the book every day, and just trolls people on the internet, and then angers them, and then acts cool. Ordinary people don't want to cause trouble, so they just swallow it when he pretends to be cool. It's becoming more and more natural for them to be keyboard warriors. The awesomeness just got louder and louder. Becoming more and more confident. Hey! Come and take a look. Several ghost fire boys and girls who were traveling together gathered together. And were talking about something. This made Wang Gooden very strange, so he went over to take a look. First. Update, it's a real story, based on a real comment section. I encountered this kind of reader, but after I criticized him, he later deleted the comment himself. The online name in this article is a pseudonym. It's been so long that I forgot what it was called. This film aims to call on everyone to resist brainless keyboard warriors and live in harmony. Gooden, why does this person look so much like you? Damn it. It can't be you. Several ghost fire boys and girls looked at their mobile phones and Wang Gooden, and said in surprise. What? Wang Gooden had just escaped from the internet world and was still immersed in the state of thinking that he was the omnipotent keyboard god. He was fearless and grabbed the other party's mobile phone and took a look at it. You're famous. Yes. Haha. You are famous this time. Several of the Will-o'-the-Wisp boys were bad friends. At this time, they all laughed and patted Wang Gooden on the shoulder. You are so awesome. I told you a long time ago not to act awesome online. You must be a keyboard warrior. Listen, have you met a real boss now? Wang Gooden instantly felt as if a basin of cold water had been poured down on him. The whole person was shocked and collapsed on the ground. Holy crap! He's actually a real boss. Wang Gooden was completely stunned. 5 thunderstrikes. I pretend to be cool online every day, but I didn't expect that this time I actually provoked a real boss. Wang Gooden seemed to have remembered something, and he repeatedly found Yi Yang's comment section and begged for mercy. Boss, I was wrong. Please let me go. I kowtow to you. Ugh. I'm just a little trash, a street gangster. I'm nothing, please let me go. Yi Yang looked at these messages calmly and blocked them directly. People always have to pay for the things they do wrong. If begging for mercy is useful, then the murderer doesn't have to pay with his life. I suggest that this bastard Gooden should quickly go to the police station to change his name, then undergo plastic surgery, and finally start a new life. Stretched. I punished a keyboard warrior so comfortable. He was in a much better mood. By the way, Xiaoyu came to play with me today. Yi Yang rubbed his chin, looked at the time, and then drove the Bentley towards the shopping street agreed by Xia Yu. Bentley soon arrived at Devil number 6 shopping street. Xia Yu was wearing a white t-shirt today, a black polka dot skirt underneath, a casual khaki round-brimmed hat on her head, and strappy summer sandals. She was obviously dressed very simply, but paired with her temperament, it was extremely eye-catching. Let's go. Yi Yang tilted his head. Ever since he went to the Jade Mining Group, Xiaoyu was assigned to an idle position with high salary and little work. Dear. Finally see you again. Xiaoyu was almost bored. When he saw Yi Yang, his eyes lit up and he immediately hit someone with the ball. Yi Yang laughed and patted her head. Come on, let me take you around today to release your energy. Great. Xiaoyu raised his fist, full of energy. In a clothing store. Yi Yang sat there, smiling and watching Xiaoyu change clothes. No matter what the beautiful woman does, if you look At it from this side, it will be extremely pleasing to the eye. Sir, do you want to serve me? Yi Yang turned his head and saw that the person asking the question was familiar, so he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Yan Fu? Ah. Yan Fu looked surprised and turned his head away. You recognized the wrong person. Yi Yang rolled his eyes. Why did he meet an acquaintance in an unexpected place again? This Yan Fu was in the next class in their high school. He studied abroad directly from college. I heard that he went to a very impressive Ivy League school that was ranked among the best in the world. Why did you come here? To be a waiter? His family is obviously in good condition, and he has also been admitted to a prestigious university. There is no way he will work as a waiter in a store after graduation. You are Yan Fu. I won't admit it. Yi Yang nodded, still very confident in his memory. Why do you have to point out my name? Yan Fu said with a look of sorrow and anger. I know. Now you can go to such a high-end luxury store to spend money. Seeing that I, a former top student and an old friend, who still has money in the family, actually work here as a waiter, it's so humble. When I serve you, your sense of superiority will rise, and you will be ready to mock me. Yi Yang was confused. What a magical brain circuit this is. I just saw an acquaintance and said hello. As for being so dramatic, customers and shop assistants who came in either wanting to buy something or just looking around were all attracted. Holy crap! How could you do this? You completely ignore friendship. Possessed by Yan Fu, his eyes burst into tears. You know, I went to study in the super awesome Ivy League, and my family used to be very rich. Now I'm like this. You didn't have any ability before, and you only passed one exam. Ordinary 211 people want to laugh at me when they see that their jobs are better than mine. This is human nature, I understand. He spoke louder and louder. But how can you mock me in public? You simply don't care about the face of your old friend. It's too much. Yi Yang couldn't laugh or cry. Was he suffering from persecution delusion? The surrounding customers were all latecomers, and those who knew what had happened before were all pointing fingers at the moment. This Yi Yang looks like a star, but I didn't expect him to be like this. Yes. Being rich and unkind is something that is despised by the world. It is even more outrageous to ridicule old classmates after they become successful. Yi Yang listened to the discussion around him and gradually realized that something was wrong. This guy. He came prepared. He didn't want to play dumb and eat the tiger, did he? He looked at Yan Fu. What do you want to do? Yan Fu's eyes turned. Why didn't this guy fall for it? The guys who used the routine before would have called him a psychopath by now, and then he would take the opportunity to expand his momentum, and then turn around and perform the performance of playing dumb and eating the tiger in front of everyone. He is such a psychopath. After all, his parents are rich enough, and he can't find a reason to struggle. The only motivation to live is to keep looking for opportunities to show off. This is a new idea he came up with recently. However, it seems that his old classmate doesn't seem to cooperate at all. Second update. Dare to talk about cash flow? Yi Yang sneered. Are you playing monkey tricks? See the big guy. Yan Fu immediately shouted. After he made money, he looked at poor old classmates like me as if he were looking at monkeys. I am so miserable. How can there be such a big difference between people? He was so dramatic that he even squeezed out a few tears. He winked at the girl next to him. The girl immediately understood. And said repeatedly, "You loser. You deserve it." Yan Fu pretended to be in disbelief. "Shou swear. You. I have long wanted to be with you as my classmate. I want to abandon you." Shou swear snorted, "Losers don't deserve love." As he said this, Shou swear rushed forward and hugged Yi Yang. Yi Yang sneered and refused directly, "I'm not interested in you at all. Didn't you already secretly communicate with me about the music? Do you want to reject me now?" Shou swear pretended to be very sad. "I'll go. This is still a scumbag. He actually stole his old classmate's girlfriend. Terrible. Oh. I was a little skeptical just now, but now I'm a little convinced. It's so tragic. Everyone is beginning to believe it. After all, as long as normal people are not crazy, who would act in such a big show just to show off?" Yi Yang rolled his eyes. "Take a good look at what my girlfriend looks like. You're so cool, I'm blind, and I'm asking you to secretly seduce the song." The entire discussion suddenly stopped. Damn it, the angle is weird, but it's very convincing. It's more than convincing, damn, it's so right. His girlfriend is really pretty. Better looking than a big star. If I were this brother, I couldn't give up such a beautiful girlfriend to find such a three-no. Yeah. Seeing that he couldn't hide it anymore, Yan Fu couldn't help but sweat profusely, but the play had already begun and he couldn't give up halfway. Many people are visual creatures and only have preconceptions. Whoever shouts louder is justified. Whoever shoots the video first has the right. No matter what the situation is, let alone whose side the reason is on. Blindness is the nature of mediocrity. He firmly believed this, and when he came up he took Shou swear's hand and burst into tears. "I am so sincere to you. But you betrayed me, because of my classmates' money. How could you be willing to leave me? It makes me so sad." Shou swear kicked her back. "Get out. Who wants to be with a poor guy like you? You're short and poor. There's no chance for us." Yi Yang watched the two people acting from the side and almost laughed out loud. Is this too funny? However, he is the one in authority and knows what is going on, so it is not necessary to just watch those people. Okay. Okay. You said I was short and poor. I will make you regret it. He shouted angrily and walked towards the back room. Soon, he was a poop Superman and walked out directly. This time, he had changed from his work clothes to an expensive suit. Suit and trousers, leather shoes, expensive watches, and more than a dozen bodyguards. You can be called the Dragon King. Yi Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The corner of your mouth was crooked. That was the scene in the vulgar advertisement where you welcome the Dragon King. What's going on? All the guests looked at this scene in confusion. What kind of drama is this? Humph. How about it? Didn't you expect that? I'm actually tall, rich and handsome. I just tested you. If you don't dislike poverty and love wealth, I will give you, good brother, a chance. What a pity. He looked up to the sky and sighed. You can't stop mocking me until I reveal my true identity. I didn't expect you to be such a person. I graduated from a prestigious school. I returned to China and started a business directly, and I am worth hundreds of millions. I actually opened this luxury store. Yan Fu shook his head. You really disappoint me. He turned to look at Shou swear again. And you? You are such a woman. I give you this divorce note. I told you before, 30 years to the east of the river, 30 years to the west of the river, don't bully the young man into poverty. Now, it's too late for you to beg me. Shou pretended to be surprised, then quickly knelt down and hugged her thighs, begging for reconciliation. No, I was wrong. I love you with all my heart. Snort. Yanfu was extremely satisfied in his heart. He thought that his routine was successful and looked at Yi Yang with disdain. Haha. Just now you and I were like fireflies competing with the bright moon, but now I am also an existence that you can't reach. This instant change of identity makes you very uncomfortable. Humph. You deserve it. A Dylan like you who dislikes poverty and loves wealth. You should tremble under my glory. Yi Yang frowned. I'm afraid this kid has lost his mind and wants to pretend to be a pig to eat the tiger. He is just as disgusting as the person who wants to show off at a class reunion and suffer first. However, this guy turned this routine into a script, and it can be said that what he did is even more advanced. People who are not mentally ill really cannot do this. Xiaoyu felt embarrassed and dug his toes on the floor. Of a villa, let's go and ignore this guy. He is so unreasonable. Yi Yang sneered, since he wants to show off, then I will play with him. Now that he has left, in the eyes of the onlookers, it has confirmed the facts that the other party said. He, Yi Yang, is a person who will not offend others. If they do not offend me, he will not care if he offends others, but if he offends himself and wants to step on him to show off, I will twist your head off. He pursed his lips. What brand of luxury store is this? Burberry Shanghai branch. Xiaoyu blinked, not quite sure what Yi Yang was planning. Yi Yang nodded and sneered at Yanfu, although I don't know what's wrong with your brain, you're still too young to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger in front of me. Haha. You're a little too arrogant. Aren't you? Yanfu laughed. Do you know who I am? My family is a billionaire. I own 2 or 3 luxury stores, with hundreds of millions of cash flow. Oh? Billions, dare to call yourself a rich man? A few hundred million, also called cash flow? Yi Yang shouted coldly, in my eyes, you are just a frog in the well. Huh. Yanfu was a little unsure. He also knew that there were many big men in the Magic City, but he knew whether Yi Yang's family had money, otherwise he wouldn't have chosen him to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger. In his mind, Yi Yang should be an ordinary 211 graduate, with a monthly salary of about 20,000 yuan. He finally got a beautiful girlfriend and was ready to cut his meat to buy a luxury item for his girlfriend in the store. However, looking at Yi Yang's tone now, could it be that he kicked the iron plate? First update. Who do you think you are? Yanfu sneered, you really think you are a super boss? Yi Yang smiled faintly, do you think that in this situation just now, you and I were a firefly competing with the bright moon? You are wrong. Now, in front of me, you are not even worthy of calling yourself a firefly. Hiss. Fuck. Mr. Yi is so tough to speak. How do you know he is Mr. Yi? A big star? You don't know him? The star of Yi Wen, which has the highest box office in the world, is a world-class superstar. Awesome, damn. 10 billions don't deserve to be called a rich man, and several hundred million don't deserve to be called cash flow. Are today's celebrities so rich? Isn't that true? If a star has billions of dollars, That's incredible. I don't think things are that simple. That's right. I think so. Yan Fu has been acting weird. Just now. I want to see how things will develop. Haha, I'm also interested. All the onlookers were talking excitedly. Tang Han Zhihui. After answering Yi Yang's call, Han Ruxiu directly called the person in charge of Burberry China. My boss is currently being insulted by your branch manager at the Devil No. 6 Burberry branch. If your store does not solve the problem now, we will end a partnership with Burberry. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Ott, the head of Burberry China, hung up the phone and immediately panicked. Nowadays, Tang Han Zhihui is rising in full swing in the international market. Everyone is eager to cooperate with Tang Han Zhihui, hoping to get a sip of soup from the rise of this oriental brand. If at this time, Burberry and Tang Han Zhihui terminated their cooperation because of a mistake made by someone in the area he was responsible for, then the headquarters will definitely hold him accountable severely. Just thinking about the consequences makes him tremble. He was so angry that he pounded the table. Check it for me. Which bastard son of a bitch is in charge of the branch at Devil No. 6? Soon, the results came out. It was a Chinese fashion investment company that won the agency rights. The current agent of that store is the son of the owner of this investment company, named Yan Fu. The subordinate reports truthfully. Otto shouted angrily, call the person in charge of this investment company over here quickly. I'll be there soon. If they can't get there within 15 minutes, I swear to make them pay the maximum price. Yes, yes, yes. The staff below saw that the person in charge was so angry. They were frightened for a while and contacted him repeatedly. 12 minutes later, Yan Fu, who looked proud and domineering, was dancing and pretending, enjoying the sense of accomplishment after pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. What? Isn't it awesome? Haha, how can you prove that I am just a frog in the well? Haha. Yi Yang rolled his eyelids. He didn't mind teaching this brat a lesson before the person in charge got here, but that would be a bit too demeaning. With his current status, no one is worthy of being beaten by him. If anyone could get him to beat him personally, it would be an honor that could be bragging about all over the world. The latest one is Shou of Sharon Group. Unfortunately, he has been shot now and can only go to the underworld to brag. Pung. The door was knocked open directly. Two figures stumbled in. Huh? Mom and Dad? Why are you all here? The man, who was putting on a formal dress, suddenly woke up half awakened when he saw his parents. Yan Fu was a little surprised and confused. No matter how his parents looked like this, they didn't want to come over and tell him the good news. What good have you done? What kind of big shot did you contradict? You actually asked the Chinese person in charge of Burberry to come to us for accountability. What on earth have you done? Yan Fu's parents came over angrily, and each of them gave Yan Fu a big mouth. Although they still can't figure out what Yan Fu did. But on the phone, it was his son who made the person in charge of China, Ott, furious. Regardless of anything else, let's beat him up first. You know, Burberry's cooperative stores account for 1/3 of fashion investment's business volume. If this store is blocked, the entire investment company will basically be doomed. Fashion investment is not as impressive as Yan Fu boasts. In fact, the market value is only a few billion, and he has invested in about a dozen fashion stores. What's happening here? Polar reversal? Mom and Dad came over and without saying a word, they just started a mixed doubles game. I'm so confused. Haha. Before the crowd could react. What was going on? The door was knocked open again. A figure ran in hastily. Mr. Ultra. Yenner and his wife were shocked when they saw it coming in, and were ready to greet him again and again. However, after Otto came in, he didn't bother to look at them and ran directly towards Jiang. Mr. Yi, I am Ott, the person in charge of Burberry China. I am late. I did not supervise well and you were wronged in my store. It is my fault. Please don't let Tang in your name. Han Zhihui terminates contract with Burberry. After all, Tang Han Zhihui is one of Burberry's most important partners. We attach great importance to cooperation with your company. Ott bowed several times, bowing directly to 90 degrees. His attitude was simply pious. Everyone was stunned. This sentence contains too much information. The head of Burberry's Chinese branch. In the Burberry Group, this is considered a big boss. He actually begged Jiang so much. And he said he was Tang Han Zhihui's boss? Tang Han Zhihui is very famous in the Chinese business community recently. As long as people who are exposed to luxury consumption, 70% to 80% will know Tang Han Zhihui. This brand, which came out of nowhere, represents Chinese clothing and has taken the lead in the fashion industry. It directly defeated the three old-fashioned giants at the Paris Fashion Week and won the gold medal. The world's number one. In just a few months, Tang Han Zhihui went from being unknown to reaching the current market value of hundreds of billions. In another 2 years, the market value will exceed 1 trillion easily. Yi Yang is actually the boss of such a giant company. What is pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? This is pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Compared with Mr. Yi, Yan Fu is not even a speck of dust. Haha. Mr. Yi has never pretended to be a pig from beginning to end. Isn't it that Yan Fu who is making trouble? Mr. Yi, from beginning to end, he is a real dragon. Pretending to be a pig may eat a tiger, but it can't eat Mr. Yi, the real dragon. Second update. Not bad. There was a lot of discussion in the field. Looking at the theater that was constantly flipping in front of me, I also laughed out loud. Pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger? Do you think you can show off your true identity by showing off your true identity? The result is still so different from others. It's so miserable. Hurry up and tell the truth. What have you done to Mr. Yi? Yan Fu's parents had a violent mixed doubles fight. Yi Yang just looked at this scene indifferently. This kind of pretentious guy may become a big trouble to the family in the future if he doesn't fix it properly. His parents beat him to save him. Yan Fu was beaten so hard that his nose started to bleed, and he rolled over in a pissed-off state. He kowtowed to Yi Yang repeatedly. Yi Yang, for the sake of being your classmate in high school, please spare me. It's my fault. I wrote the script. I asked that woman to cooperate with me in acting. This was all designed by me out of boredom. I just feel that my family is too rich and I have no desire to fight, so I just want to show off. I regret it so much. Now, please forgive me. Fuck. This guy is too scary. This is actually the truth. I've guessed it a long time ago. It's so boring. Haha, I've read too many novels, and in reality, I force myself to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger to show off. It's so rubbish. Killing me. The onlookers suddenly realized that Lian Dao had been deceived. Ah. Are you looking for someone to act with you? You're going crazy if you want to show off. Since you feel that the family business is a burden to you and makes your life meaningless, then I will kick you out of the house now and start your own business. That's right. Yan Fu's parents made the decision immediately. Ah. No. Yan Fu suddenly felt that the sky was dark and the earth was dark, and his whole body felt instantly powerless. He can only show off when his family is rich. How can he still show off after being kicked out of the house? Ha ha ha, you deserve it. What a relief. This scares these two parents. Mr. Yi is so awesome. The onlookers were laughing, feeling extremely angry. Mr. Yi, we are willing to transfer the business rights of this store to you. Please let us go. We are all small businesses and cannot afford to offend a great master like you. Yan Fu's parents begged for mercy again and again. They don't have the agency rights for many stores in total. This is considered a massive hemorrhage. Regardless of Yi Yang's status at this time, he no longer cared about the small sum of 120 million. He just waved his hand. This matter is not a big deal. It is enough to let this pretentious classmate get the punishment he deserves. Then let's do it. Thank you, Mr. Yi, for your magnanimity. Yan Fu's parents thanked Yi Yang repeatedly, and when they ran away, they didn't forget to kick Yan Fu hard several times. Otto rubbed his hands and said again and again, it's all my fault that Mr. Yi has had this unpleasant experience today. Yi Yang waved his hand casually. He is not an unreasonable person. This Yan Fu wants to show off, but he has nothing to do with Otto. If he took out his anger on Ultra, it would be too disrespectful of the magnanimity that his current position should have. Thank you for your understanding. Bowed repeatedly and said, I will personally mail all the latest Burberry styles to your girlfriends this year. I hope you like them. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. This guy was quite discerning. Good. Yi Yang nodded. Then he took Xiaoyu to pick out some good-looking clothes and bags. As a luxury area, Devil Number 6 naturally also has food, drink and entertainment. Most of the places to eat are luxury or Michelin-starred restaurants. I spent tens of thousands of yuan to experience the feeling of eating Michelin in a luxury area. Yi Yang led Xiaoyu back home with a full load. Night. I originally planned to take a bath in the hot springs with the maid and have some rest. Unexpectedly, the phone rang again. When I saw the news, it turned out to be the old girl. Brother! Save me! Yi Yang's heart suddenly trembled. He thought what happened to Yi Xiaozi, so he sent messages one after another. What's going on? I'm about to be crushed to death by the pressure of my senior year of high school. Yi Xiaozi sent a crying kitten expression. Yi Yang rolled his eyes, worried for a while. After returning for the Chinese New Year, Yi Xiaozi studied hard and made progress every day. However, senior year of high school is really stressful. Of course, for ordinary aristocratic students, there is no need to put too much pressure on them. After all, it is enough to go to an overseas university to get a gold plate. However, Yi Xiaozi is a top student in her own right, and even with Yi Yang as her backer, she still wants to prove herself. My brother is great, it's my brother who is great. If a sister is too mediocre, she will feel depressed in front of her brother. You don't have to be so demanding on yourself. I've already said that if you don't get into a good university, I'll support you. Yi Yang smiled and replied with a laughing emoticon. I suspect you are gloating, but I have no proof. Yi. Xiaozi snorted, actually, I miss you, brother. There is an art exhibition tonight and I want to go see it. Brother, can you accompany me? I want to take a hot spring bath tonight / pick my nose. Yi Yang replied with a wicked smile. Hey, good brother, come with me. Yi Xiaozi sent a voice message directly. Yi Yang shook his head with a smile. His sister was still good at acting like a spoiled child. He couldn't bear to tease her any more and replied, okay, tell me more about it. I'll get ready. Brother is the best. Yi. Xiaozi sent a kissing emoji. Then he sent the time and place. Hula. Yi Yang came out of the water. The maids who thought they were going to start the routine water games all said with disappointment, Master, where are you going? Accompany my sister to visit the art exhibition, and continue to soak when we come back. Yi Yang waved his hand and went to change clothes wrapped in a bath towel. Alas! Without the master, soaking in the hot spring is less fun. That's right. The maids all nodded in confirmation. Boom! The Rolls-Royce Silver Soul started up. With a bang. The engine, worth more than 90 million, roared, extremely breathtaking. Soon, the Rolls-Royce Gintama drove to the gate of Bali High School. Looking at the boys and girls with green pheasants on their faces, who were in the best years of their lives, Yi Yang was also filled with memories. These boys and girls looked at the luxury cars outside the door and were amazed. That man is so handsome. He must be the legendary brother of Yi Xiaozi, the first on the goddess list. Super awesome, he beat up Wang Taihao as soon as he showed up, and made the former richest man Wang Xilin apologize in public. Awesome. He must be one of the super awesome people hidden in the legend of China. More handsome, more perfect, and more rich than the male protagonist in the novel. I admire him so much. First update, it's a little late, there will be another update later. The goddess is here. Goddess Xiaozi. Love it, love it. At the entrance of Bali High School, the boys and girls looked at the beautiful figure and stopped to watch. The former Yi Xiaozi was a popular figure in Bali High School, an absolute college bully, with good looks, and the best conduct in the school beauty list. But everyone said that her family background was average, so she could only be ranked second on the school beauty list. But after Wang Taihao's incident, no one dared to say that her family background was ordinary. Yi Xiaozi has also become the well-deserved number one on the school beauty list. Her brother was a super awesome being who could make even the richest man apologize in public. Moreover, she is also a very protective sister. Therefore, even though she is the number one beauty in the school, no one dares to have any thoughts on her. This matter is well known to everyone in Bali High School. Boys envy, girls adore. Although Yi Yang is not in Bali High School, the legend he left behind has an extremely far-reaching impact. Elder brother. Yi Xiaozi came up and gave Yi Yang a bear hug. I miss you so much. Really? If I don't tell you to come out, sister, then you just come to me. Brother Stinky. Yi Yang smiled and rubbed Yi Xiaozi's head. Isn't this because I'm afraid it will delay your study? Excuses. They're all excuses. Humph. Yi Xiaozi wrinkled her cute little nose, but since you have to accompany your lovely sister to an art exhibition tonight, The previous things will be written off. Okay, stop being poor and get in the car. Yi Yang tapped Yi Xiaozi's forehead. Okay. Yi Xiaozi sat in the passenger seat. All the boys and girls from Baoli High School looked at this scene with envy. If I had a brother like this, I could laugh out of my dreams and hang on him like a baby every day. Yum yum. Yum. A handsome boy said shyly. Get out of here. It's disgusting. The male classmate next to him immediately moved away from him. Cut. The handsome boy rolled his eyes. All the girls were envious. Most of them were daughters from good families. My rich daughter, she lacks nothing but a perfect love. Only a perfect man like Yi Yang can satisfy all their expectations and wishes for love. It's a pity, this is someone else's brother. It looks like I have a chance to build a good relationship with Xiaozi. Ho ho. People are either in class or reading in the library every day. Even if we want to contact them, they may not be willing to contact us. It's also, alas, the Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost flies all the way. The handsome body and roaring engine attract attention all the way. Why didn't Wanru come out with you? Yi Yang asked. Hey brother, you miss sister Wanru? Yi Xiaozi asked narrowly. Haha, it's just strange, haven't you always been together? Yi Yang asked. Well. Yi Xiaozi nodded. Brother, answer me a question first and then I will tell you the answer. What is the problem? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. This little girl is getting more and more naughty. During this period, do I miss Xiaozi more, or do I miss Sister Wanru more? Yi Xiaozi chuckled. Yi Yang rolled his eyes. No one wants it. Humph, stinky. Brother. Yi Xiaozi pouted, knowing that she couldn't get any advantage from her brother, so she could only say dully. She was arranged by her family to go through the procedures to study abroad, but she seemed reluctant to go and wanted to stay in the country. I'm studying in the city, so I can find you. Yi Yang's mouth twitched. This girl hasn't discussed such an important matter with him yet. She is probably worried that he will suggest her to study abroad. Soon, the Rolls-Royce stopped in front of Pudong Longmei Art Museum. This is one of the largest private art galleries in Shanghai. Today, the largest art exhibition in Shanghai will be held here. Artistic celebrities from all walks of life in China will come. Today's art exhibition is a main painting art exhibition with paintings as the main exhibits and sculptures as auxiliary exhibits. Yi Xiaozi is usually very interested in painting, and she is in a good mood at this time. Yi Yang looked around casually. Those who can afford art and have real contact with art must be from the petty bourgeoisie at least. Ordinary people cannot appreciate this kind of thing. Of course, he is also a pure layman. You can only intuitively feel the beauty of the picture. For example, in the work of Master Su Beihong in his home, the 8 horses are galloping. Just by looking at it, you can feel the unrestrained feeling that is ready to come out. As for those abstract schools in the West, he couldn't understand the random lines drawn here and there. However, he has always felt that the so-called advanced aesthetics are just aesthetic rules set by others. He also has his own preferences and rules. Why should others set the rules for what he thinks looks good? For those who are obviously ugly, if they say they are good-looking, you will go against their will and say they are good-looking. Otherwise, you don't know how to appreciate it? Bullshit. This is pure ideological slavery, brainwashing, and extremely selfish arrogance. It can be said that the aesthetic directions are different, but to say who is better than the other is to be self-righteous and self-righteous. He has always been extremely disgusted with people who pretend to be profound and self-righteous. But Yi Shaozi seemed to be very interested in these things. Walking in the corridor, he yawned, and occasionally stopped to look at some realistic paintings, such as the dragon and wheat field in front of him. The whole picture was full of empathy. The Chinese dragon had endless power when it soared in the clouds, and it could show a strange feeling of coexistence of majesty and warmth when it watched the wheat field. There was also a realistic painting next to it, which looked more real than a high-definition camera, and one could also feel the superb skills in it. As for those paintings with random lines and ink like children, he was too lazy to look at them and just skipped them. After the exhibition hall in front, there was a hall. It was a place where many people who liked these arts gathered. Huh? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. In this hall, there were groups of 3 or 5. It seemed that there were many small groups in the art world. The most eye-catching one was the group of people in the center of the hall. Among the group of people, there was only one young man who was dressed like a successful Western painting master. He was well-mannered and wore glasses. He talked and laughed with the girl, but when he looked up at others, he gave people a sense of arrogance. Ah. It's Mr. Yi. There were many celebrities and upper-class people in the Magic City. As soon as Yi Yang entered the venue, he immediately attracted a lot of attention. Many bigwigs paid attention to him. They came over to greet Yi Yang. Such a big commotion naturally attracted the attention of the whole audience. The girl next to the arrogant young man also looked over, causing the young man to frown instantly. Second update. Yi Yang smiled and pressed his hands, low-key. Today we are all here to appreciate art. Everyone is here to visit, so there is no need to worry about your identity. Mr. Yi has a lofty vision. I must study hard to catch up with Mr. Yi. That's right. All business representatives praised it. Yi Yang couldn't laugh or cry. However, a group of wealthy businessmen also saw that Yi Yang only wanted to go shopping with his sister tonight, and did not want to cause any trouble. After the flattery was completed, he would retire. Who is he? The young man in the middle, surrounded by girls, frowned and asked. This is a business giant from Shanghai. Even Mr. Su Yuanhong has to respect him. It is said that he is Mr. Su Yuanhong's chosen son-in-law. He really wants to marry his daughter to him. This man has countless deeds in Magic City. Although he is younger than you, Mr. Shen, he is the well-deserved #1 person in the business world of Magic City. Among the girls surrounding him, there were obviously daughters from wealthy families who were quite familiar with things in the business district. Naturally, they were also not unfamiliar with Yi Yang, so they kept talking. Oh, it turns out he's just a mediocre person who smells like copper. Mr. Shen looked up sideways, as if he wanted to express his disdain. Yeah. Many of these girls have been brainwashed by Mr. Shen, and they echoed this. Who is this person? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. Everyone present had great respect for him just now. This guy had his nostrils pointed in the sky, looking arrogant. Thinking that you are extraordinary is something you have more or less experienced when you were a child. After growing up, some people forget it and become ordinary people. Some people hide it in their hearts and practice their ideals. The former is regrettable, the latter is admirable. However, people like this who still wear their pretentiousness on their faces when they are in their 20s or 30s are somewhat mentally retarded. It's disgusting to look at. This man's name is Jiangjing Real, and he is said to be a famous figure in the art world in Shanghai. Yi Xiaozi smiled. Huh? A leading figure in the art world in his 20s? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile. Ah, because he became famous at a young age, has a literary character, is aloof and proud, and does not conform to the world. Many young girls in the art world are fascinated by him. Yi Xiaozi curled her lips, but in my opinion, he is nothing more than a romantic, aloof and proud weirdo. Compared with you, brother, he is a scumbag. Yi Yang laughed and patted Yi Xiaozi on the head. The two were joking. Jiangjing Real's frown deepened. He is not only arrogant, but also extremely jealous. He thought he was a young genius and looked at the world. He saw such a wonderful girl beside Yi Yang. This girl looked at Yi Yang with admiration in his presence. He was filled with jealousy. Huh. It's full of the stench of worldliness. It's vulgar. People nowadays are so shallow. He couldn't help but walked towards Yi Yang directly. After arriving in front of him, he didn't say anything. He raised his neck and stood still. Yi Yang frowned and looked at this guy. What's going on? He shook his head, not planning to pay attention to this guy anymore. Unexpectedly, when the girl next to Jiangjing Real saw this, she said directly, I haven't met Mr. Shen, the dean of the art world. Jiangjing Real raised her head higher. Yi Yang looked at the lunatic in front of him. He came here to block the road, but he still wanted others to make friends with him first. Step aside, Yi Yang said lightly. Oh? Who is speaking in front of you? His words are so vulgar. Jiangjing Real raised her head and asked. The brainwashed fans around me kept saying, he's a rich man from Shanghai. Money is nothing but an external possession, only art is eternal. In this sacred art palace, how can you say such vulgar words that tarnish art? Jiangjing Real's head almost went up to the sky. Ah, it's my fault, Mr. Shen. I'm shallow. The girl who was fooled was extremely frightened and apologized repeatedly. However, today I will give you a vulgar, lost lamb in this world, a chance to get to know me. Yi Yang frowned. If you have nothing to do, go away. I won't restrain my temper just because this is some bullshit art palace. Jiangjing Real laughed. He was here to show off. Generally speaking, rich people only care about face, and they don't understand the so-called art. In order to make themselves stand out when they are rich, they usually follow art. See an artistic master like him. That's all. Humility. I got used to him a little bit. Today he showed his usual arrogance, but found that the young man in front of him didn't buy his account at all. He glanced at Yi Yang in surprise, frowned, and said, Mr. Yi, if you don't want to get acquainted with me, why are you here at this art exhibition today? Yi Yang was stunned by the question. Do you think this kid thinks that everyone here came to this art exhibition just to get to know him? Do you want to be so narcissistic and self-righteous? This arrogance already makes people feel a little disgusting. That's right, you must have seen Mr. Jiangjing Real's works and came here to pay homage to him, knowing that there are his paintings in today's art exhibition, right? The girl on the side said rudely. Asking this question is a waste of time and there is no need to ask it. Before Yi Yang could speak. Shen Qinglan on the side frowned and replied proudly, who in the art world has not seen the paintings of my master Qinglan? But what Qinglan can't understand is that you have obviously seen it. How come? The world-class art I created still has such a vulgar temperament, yet you don't know how to be in awe when you see me, a master? Heh, I've never seen your bullshit paintings. Yi Yang frowned completely. Originally, I just wanted to go out with my sister for a walk tonight to relax, and I didn't want to cause any trouble at all. But, now, he has been disgusted, and it seems unrealistic to not want to cause trouble. What? There are still people in the world who haven't seen my Qinglan's paintings. That's right, some people are born vulgar and have dirty eyes, and they are not worthy of appreciating my Qinglan's paintings. He turned his head and looked at Yi Xiaozi. This is his ultimate goal, but this girl is not like that. Your otherworldly temperament is the best among the girls I have seen in the art world. When you and I meet, we admire your otherworldly temperament. Qinglan is also filled with excitement and can't help herself being seen as otherworldly by a dog like you. I suddenly feel guilty. Yi Xiaozi sighed in disgust. Puff. Many people present were attracted by the conversation here. Listening to Yi Xiaozi's words, they couldn't help laughing. First update. There were all kinds of people present, and many wealthy businessmen couldn't stand Shen Qinglan being so pretentious. However, they do have status in the art world, and anyone who had conflicts with them in the past would be taught a lesson in the end. So, in the end, everyone just turned a blind eye and just regarded him as a clown. When they had to deal with him, they would call him a master with a pleasant face, but in their hearts they had already cursed his 8 generations of ancestors. Today, this kid actually dared to offend Yi Shenhao. I guess it ended badly. Girl, what you said made Qinglan heartbroken. If there is a chance in the future, Qinglan will personally teach you what art is. I think, girl, you will be able to. As Shen Qinglan spoke, she even reached out to hook Yi Xiaozi's little hand. Yi Yang frowned for an instant, and his hand was like a dragon's shadow, instantly grabbing Shen Qinglan's wrist. What do you want to do? Shen Qinglan looked threatening. However, he didn't wait for him to become arrogant again. Yi Yang exerted force on his hands. Shen Qinglan's wrist made a crackling sound instantly, and it was obvious that the wrist bones inside were completely shattered into powder. Ah! He screamed, obviously unable to believe that Yi Yang dared to take action under such circumstances. You. He almost fainted from the pain. However, Yi Yang pushed him back with his backhand, pushing him backwards and smashing several paintings behind him. How dare you attack him? You're done. Don't think that just because you have money means you're great. Several girls who admired Shen Qinglan screamed. The wealthy businessmen around him also smacked their lips. They had heard before that Yi Yang was a truly ruthless person. Moreover, he is still a ruthless person on the surface. Most people only dare to be ruthless in the dark, not because they don't want to be ruthless in the open, but because they don't have the strength. As for Yi Yang, they had seen a strong man who could demonstrate his dignity and majesty no matter where he was, without being affected by anything. After all, this is a matter in the art world. I'm afraid this matter won't end well. You underestimate Mr. Ye's strength too much. It's not that. I underestimate Mr. Yi. The public opinion behind these so-called artists is very powerful. Moreover, they can also label others. Maybe they will label Mr. Yi as a bully, although it will not cause any harm to Mr. Yi. It's hurtful, but it's also disgusting. There was a lot of discussion in the field. Yi Yang sneered, actually wanted to touch his sister? And in front of him? Looking at the entire magic city, who dares to be so arrogant? A mere lackey is worthy of talking about art. If you are a master of art, I think you are the Teddy of the literary world. Yi Yang sneered. You. Shen Qinglan was so angry that she gritted her teeth, rolled her eyes in pain, and couldn't speak for a while. Yi Yang looked at the female art students who wanted to bite him, and a pitiful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You are really pitiful. Why do you say that about us? We are Mr. Shen's students. We are his followers. That's right. We also have forces behind us. Although you are very powerful, you must pay the price for beating Mr. Shen. Is it? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. You are so convinced that he is a noble and holy, so-called pure artist? All he pursues is pure art? Why not sure? We have been following Mr. Shen for so long, of course we are sure. Haha, you don't want to smear Mr. Shen. This is not something you can do in just a few words. Several women said in succession, our family Qinglan is a noble person with noble pursuits and ideals. Compared with trash like you who only knows about money, and compared with those common people who are busy with the world, they are simply not the same person. Species. He really doesn't look human. Yi Yang nodded. The secret information about the entertainment industry that Wang Xiaozong gave him contained many secrets about so-called masters. Although Shen Qinglan was not mentioned, he also knew what the so-called art circle was like and what the rules were. Who really engages in art claims to be a master? This kind of person who seems to have no ability at first glance, but is brought to the front desk, is just a chess piece of the capital behind it. He directly called Wang Xiaozong and asked Wang Xiaozong to find out the details of Shen Qinglan. 3 minutes later, the message was sent back, along with a voice message. Brother Yi, has this Qinglan little brat offended you? I will expose his information directly on the internet. Yi Yang glanced at the information and sneered, I didn't expect the money laundering capital behind. You have a great background. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. What capital? What money laundering? Don't slander our cultural leaders out of thin air. Yes, we can sue you for slander. These women, who swore to defend Shen Qinglan to the death and even counted money for others after being cheated, said with excitement. Rich businessmen also gathered around, all curious. They also want to know what is going on behind this. Shen Qinglan is a sudden rise in the Shanghai art world in the past 2 years, although they know that there must be capital behind it. But the hand seemed so big that they didn't dare to check or touch it. Now that Yi Yang has found it out in 3 minutes, it can be seen how many levels their information intelligence is behind Yi Yang. Now that Yi Yang has the evidence in hand, he strolled to the front of the exhibition hall and directly took a painting by Shen Qinglan in his hand. On this painting, there are 3 messy lines, which are mixed together in a mess, forming a ball of wool that a 3-year-old child can draw. Come, everyone, take a look. What art is there in this painting? Haha, it's just bullshit. My nephew's 3-year-old scribbles are better looking than this thing. I'm also very curious about how this kind of thing is put in the exhibition. I have wanted to criticize it for a long time, but I'm afraid that others will say that I don't understand art. Since Mr. Yi has asked, I will tell the truth. This is fucking shit. Haha. The upper-class people present all laughed. They all claim to be upper-class and rarely swear. This painting is put here and everyone calls it shit. How outrageous is that? This is art. You don't know how to appreciate it. Vulgar people. That's right. Several girls hurriedly defended him. Oh? Then what kind of art is this? Yi Yang raised the painting. This? The girls were speechless. For a moment. They were just idiots who were deceived by Shen Qinglan's sweet words. In the 4 words of chicken feather art, except for the first 2 words, they knew nothing about the last 2 words. But this painting, that has nothing to do with art, was sold at a sky-high price of 180 million Chinese yuan at the auction. Yi Yang raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Guess why? Second update. We've been wondering for a long time too. How can something like this, which seems so meaningless, be sold for 1 to 200 million? This is outrageous. That's right, that's right. Many people present murmured. Apparently, this bizarre phenomenon has troubled them for a long time. Let's not talk about the works of deceased masters. Ordinary people cannot understand those works because those works may need to be viewed in conjunction with specific historical periods and cultural significance. But now, the things drawn by some so-called painters are obviously not as good as those drawn by a 3-year-old child. And things that anyone can draw. Why are the things he painted worth hundreds of millions? This is totally unreasonable. Yi Yang sneered, because this piece of paper is not just this piece of paper, there is also a huge interest group involved behind this painting. These interest groups launder money through the people behind Shen Qinglan. As a participant, Shen Qinglan can get 1% of the amount, and his wealth is accumulated from this. He was born into an ordinary family where his father was a gambler and owed hundreds of thousands in debt, and his mother worked odd jobs. Now, he makes money from illegal money laundering and lives in a villa. This is what you call talent and noble character? Hiss. The expressions of all the wealthy businessmen changed. Although most people who do business will use some tricks to some extent, but if this method is used to launder money, then this means that this is no longer a matter of taking advantage of others. It's really black money obtained from illegal crimes, and it can never be seen in the light. Behind this, there must be an extremely terrifying industrial chain hidden. And Shen Qinglan is just the tip of the iceberg of this industrial chain. A lucky, chosen, tool specially used to launder money. All the wealthy businessmen looked at each other with frightened eyes, and the scene fell into silence for a while. In this case, that Shen Qinglan, not to mention having any transcendent pursuits, is simply a vicious lackey. A sinister person always disguises himself as a good person. Yi Yang sneered, a person with an evil heart will always flaunt himself as a noble person. People like you will not disappear from the world. A truly noble person will never come out. You. Shen Qinglan's face turned pale. He just came to pick up girls and act cool. At the same time, I never expected that a few words would provoke the real superboss, and even easily find out the things he tried so hard to hide. Just expose his old bastard. This is simply too scary. Now, he was filled with regret, but he also knew that the matter would not end so easily. Because of his pretense and suicide attempts, it seemed that the matter had entered a realm that he could not control and bear at all. Whether it is his current life or everything he owns, it will collapse in an instant. And after all these consequences are implemented, it is the real beginning. What on earth would those cruel guys behind him do to him, the guy who leaked the secret? Just thinking about it for a moment made him shake so hard he wanted to pee his pants. You are slandering. Exactly. Mr. Shen is not the person you said. He is the most noble person I have ever seen. That's right. You are just jealous of Mr. Shen. You are. I don't care, you are. I'm going to sue you for slander. The fans all screamed. You trash are regarded as toys that can be used easily, and yet you are still here to protect them to the death. Yi Yang sneered and said, sometimes I really can't understand it. In this society, women like you can't even distinguish basic good from evil and sweet words. There are so many kind and reliable men, but you can't see this. Just a few words from these idiots to make you willing. Or do you know it's a trap and want to jump into it? You fart. We are the girls with the highest aura in the art world, as Mr. Shen said. That's right. A commoner like you can't understand Mr. Shen's profound realm. Yi Yang shook his head. There was no hope. Some women will never admit their mistakes until they are about to die. He would say this to every decent-looking girl. Yi Yang said calmly, the police will be in place soon. In a few days, you will naturally know what is true. Ha ha ha. Who do you think you are? Just a rich man. Can you just call the police? It's so funny. Mr. Shen is a big boss in the art world. A dean. Do you understand a dean? The police dare to touch him without evidence? You're talking too much. The crazy female fans responded wildly. But not before they became arrogant. A team of special police officers rushed in and took control of the situation. Everyone was dumbfounded. Holy crap. This is so awesome. Just follow your words. All the wealthy businessmen stared. They may be very rich, but if you want to let the special police handle special matters without going through complicated procedures, they don't have the power and can't do it. If he can do this, then Yi Yang is definitely not an ordinary businessman. If you have money, you can do whatever you want in a foreign country. But in China, this cannot be done. Instantly, they all seemed to understand something. They looked at Yi Yang in surprise. This man must have a deeper hidden, more powerful identity. Shen Qinglan was frightened to the point of incontinence. And he no longer looked like a master of the art world, more like a beggar. He was directly carried out of Longmei Art Museum by the special police. The captain in charge of this mission came to Yi Yang and saluted respectfully, Lieutenant General Yi. The clues you provided are extremely important to us. Thank you for your help. The whole audience was so scared that their faces turned pale. The legs were weak. The young man in front of him was actually a lieutenant general. Lieutenant General. What is that concept? What kind of energy is that? Yeah. Yi Yang nodded slightly and returned a military salute. Although he was young, after putting on the identity of the lieutenant general, in the eyes of everyone, this action had the spirit and momentum of an old commander. Well done. We have been tracking this capital chain for several years, and finally got a breakthrough today. The captain repeatedly assured, we will definitely live up to expectations and catch all the forces behind it. Yi Yang smiled and encouraged the other party. The police team withdrew. Those female fans of Shen Qinglan, who were so scared, That their legs were weak were also taken away for questioning because of their extremely close relationship with Shen Qinglan. First update. This. I really don't know, Mr. Yi. Oh no, General Yi, you still have such a status, it's really disrespectful. That's right. General Yi, you are so low-key. All the wealthy businessmen were trembling. It's like those internet celebrity anchors who can't even reach the anti-fraud police recently, and they stutter in an instant. The oppression of a general is greater than that of the richest man. This is an existence that can mobilize guns and cannons. What are guns? That is the fist of truth. Haha, you don't have to be so formal. An art exhibition is still an art exhibition, and the artistic atmosphere is the most important. Yi Yang smiled and pressed his hands. That's right. Haha, we all listen to General Yi. A group of wealthy businessmen quickly followed Yi Yang's suggestion and continued to visit the exhibition hall. The ladies present all had bright eyes, and they frequently glanced at Yi Yang secretly, no, openly. A handsome young man in his 20s, with extremely high wealth and status, and the position of general, this. Just thinking about it, it's perfect to the extreme. What's more, this person is right in front of them. However, one of the competitors they knew was Su Xiaoxin, the daughter of Heike Group. After thinking about their own level, even if they had ideas in their hearts, they did not dare to be sentimental. This man is so outstanding. In subsequent exhibitions, Yi Yang and Yi Xiaozi would receive countless looks of respect wherever they went. Occasionally, I would meet some high-status people who thought they had enough status to barely talk to Yi Yang, and they would come over and have a few words with Yi Yang. After knowing that Yi Xiaozi is his sister, everyone's heart is full of ecstasy. Even if you can't cling to the real dragon Yi Yang, clinging to his sister is still pretty good. But this sister also looks like a fairy and has extraordinary conversation. In addition, having such a brother is not something that ordinary people can match. It's really enviable. They looked at the backs of Yi Yang and Yi Xiaozi with emotion. Except for the interlude in the middle, the entire art exhibition was a pleasure to visit. You seem to like this work. Yi Yang watched Yi Xiaozi examine a work for a while. This work was really well painted. It was in a modern Chinese style, similar to the artistic style of the animated movie Big Fish and Begonia. In the painting, a pair of brothers and sisters stood floating on a plateau cliff. On the side, looking at the fireworks in the sky and the stars and the moon in the distance. Bright red hues decorate the blurry city in the distance. In the picture, there are both the bold color expression of modern art and the elegance and unique beauty of national style. It gives people an extremely strong impact, and after careful tasting, there is also a long aftertaste. Yi Xiaozi nodded. If you like it, buy it and give it to you. Yi Yang smiled. Art exhibits are generally not for sale. Yi Xiaozi kept saying. Ha ha ha. Yi Yang smiled. If you don't sell it, why hold this art exhibition? Since it is a work, it can be traded. If you don't like money, there are other items that can be exchanged for it. As long as my sister likes it, I will definitely let it belong. You. Ouch. Brother. Yi Xiaozi's face turned red when she was told this. Why are you so disgusting all of a sudden? The creators of the exhibits usually come to the exhibition to see other works that have also been selected to observe and learn. Soon, the staff found the creator of the painting in the toilet. He is a fat little man with a short hair and very ordinary clothes, but he is still clean. This appearance does not seem to match the so-called artist at all. How much does this painting cost? Yi Yang asked. Money? The little fat man chuckled. Money is an external thing. I draw paintings out of interest and never sell them. If I sold them, I wouldn't be as poor as I am now. To tell you the truth, my previous paintings, but someone offered me $1 million to buy it. He tugged at the white shirt that cost 20 or 30 yuan a piece. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. He was still an interesting little fat guy. This painting is indeed very high level, and this little fat man's lifestyle is indeed simple. It seems that he is a rare true creator who is united in his heart and speech. I don't know how many times stronger than Shen Qinglan and his ilk. Everything has a price. Even if it's not money, it's something else. You can just tell me what you need and I'll solve it for you. Yi Yang has always been very patient with people like this, who have their own ideals and persistence. Just not selling it. The little fat man pursed his lips. I won't sell it for 10 million. What about 100 million? Yi Yang asked, directly and casually. The little fat man hesitated, but still shook his head. My paintings are only givento. People who are destined to do so. Interesting. Yi Yang nodded. Where is 1 billion? The little fat man's eyes almost popped out of his head, and he said in disbelief, Brother, are you kidding me? You guy talking to General Yi is no big deal. The staff of the art museum had just seen Yi Yang's power, but the little fat man was squatting in the pit just now. He obviously didn't know Yi Yang's identity. At this time, he couldn't stand it anymore and spoke directly. Ah. The little fat man looked at Yi Yang. Damn it. You are a general. He could never imagine that the young man in front of him, who seemed to be 2 or 3 years younger than him, was actually a general. Yi Yang smiled and nodded. Then this painting is for you. After confirming, the little fat man took the painting off the wall and stuffed it into Yi Yang's hand. Yi Yang was extremely puzzled. You won't sell it for 1 billion? Just give it to me when you hear that I'm a general? You little fat boy, you're really interesting. My family has always been a military family, and my childhood wish was to join the army. The little fat boy sighed. It's just that I didn't pass the physical examination. I have always admired soldiers like you, and you are willing to buy my painting for 1 billion, which touched me. It's just a pity. When this painting was finished, I actually wanted to give it to a brother and sister. Yi Yang and Yi Shaozi looked at each other, smiled slightly, and then said, Actually, she is my sister. Ah. The little fat boy glared and said repeatedly, It's God's will. What's your name? Yi Yang thought this little fat boy was so interesting. Let's add WeChat. If you have any new works that I like in the future, I will come to you. Okay. The little fat boy nodded repeatedly. Yi Yang looked at the little fat boy's WeChat name. A painter who doesn't want to be a general is not a good fat boy. He couldn't help but smile and shook his head. After visiting the art exhibition, Yi Yang prepared to take Yi Shaozi out for a midnight snack. However, just as he sat down, he received a text message. The text message only had 6 short words. Mr. Yi, I've been waiting for a long time. Second update, weekly no prize. Quiz, who sent the text message? Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and found that the atmosphere around him seemed a little strange. It was only A few minutes after he arrived, and the originally noisy atmosphere in the store disappeared quickly. Looking around, there were only 4 tables with customers at the edge. Yi Xiaozi also found something wrong, brother. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows and signaled Yi Xiaozi not to act rashly. Looking at the dishes on the table, he could now judge whether there were toxins or other strange things in the dishes after taking Qilanjia. There is no problem with the dishes, food, and drinks. Yi Yang was indifferent. It seems that what is happening now has nothing to do with the store itself. It is still unclear what the mentality and purpose of this group of guys who are hiding in the dark and unwilling to show up are. There is no need to act rashly. He smiled indifferently. Eat as you want, don't care about these things. Yi Xiaozi said, oh, what the brother said must be correct. So he didn't react much and ate heartily. In the house opposite the building, the man in black, who was hiding in the dark and observing with a telescope, almost crushed the phone in his hand. Damn it, how can you be calm? Do you really think that you are immortal just because you are a general? Is he really a general? A general goes out without guards or bodyguards? Isn't this too outrageous? In the house, several other black shadows frowned and asked. He can mobilize the special police of the Magic City in a very simple process. He must not be an ordinary person. Even if he is not a general, his status will not be low. We have reported what happened tonight, and naturally someone from the top will come to verify his identity. Keep an eye on him first, and don't act rashly before his identity is confirmed. Okay. Several black shadows talked. It seems that this guy's identity is indeed not simple. Shen Qinglan, the watchdog, has been arrested for so long, and our boss behind us has not yet found out the specific identity of Mr. Yi. The higher the identity, the greater the threat to us. If necessary, I hope the higher-ups will not make such a decision. If they take action against such a real high-level person on Chinese soil, I think at least we will not survive. Well, several black shadows were anxious. If it really comes to that today, they are afraid that they will become abandoned pawns. They know the cruelty of the organization behind them. Otherwise, they would not have been lurking in China for so many years. As expected of a guy who became a general at such a young age, he is really calm. Are we just going to let him eat here? He will leave in a while, and we haven't found out yet. Should we take action or not? There is signal interference there, and he should not be able to contact people outside. The entire restaurant is temporarily controlled by us, and there should be no big problems for a while. Finally, Yi Yang and Yi Xiaozi both began to wipe their mouths and prepared to leave. The leading black-clad man finally received the instructions. Inside the restaurant, no one had come in. In the hall, only the tables at the 4 corners were occupied. Yi Yang chose the middle seat by the window on the left. No matter who these people are, they are all cowards. They waited for a long time and didn't show up even after the meal. Yi Yang laughed. If they dared to attack him, they must be very powerful. Such an opponent must be wiped out in one fell swoop. Although the other party put a signal jammer, if a mere jammer can make the customized mobile phone worth hundreds of millions in his hand lose the signal, it would be too unfair to the customization money. His mobile phone has a built-in satellite communication system. Normally, satellite phones are very large. There will also be a long antenna. However, the black technology company spent only tens of millions to develop a small built-in technology for the satellite call system. Satellite calls will not be interfered with. At least it is impossible without the backing of superpowers. A mere signal jammer has no effect in front of him. He had already sent the message, but in order to completely draw out the forces behind him, he decided to stay a little longer to see if he could lure the snake out of its hole. What a pity, the meal is over, and he didn't even show his head. Yi Yang was bored and prepared to get up and leave. He didn't dare to meet or even contact him, let alone stop him. But he was very surprised that the other party spent so much energy to set up a trap, and he finally sat in, but the other party exposed his existence, but did nothing. This operation is really too delicious. However, just as he was about to get up, his cell phone finally rang. Mr. Yi. I kept you waiting for a long time. On the other end of the phone, there was a voice processed by a voice changer. Playing tricks. Yi Yang sneered, I hate people who play tricks the most in my life. If you have something to say, come on. No hurry. I think Mr. Yi has also discovered that the surrounding signals have been blocked. The 4 seats are all occupied by our organization's death warriors, and they are armed with sharp weapons and are all martial artists. In addition, there are snipers lurking around, aiming their sights at the two of you. I suggest you stay there for the time being and don't act rashly. The other party said in a turbid voice. Heh. It's been a long time since anyone dared to speak to me in a threatening tone. Yi. Yang's eyes darkened instantly. Who are you? Mr. Yi doesn't need to know who we are. You just need to know that you touched a red line tonight that we never want to be touched. We suggest that Mr. Yi stop as soon as possible and actively stop the investigation of tonight's matter. Let the matter pass as it is, and we will act as if we don't know each other. And if Mr. Yi is willing to cooperate, we will give him an absolute gift to satisfy Mr. Yi. Yi Yang raised his eyebrows. What happened tonight? It should be about Longmei Art Museum and the arrest of Shen Qinglan. Are you the protective umbrella behind Shen Qinglan? Yi Yang asked calmly. I said that this kid is so stupid and can still dance so happily in the art world of Shanghai. It seems that you guys are really extraordinary. Mr. Yi, you have a noble status. We have no intention of being your enemy. I hope you can understand the situation. The other party said sincerely. Do you know my identity? Yi Yang asked with a sneer. This is also a level of testing. Which level of his identity the other party can find out represents the strength of the other party. Yes, you are not only China's Lieutenant General, but also a lifelong scientific achiever. You are also the behind-the-scenes controller of many trillion-dollar companies, with assets of at least 10 trillion yuan. I have to say that your achievements in all aspects are worthy of comparison. It is said to be the best in China. Even if you look around the world, there is almost no one who can compare with it. So, we respect you extremely, and have no intention of being your enemy. We just want to sincerely conduct such an absolutely fair transaction with you. First update. The Black Shadow knew that Yi Yang was trying to test the strength of the power behind them, so he also revealed everything and showed his strength. He said all the names of the companies under Yi Yang's name. Yi Yang smiled faintly and shook his head. The other party's self-righteous behavior actually exposed the other party's level. The other party is indeed very powerful. He can even find out his overseas companies such as Johnson & Johnson Medical and Gulfstream Airlines. He can also deploy snipers in the Magic City, a city with the best and most important security in China. He even had the courage to trade with him even though he knew he was a general. However, the other party knew nothing about his real trump card. Whether it was the Black Technology Company or Hurricane Security, or even Thor Arms, the other party did not mention it. Finally, holding the photon weapon, he walked on. The world without fear. He crossed his legs and asked calmly, "Trade? Since you know my identity, what do you want to trade with me? Power? Money? Do you think I lack these two things?" In the building opposite, the Shadow almost wanted to throw his phone. The methods of the bad guys are actually very monotonous, nothing more than two types, coercion and inducement. As a result, coercion is obviously the worst option when talking to a big shot like Yi Yang. Before the inducement, he was Versailles. Yeah. Money? Power? I don't lack anything. He was speechless for a moment. The person behind him simply gave him an impossible task. He shook his head, threw these thoughts out of his mind, and then said, "Mr. Yi is too confident. The creed of our organization is to believe that human desires are endless. We can always give you satisfactory chips, and if you go against us, even Mr. Yi will surely pay some undesirable price. It is better to live in harmony than to lose both sides. Mr. Yi can sit in the current position, so he must understand this truth, right?" "Oh? Can you make me a general?" Yi Yang asked, with interest. Mr. Yi must be joking. The Black Shadow almost choked to death by Yi Yang's words. Damn, what kind of existence is a general? If they have the ability to support people to this position, they will still talk to you in a humble manner about cooperation? China is all ours. Or can you give me 10 trillion assets? At least let me increase my assets by 10%, Yi Yang teased. XXXX. Black Shadow was about to have a myocardial infarction. He felt that he couldn't continue the conversation. If he continued, he would be killed by Yi Yang's Versailles magic sooner or later. Ahem, Mr. Yi, we also came with sincerity. Can you give us some suggestions that are a little more practical? He was about to cry. It was difficult for him to be caught between Yi Yang and the leaders of the organization. You can't even do these. Do you think the benefits you can bring are worthy of my heart? Yi Yang sneered and asked, teasingly. Then Mr. Yi, do you not want to talk? Black Shadow also heard Yi Yang's ridicule. He really couldn't imagine that he really didn't take his life's safety seriously after coming to this point. He has been controlled by his own strength. How can he still be so calm? He had no choice. Coercion and inducement were useless. He could only show his true colors. Mr. Yi, you should know that after you die, we can also infiltrate the high-level officials of the relevant parties in the Magic City and make them give up the pursuit of this case. Now, except for you, no one else knows that we exist. No one will really connect your death here tonight with what happened at the art exhibition tonight. We are still safe and sound, and you will only die in vain. The Black Shadow threatened fiercely. Just now, Yi Yang's Versailles had a psychological shadow, and now he had a reason to retaliate, saying in an extremely sinister way. Do you really think that it is so easy to control a Chinese general? Yi Yang's calm voice came from the headset. What are you talking about? We have blocked the signal. Since you left Longmei Art Museum, every move you make has been under our surveillance. You are now blocked in this restaurant by our people, and you can't get out. See the situation clearly. You can't get anything from calling the sky or the earth. We have already controlled the situation. The more he spoke, the more panicked he became. None of the 5 major countries eats for free. Especially China. Among the 5 major countries, China is the most mysterious, and is known as the mercenary desert in the international community. They know too well China's ability in security. The other party is at least a lieutenant general. He himself felt panic in his heart and had no confidence. But the people above were too scary. If he didn't do it, he would be brutally killed, so he could only follow orders. Since you didn't want to talk to us from the beginning, why did you tell us so much? Since you still have a trump card, why don't you use it now? You are afraid. You are deceiving me. The black shadow was about to break the defense first, and roared repeatedly. Talking to a super big shot like Yi Yang is a very stressful thing. Guess why I talked to you for so long? Yi Yang smiled evilly. You. Are you locating me? This is impossible. We have deployed our own call frequency band. You can't talk to the outside world at all. You don't have a satellite phone at all. Black Shadow said angrily. It's been located. Yi Yang smiled lightly. There's nothing you can do if you don't believe it. You can only speak with facts. The shadow's hands were shaking. He saw the message from the shadow next to him. Your information has been exposed, and I order you to wait and commit suicide, otherwise you will bear the consequences. The eyes of several dark shadows just filled with fear and disbelief. I heard the sound of footsteps coming from outside the door. The drone of armed helicopters suddenly arrived. The police car drove at high speed from a distance, constantly shrinking the warning circle. Finally, I have something to say to you. Yi Yang's voice suddenly became quiet. Chinese generals never make deals with others. The words fell. The door has been kicked open. 2 teams of armed police rushed in with guns drawn. Several black figures looked at each other, with helplessness and determination flashing in their eyes. When this task fell on them, they had this premonition. Being in such a den of thieves, one has already been prepared for this day. Without any hesitation, they bit the poison sac in their mouths, and their orifices bleed instantly, and they died suddenly on the spot. Report, the target is dead. The armed police reported in the team communication. At the same time, on a certain floor of the building. Kill the target and then evacuate. The message flashed through the earphones. After receiving the message, Viper pulled the trigger that he had been waiting for a long time. The fire exploded and deadly bullets rushed towards the restaurant opposite. Second update, warm reminder, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to inform us. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. Bang! The bullet streaked through the air, leaving a brilliant trajectory. The sudden gunshot made everyone alert instantly, but the killer was well hidden, and it was impossible to know the exact location at the first time. The large caliber bullet rotated in a spiral, and the kinetic energy was enough to penetrate the steel plate. If it hit a person's arm, it would be enough to directly explode the arm and shatter it. The power is far beyond the reach of a pistol bullet. Inside the restaurant, the moment the fire lit up, Yi Yang's eyes suddenly became sharp. With his current physique, he could already sense the danger in advance, but the danger did not fall on him. Obviously, this shot was aimed at Yi Shaozi. He stepped forward and grabbed forward suddenly. The glass shattered at this moment. The bullet with an initial velocity of 900 meters was extremely powerful and the speed was extremely terrifying within a distance of less than 300 meters. The moment Yi Yang came into contact with the sniper bullet, he knew that he could not hit it head-on, and immediately demonstrated the Chinese Tai Chi learning, rotating to unload the force. Viper has a habit, that is, after firing, he must see the person being sniped being hit before he will evacuate. In his sniper scope, such a terrifying scene appeared in his eyes. The primary target was almost a residual image. Almost the moment the gun was fired, it was intercepted on the sniper path. Is this the speed of humans? This process only took half a second. When he just had time to be surprised and the shock in his heart, Yi Yang instantly turned around in the same place. Not good. Having been in the international battlefield for many years, he has cultivated a sense of life and death crisis. At this moment, he felt the crisis of death. Bang! He almost subconsciously fired the second shot. Yi Yang had locked the opponent's position during the rotation, and directly threw the bullet out of his hand in the direction corresponding to this position. Turn around to unload the force, use the force to fight the force. Swoosh! In the air, the swift bullet shot by Viper and the shell thrown by Yi Yang actually collided directly. The two bullets collided with a bang, and dazzling sparks were generated. At the collision point, the kinetic energy cancelled each other out, and the metal block formed by the two bullets fell down helplessly. The hair on Viper's body stood up. This is definitely not a human. A layer of white sweat rose all over his body, and he stood up to retreat. The moment you shoot my sister, there will be no way for you to survive in the world. Yi Yang's eyes rose with a fierce look, and he picked up the chopsticks on the table with his right hand. With the power of Chinese martial arts and genetic warriors, he threw the chopsticks with all his strength. At the moment of throwing, it seemed that the sound of a sonic boom was faintly heard. Fortunately, the chopsticks in high-end restaurants are made of excellent materials, otherwise the materials themselves cannot withstand this initial velocity that is almost equal to the speed of sound. A chopstick, now transformed into the sickle of the god of death, quickly crossed the air. In less than 2 seconds, it spanned more than 300 meters. He can see me. The moment Yi Yang threw the chopsticks, the extreme horror in the Viper's heart reached its peak. He stood up instantly and caught the heavy sniper bullet with his body. He turned around and threw the shell, directly intercepting his second bullet in midair. Finally, he could clearly see the ambusher behind the glass wall at night 300 meters away. He was completely stunned. What kind of monster is this? However, before the horror in his heart completely exploded, the pair of chopsticks had instantly penetrated the glass, turned into a blood mark, and directly sank into his back of the head, jumped out from the middle of his eyebrows, and finally nailed to the concrete wall in front of him, sinking 1/3, before it was completely stopped. Consciousness instantly went black. Until the moment of death, he didn't know what kind of monster he was facing. Less than 10 seconds after the Viper fell to the ground, the SWAT team on the helicopter also broke in through the window. It took them just over 10 seconds to lock the location and break in directly. Their response speed was extremely fast. They slowly approached the fallen Viper, looking confused. Voice in the team member, is the sniper dead? Off-site commander, how did he die? Did he take poison again? Team member, there was a hole in his head. Off-site commander was puzzled, did he commit suicide with a pistol? Team member, I don't know, the wound doesn't look like it was caused by a gun. It's very small, the diameter is about the same as the little finger. No, it's about the size of a chopstick. Off-site commander was sweating, how is this possible? It was very dark inside. In order to prevent the fish from escaping by taking the elevator, the power system of the building was cut off. So, for a while, no one could see the inconspicuous, cracked chopstick on the wall. In the restaurant, Yi Yang looked down at the 4 tables of observers who suddenly stood up. They were completely abandoned. The people above didn't even give them the order to retreat. From the time the gunshots started till now, less than 10 seconds had passed. These observers were in a state of confusion. They had just understood the situation and didn't know whether to retreat or advance. First, tie up Yi Yang. He is a general of China. With him as a hostage, China dare not do anything to us. Someone shouted. Outside the restaurant, hundreds of special police lined up and surrounded the restaurant. Captain, is it really okay for us not to go in? What if something happens to Mr. Yi? The deputy captain beside him asked anxiously. General, Yi has clearly ordered us to plug the fish that slipped through the net outside. Although we are not in the same system, he is in a high position. And I dare not disobey his orders. The captain shook his head. He knew that Yi Yang had beaten up various world boxing champions and was also a martial arts star. But life and death struggles and competitions are completely different things. Is General Yi too arrogant? The surveillance in the field has been connected. The technical special police on the side quickly took the computer over. Everyone, stay alert. If there is anything wrong in a while, we must rush in immediately. The captain looked at the monitors in the field who were howling at Yi Yang, and his heart became nervous. Yi Yang sneered and kicked the table next to him directly. The 300-pound solid wood one-piece carved table looked like a toy in his hands. All the special police outside the field who saw this scene dropped their jaws in fear. Is this a movie? Are you sure it's the surveillance footage in the field? The captain asked repeatedly. It should be, definitely. The technical police were not confident in their skills for a moment. The psychological quality of the special police was somewhat difficult to accept the scene in front of him. Not to mention the thugs at the bottom of the black organization. The thugs who rushed over with wolf howls were so scared that they stood still on the spot, their lips trembling. Come on. Yi Yang glanced calmly. His heart was as cold as iron at this moment. He would not let any force that threatened his family have a chance to survive. First update.